Good morning. Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
All right, welcome in. Happy Wednesday to you. It's John Dickinson and Guy Haberman with you here.
John Dickinson.
What's going on, Guy?
Super reporter.
You do a pretty good Derek Papa singing that song.
I don't know if that's worse for me or worse for Derek, but it's not good for either one of us.
It's not good for either. It is JD and Guy Haberman here in for Murph and Marcus on a Wednesday on The Sports Leader. And we're going to be with you for the next 3 days here, as long as you'll have me, Guy. I know if things don't go well here in the first 10, 15 minutes, you do reserve the right to maybe punt. You'll do a quick kick. It's not even a punt. Remember the old quick kick? Like, it'd be, it's 3rd and 25, and Randall Cunningham inside his own 5 in the shotgun, and then he would just punt it on 3rd down. He would just take it and punt it like 80 yards down the field because nobody would be back to receive it, and you'd just basically give up on 3rd down. So I hear that you have in your contract for the next 3 days
an opt-out,
the ability to quick kick, basically, on the show.
It's an opt-out, yeah. It's an opt-out.
So
at any time, I can do it in an hour.
Right. It doesn't have to be at the end of today's show, hey, guy's not coming back Thursday. It could be, hey, JD, enjoy that 3rd and 4th hour today, brother.
I love you, JD, and I would not do that to you.
Well, I appreciate it. I hope, it's great to be here on The Sports Leader.
It's good to be with you.
Good to be with you, sir. 49ers, the aftermath day 2, as they lose to the Ravens at Levi Stadium, 33-19, in a game that really wasn't that close, although...
But was also almost 33-20.
Do the math. It was almost a 7-point game with the 49ers having all 3 of their timeouts and what could or probably should have been north of 2 minutes, but the Niners kind of bungled the whole late game. I know there's been a lot of talk, and this isn't necessarily where I want to start, but there's been a lot of talk about the 49ers' inability to come back in games, and I think for the most part that's hogwash when you get down and play as poorly as the Niners did on Monday night. But at the point in which you get to 33-19 and you have 1st and goal on the 1, and you got to punch that in before the 2-minute warning. I mean, it just and you got all 3 of your timeout. Like they had action to be able to try and at least give themselves a chance, but they bungled it, which I do think leaves a little bit of a sour taste as far as the whole comeback thing goes.
Yeah, I mean, the 0 for 39 or whatever it is now, that's not the game. That's the snapshot of the 0 for 39 when trailing. Is it 39 now when trailing by 8 or more?
Yeah, 38 or 39. I may have dismissed Monday because whatever.
Yeah, it's not exactly in that category, but and you're right. This isn't where I don't know where we intended to start, but it probably wasn't breaking down the last 2 minutes of that game.
But they did bungle it.
Well, yeah. I mean, what's funny about it is, to me, like, it's gotten the last 2 minutes of that game have gotten worse as time has gone on, because in the moment it felt like it was all gravy, a throwaway. They're not coming back in this game anyway. No point in bringing Purdy back, right? Like all that stuff. But then you look up at the facts of the facts. Like, they've got 1st and goal with a chance to cut it to 7. And we know what they were going to do, right? If they'd scored, because it's what Shanahan does, and it's what Kyle has done very effectively. He opts to punt / he opts to kick away when he's got his 3 timeouts, and it's worked. It worked against the Rams. It worked. It might have worked against the Ravens. I don't know, but he was not going to onside kick it, right?
No,
he's got a very and the other part of it is, I think their defense. I've had a lot of conversations with people, as I know you have, in the last 48 hours about whether or not did they get exposed? Were they soft? I saw the quotes after the game. I think, was it Patrick Queen? One of their linebackers said basically, like, we got to come in here and play our style of football, which is true. Like, at minimum, and the Ravens, and some people would go beyond this, but at minimum, what's clear is the Ravens can play the Niners style. That's the minimum, right? Now, some would say they can play it better than them. Some would say they play their style in a way that prevented the Niners from playing their style. But at minimum, you would say the Ravens are on the short list of teams that can hold up and thrive playing the 49ers style against the 49ers, right? Like, a lot of people can play that style against some other teams. To do it to them is something different. And while it's true, the Ravens did do that, I didn't think the Niners got their defense to give up 33 points in a game in which your starting quarterback, there was 4 picks. They almost gave up, they could have thrown another touchdown or scored another touchdown. It felt like it was going to be 50 at one point in that game, JD.
No, it did.
So my point is, I didn't come away from that game too overly concerned about their defensive output. I mean, the injuries is the real concern, but that's where I was immediately after the game. Anyway, we could just bounce around.
Well, here's where it does relate to kind of how I think we wanted to start the show. I think the last 2 minutes aged poorly. 24 hours later, I think the rest of the game actually aged as I went and watched it back after our conversation yesterday afternoon. I thought the rest of the game actually aged better, believe it or not. And I know
tell me more.
During our phone call, I said,
JD was in the hot tub during this call. If people just want to,
that's how I take all my calls. Yeah, a little hot tub therapy. Why not? Let's bring everybody behind the curtain. That's where I do all my best game analysis.
Send him through.
If there's a way I could do this show,
I'll take the call now.
If I could do this show in the hot tub, I would one day.
Hold on, let me light up a cigar. All right,
no cigar.
Who's on the line?
No cigar. Oh, Haberman? Who? Huh? He's talking to Jay Field.
Hold my calls.
I think the last 2 minutes. When you look back on it, it's like, damn, they really did have at least a shot. They had the shot to give themselves a shot, and it wound up not working out. And that's fine because, as you mentioned, I mean, they didn't play nearly well enough to even be in that position, which I think is indicative of the Niners defense figuring some things out, but I think the Ravens offense may be stalling out. But the big picture overarching theme for me would have been just the fact that I wasn't too panic-stricken or overly alarmed by the loss itself, with the 49ers now having a game to play with. I mean, that was their one game to play with against an AFC opponent that came in same record. I think physically they're a tough matchup. When you look at the Ravens, they were not going to come in and get punked. So many times the 49ers physically punk their opponent. And that was one thing that I never thought the Ravens were going to allow to happen. Now, as it turns out, I think the turnovers and the interceptions allowed the Ravens to get their bearings in a way to where, they basically swallowed the 49ers up in that, second and third quarter, late second or early third quarter, to where they end up outscoring San Francisco 17-0 in the third. And it felt almost like a basketball run, right? Couple of bad turnovers leads to a few wide open threes that go in, a run out dunk, and all of a sudden, a game that's close can turn into a game where it's basically over with a quarter to play. And then often you see in the NBA, a team will make that run to where, they're about to have a shot, and then they miss that shot, and then it doesn't happen. So I think in that way, I think the 49er game played out somewhat as you might expect. But I as I look at it, I thought the rest of the game was more a few plays got away from the Niners that turned it into a blowout, as opposed to them getting completely and utterly dominated, which it felt to me from being at Levi's in the moment, Guy, like they were more physically dominated than maybe the stats would have told you.
Yeah, and that's why I texted you during the game. You were there. I was not. I tend to watch these games from the comfort of my command center. And I texted you during the game and asked you that. Like, does it feel like they're getting physically dominated? Because at the time, my timeline was telling me they were getting physically dominated. But it didn't feel that way to me. Like, things were happening on the field that were not good. I didn't think they were getting, quote unquote, exposed in the way that it felt like some discussed. When you throw 4 picks, it's hard for it to look good.
Well, I think the other question is, and we'll get into this, is did Brock Purdy get exposed a little bit? Or was it just a couple of fluky type plays. He throws the first bad one. You get the one where all the penalty markers are all over the field, and he's got to know. I mean, to me, that was the second most egregious after the first one. It's like, look, dude, you gotta just give up on that play. You got to know that the flag, and he even acknowledged after the game that he could, maybe not 100%, but he could tell from the body language of some of the offensive linemen that he could tell that basically the penalties were going to be on the Niners. And to me, if you have any inclination of that, then you got to shut it down, Brock. Shut it down.
Yeah.
So, that to me, I think the question of did he get exposed by something in the Ravens defense, not did he get exposed like he's not a good quarterback or anything like that. I don't want to take it down that. But as far as, hey, the Ravens found something that they thought they could exploit. And look, if they end up playing them again, I think it could be a completely different story. But I think the Brock-centric conversation on him versus the Ravens defense and what they did to speed him up or take away some of the open passing lanes that he's had in some of these other matchups, I think that's a more fair conversation to have than did the 49ers get manhandled start to finish? Because I think if you go back and you watch it, they didn't really get manhandled from start to finish. They were up early. They could have been up more. The Ravens kind of hung around, and then all the turnovers came, and the Ravens were able to basically flip the game right there and take complete control of it.
Well, you got to be two things to play the Niners offense successfully, right? You got to be physical, and you got to be mentally a sharp team. And they're clearly in the short list of teams that are both of those things. And the mentally sharp part of it might be crazy as it sounds, it might be the tougher part. Because what did they say after the game? They felt like he's a spot thrower. He throws the spots with anticipation, which is hard to, I think, takes guts, right? How many times do you watch a end zone view of a throw that Purdy makes? You go, God, he's going to throw that. And they had to get to the spots. Now, I think it's a little bit revisionist history given the way they took the ball away. But the pass breakup on the Willie Snead play over the middle that hit the DB in the face, and Snead kind of got caught up coming out of his break, and the ball maybe got there a little early because of the pressure, and it kind of gets through Snead. And maybe if that's Juwan Jennings, maybe that doesn't happen. I don't know. But, that's an example of a non-interception where the Ravens defense was in the right spot. Like, those guys felt like their review of themselves immediately after the game was, we knew where the ball was going to end up. We didn't play where it looked like they were setting us up to play. We knew where it was going to end up, and we were in those spots. Now, I think it's a little revisionist history because the Niners, this is where, upon the second review for you, maybe you felt like it wasn't quite the domination that you felt like it was in person. Niners hit a bunch of big plays in that game.
It did.
11 throws of 10 yards or more for Purdy. Like, they were gashing them. And then they just had, I'll put it this way, JD. Sometimes you can, if I showed you the game tape of a quarterback and said, he threw 4 picks today, you can see those interceptions and a bunch of other stuff that happens, right? And with Brock, if I took out the 4 interceptions, which you can't do, and I'm not suggesting anybody think about this game as if he didn't throw 4 picks. That's not what I'm saying. But he did a lot of other things that didn't look like a guy that was about to throw 4 picks. Whereas sometimes guys throw 4 picks, but there's like 8 other things that happen that look like a guy that's about to throw 4 picks. Does that make sense?
No, it does. No,
and I didn't. Now, Purdy did. He did get, as time went on, I think things got a little loose and uncomfortable. But he would make these throws. He made a throw after he had 3 picks, after the Ravens had extended their lead. He comes back out on first down and hits Kittle right over the linebacker's fingertips, which was, that's a throw that he's very comfortable making. And more often than not, he makes it. A guy that's feeling a little skittish, I don't know if he makes that throw, let alone attempts it. And he did it. And so every time I watched him and thought, he's probably rattled right now. He looks a little rattled right now. He would attempt and complete a throw that took guts. So I'll be honest, I'm a little, I don't know. I don't know if he was rattled or not. It felt like in the moment he was, and he definitely should have been. And he probably was to a degree. But I don't know. In a weird way, I felt like he also did some things that indicated he still had his head in the game.
Yeah,
even after the 4 picks.
To me, he did look a little rattled, but I also think his confidence was unshaken. And I think he showed that his confidence was unshaken in continuing to battle and continue to make those throws that you alluded to there. All right, he's Guy Haberman. I'm John Dickinson. We're in for Murph and Marcus here on a Wednesday. Coming up, we are going to speak with Dwayne Kuiper. Looking forward to that, as Kuiper will join us at 7:35. Mike Silver of the Chronicle at 9:15 as we'll talk a lot of Niners today. We will get into a little bit of Warriors, maybe some Giants as well. But to the 49ers, how does it look upon further review? 24 hours later, we'll continue that conversation here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Fairfax, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Fairfax's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
After Brock Purdy sustained his second stinger in 2 weeks, Kyle Shanahan said yesterday that he thinks Purdy will be fine and it won't have any lasting effects this week. That story and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. And Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
It's hard to, you don't score points when you turn it over. And we turned it over 3 times in the first half. And I think we had 9 yards of play at halftime. That we got a number of explosives. And we had 13 points to show for, or 12. It was 12, right? With the safety. So we got 10 on offense. And that was just, thought we were doing some good things. We just, in order to score, can't give it back to them. You got to finish, and whether kicking a field goal or crossing the goal line. And when we were moving the ball, it doesn't matter how you move the ball if you don't score, and that's what we didn't do today.
No, the 49ers did not score. It's Kyle Shanahan there in the aftermath of the 49ers' 33-19 loss to the Ravens on Monday night. We welcome you back. It's John Dickinson, Guy Haberman in for Murph and Marcus here on The Sports Leader. 808 KNBR is the number if you want to join the conversation. 808 KNBR. How does this one feel if you're a 49er fan with 24 hours or a little more than 24 hours now to sit on it? I know, Guy, not everybody watches games back 2, 3, 4, 20 times like you and I do.
They have lives.
They have lives, but so you maybe didn't watch it back. I'm not going to go that far, but
people with lives do watch it back multiple times, John.
That is true. No judgment there. No judgment there. But a lot of people don't do that. They just get farther removed from it, and then you either feel better or worse about it. So whether you watch it again, sometimes that can supplement and make you feel better or worse. But often, I think in the moment you think something is really, 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 really bad. And then you start to separate from it, and you think, you know what? They made some plays, like Kyle Shanahan said, but have to finish, didn't, turned it over. Ravens are uber talented, and you can't give them the extra possessions and the short fields and the things that I thought really allowed Baltimore to get grounded. I mean, Lamar Jackson was not good at the beginning of the game. The 49ers kept him in the pocket. He missed a couple of really easy throws. And the Niners, I think, had a shot to maybe be up 12-0 or something like that early. And maybe even 16-0 when you look at some of the plays that they were able to make. And if you do that, then the Ravens are the team that's having to play from behind. And the 49ers can really defensively hone in and make Baltimore maybe a little bit more one-dimensional. But that's not the way this thing shook out. Niners find themselves still controlling their own destiny as far as the 1 seed in the NFC goes. That was another one of the bigger picture takeaways for me. It was really twofold, Guy. It was, I don't love this Ravens matchup if they end up playing in the Super Bowl, but it was also, okay, you took the L at home in a game that honestly you didn't have to have. It would have been nice if you could have gotten it, but you didn't have to have. Go handle business at Washington. Go handle business against the Rams at Levi Stadium in Week 18 and get the 1 seed and get healthy and make your run that way, and we'll worry about Baltimore come the first week of February if that's how this thing winds up shaking out.
Yeah, I mean, then you were yes. It's still all right there for them. And if you get Baltimore in the Super Bowl, you'll be happy that you will already have played them once, right? Like, if you get to the Super Bowl, you'll look back on the experience of this past Monday night as a good one. Like, you'll be happy you had it. You would rather have played that game than not played it at all, I think. If you're the 1 seed and you get to the Super Bowl, and the Ravens can't keep you from being the 1 seed, and the Ravens don't keep you from getting to the Super Bowl. Like, none of that stuff has anything to do with what happens next. if the 49ers are not the 1 seed in the NFC, it won't be because they lost to Baltimore. It'll be because they lose to either Washington or the Rams. They are still tied with the Eagles.
Everybody's scared of the Rams now, Guy. Everybody's really scared of the Rams.
The Rams played well. Stafford threw for 300 yards and 3 touchdowns against Baltimore in the rain on the road. Like, that was impressive. You know, the best thing the Niners have going for them is that they historically own the Rams. But I do think the Rams, I think Sean McVay has done a lot for his, well, maybe he hasn't actually done a lot for his career the last couple of years since they won the Super Bowl. But to me, he's just solidified himself. It's one thing to win a Super Bowl, and I think when he won the Super Bowl, it was his second trip, so it was pretty clear he was legit. I don't know that he had a lot of doubters at that point, and I don't think he should have. But, you know, as you know, winning a championship for a coach, you can now, one of 2 things happens. You either, actually one of 3 things. You either win another one, or you remain kind of where you are. Tomlin, Sean Payton, right? You get one, and you do enough other stuff that elevates you to a point that everybody's impressed, or you just kind of, that's it. Like, that was the high point. You Larry Coker it. Not that he won a Super Bowl, but and McVay, I think the last 2 years has really elevated even beyond what he was, just by taking teams that are definitely imperfect and making them competitive. And this year is kind of setting up to be the reverse. Shanahan's got the McVay thing going, and McVay's got the Shanahan thing going, right?
It has been, yeah.
Niners have had a couple of those years that the Rams are having now, where you're like, is this team, what is this? And then they make a run, and you're like, oh, they're good. So that's what they are. I don't think the Rams are quite as good as the Niners have been in those, you know, in that situation, really. I guess the year you're really talking about is the 21 season, or the one that I'm talking about is the 21 season, when the Niners beat them at the end of the year and then lost to them in the postseason. But you sound sarcastic when you say everyone's impressed with the Rams right now. I give the Rams, to borrow the Steve Kerr phrase, appropriate fear. Like, because they've got a real quarterback and a real coach. You know, like, I'd rather play the Lions because you can beat Jared Goff. We've seen, and I like Jared Goff. Speaking of guys who have solidified their careers, but I know what, like, Stafford and McVay are championship level, and that should scare anybody.
Yeah,
I think.
Look,
but you're sarcastic and you don't think they're any good, and you're dismissing them.
It's not that I don't think they're any good. It's that the 49ers should handle their business and beat them. And that doesn't mean that the game won't be close, or there might be moments in that game where, the Rams are up 14-10 or whatever it is. It's just, if you're the 49ers, who are, you know, championship aspirations and all of that, you win the game. And to me, you know, it's not about, you know, how good the Rams could be or not. It's that your best should be better. And, you know, I know that's where maybe some of the injury concerns start to come in, because the 49ers have not, when you start taking a player here, a player there away, been as dominant a team as they've been relatively whole. So we'll have to see how things shake out. But the get-right game is probably more difficult than a lot of get-right games are at Washington. Short week, you know, banged up. Who knows who's going to be playing the offensive line, although Trent Williams did say, really the only thing he said was, hey, I'm not talking. Trent Williams at his locker Monday night, not talking, but I know you want to ask me about the injury. I'm good. I'll be good. I'm fine. So I think that is a bit of good news as the Niners get back on the practice field here coming up later this morning. 808 KNBR is the number. We'll continue this conversation, Guy. It's Guy Haberman. I'm John Dickinson. We're in for Murph and Marcus here on 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Yeah, I mean, then you were yes.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I think the NFL scriptwriters did a great job tonight. I've never seen Brock Purdy throw 4 interceptions before. Just, like our team does a great job. Our defense, fought their tails off every time we, put them in a bad spot. I don't feel like I've been a part of a 5-turnover game since like 2018. So just surprising, I guess, when I look up and, the one where they had the corner blitz and got tipped for an interception. I'm run blocking. I'm just like, why is Brock Purdy making a tackle right now? So, just stuff like that. You just don't see it very often, and that's the game of football. Sometimes the ball just doesn't bounce your way, and hey, what are you going to do? You're going to dwell on it, or you're going to move on and go try to kick someone else's ass?
Yeah, the 49ers can't dwell on it. George Kittle post-game. Niners lose to the Ravens 33-19. It's John Dickinson, Guy Haberman in for Murph and Marcus here on the Sports Leader. Dwayne Kuiper at 7:30. Mike Silver coming up at 9:15. We'll talk a lot of 49ers today here on the Sports Leader. Yeah, you just got to throw it away and go kick the Washington Commanders' ass, Guy. It's as simple as that.
JD, I'm sure somebody has already done the research, so I'm doubling back here. But have you found the last 49ers 4-interception game? I'm hunting.
I have.
I found a couple 3-interception games from what year did George just say?
He said 2018.
Yeah, 2018. There's a couple 3-pick games.
What you bypassed the Nick Mullins, CJ Beathard 2020 COVID, got kicked out of Santa Clara, had to go live in. Like, you just omitted that, had to go live in Arizona?
No, I was just going off of what he said.
I feel like there might have been one in 2020 when Garoppolo was hurt.
Okay, there could have been. Let's see here.
It could have been.
I won't read Football Reference live on the air, but let's see. Our last shot here.
But maybe you will.
But maybe I will. I know that's what I always say. No 4-interception games in 2020.
Okay.
We had You had some 4-turnover games.
Sure. Yeah, a lot of fumbles.
And really, this was a 5-interception game. But
let's not forget everybody's favorite. There were a couple of more would-be picks. There were a couple of more could-have-been picks, Guy. I know you love that one.
Turnover-worthy plays, JD, is what we call that.
We spend a lot of time at training camp in the summer, the two of us, and we're always trying to decipher the would-be interception.
Yeah, when I graded a lot of throws, and I graded every throw. No one on earth has ever done it, gone to a training camp and graded every throw for a month. Never been done in the history of mankind, and probably never will be done again. I don't plan on doing it again. Hopefully it's not necessary again.
Hopefully we don't. If that's necessary at a 49ers training camp next year, then something will have gone catastrophically wrong between now and February 11th.
That's very correct. I did it. You're right. I did it because there was a lot of interest in how guys looked in camp. And we had a quarterback. We had like a 3.5-way quarterback battle, right? Some people thought it was a 3-way battle. It was really a 2-way battle between Darnold and Lance. But as you know, Mike Silver's the guy that wrote it.
It was 3 for 2 spots is what it ended up being.
Yeah, exactly. It was 3 for 2 spots. And there was also Brock just coming back from the elbow, and he was getting days off, every third day, whatever it was. And so Darnold and Lance got all the time. Anyway, we were grading a lot of throws, and I leaned on JD a lot to help. Sometimes I didn't want to be. I wanted to make sure I was, I was accurate.
Tony has the answer. Our guy Tony has the answer. It was the first 4-interception game for the 49ers. This via the Chronicle. Since
people have written this. Okay.
Colin Kaepernick in 2015. Remember the Kaepernick game? It was basically the Kaepernick game in Arizona when Jim Tomsula was the coach, where everybody was like, oh man, like they got to make a switch off of Colin Kaepernick because he looked. And remember the Cardinals defenders after were basically, I think they were talking a bunch of mess about it. And I want to say maybe even the Niners did make a switch off of that game. The Jim Tomsula 49er era, I've kind of buried in terms of the memory bank.
They did not make a switch off that game.
They did not. Okay. All right. Well, again, yeah, that team was terrible.
But they fed Carlos Hyde. 8 times.
Yeah, so that was the last time, guy.
All right.
September
somebody else had already done the work.
Of 2015 via Eric Branch of the Chronicle, I believe.
Yeah, and you would agree, I think, then. I don't know, maybe you wouldn't agree. It felt different than some other 4-interception games I've watched. I'm not particularly worried about Brock Purdy, is where I'm at coming out of that game.
I'm not worried about Brock Purdy, but I am worried about the matchup. And it's not to say the 49ers can't win, but there are things that the Ravens do that I think give them a chance against the 49ers that other teams just are either don't do or incapable of doing, however you want to stat. I think it all starts with the line of scrimmage and the physicality. I think it also has to do with the middle of the field and being able to basically own the middle of the field, which the 49ers basically do against everybody that they face. And then I think the other part is the mobile quarterback, and it's the mobile quarterback in terms of escapability, to run for first downs, but the thing that Lamar Jackson did a ton was he was able to evade, get to a spot, and convert in the pass game. And that's where the 49ers, even when their defense is great, have shown themselves to be vulnerable. I mean, the Ravens didn't really rush it on the 49ers at the level that it seemed like they did in the game, going back and looking at the numbers and then watching it back. But there were key explosive, I call them backbreakers, that typically the mobile quarterback has had a greater level of success against the 49ers in having. So it's all of those things are why. And you can say, all right, JD, well, you know what? Who cares? Throw that out. They're only going to face each other in the Super Bowl. So let's worry about it that first week of February if it comes to that. But I would worry about Brock in that matchup. Did the Ravens do something that took away some of the windows that made, basically made him attempt some plays that he either doesn't attempt or is more accurately successful in attempting against other teams? And is that something that can be corrected by game plan or decision making or whatever it is? But week to week, it doesn't change how I think Brock Purdy will play against Washington or against the Rams or against whoever they end up facing in a playoff game, the Lions or whoever.
I think the main concern is just, can you protect? I mean, his first pick was very uncharacteristic Brock, right? The only other interception he's thrown that looked like his first interception was the interception he threw after the concussion in Minnesota. Would you agree with that?
Yes. Yes, that was what's going on there?
It was just unusual because he never doesn't see that guy, right? Kyle Hamilton makes the interception in the end zone on first down in the red zone, baby zone, as we like to call it on YouTube. So he throws the first pick. The second pick was deflected at the line of scrimmage. Fine, whatever. Third pick was the one you described earlier. Flags down, defensive free play.
Can't happen.
Throws a 50-50 ball over the middle, which is not unlike Brock, right? I think Brock not recognizing that Brock still making a play when the defense had a free play. That's unusual. Like, he's pretty heady. Purdy trying to throw back over the middle of the field for a 50-50 ball, that is in his DNA. Like, he's done it unsuccessfully this year, and he's done it successfully this year.
And Kyle Shanahan has gone in on him. In the media, yes, but also, I mean, can you imagine if Kyle will explain it the way he has to the media? What do you think the conversations were like in the quarterback room?
Well, yeah, exactly.
So it's
more
been
direct.
It's been discussed,
he threw a touchdown to McCaffrey that way earlier this year, right? So far we've got one uncharacteristic interception, one deflected ball over the middle. One deflected ball at the line. We've got one characteristic kinda interception, and then we've got the fourth interception where he got hit. My immediate reaction after the game was the two picks he threw that were bad, the end zone pick and the penalty pick. You could put in he doesn't throw a lot of picks, but half of the ones that he has thrown have been head scratching, and those two might be two of the worst, like, four that he's ever thrown. You know, he threw the second interception in the Browns game, or excuse me, the second interception in the Vikings game was back over the middle. But you could argue it was even Kyle after the game was not that mad about that one. Remember, it was a desperate situation, trying to make a play. Clock is running down. You're running out of time. He rolls, throws one back over the middle, gets picked, whatever, game's over, desperate spot. So I think that Ravens game, the 2 picks could have been 2 of his 3 worst interceptions, maybe the worst 2 worst picks, period, of the season, of his career. So, the question then is what you said. Was that a result of the Ravens having his number? Or was it a result of definitely that third one, kind of the way the game was going and you're trying to – one thing is clear. You get behind, and he has not had a lot of experience playing from behind with this team. You just fundamentally, you're going to try and do things you don't normally do. And does he have a propensity? We haven't seen enough to answer this question. Does he have a propensity when he's behind to take bad risks? I don't know. We haven't seen enough of it. I think he's a pretty smart player, and he plays pretty smart. So, I'm inclined to believe that he can ultimately, if we get him 20 games or whatever, career, play fine from behind. But my summary coming out of the game was, I don't think he's incapable of beating the Ravens. I don't think the Ravens found the secret key to beating Brock Purdy. I think they're a really good team. And I think the biggest concern that I would have if we fast forward to JD boots on the ground at Allegiant Stadium is
you got me excited.
Sorry, I'm
there.
just getting
no,
excited. I'm just thinking about
you
that
got
idea.
me excited. I was,
JD. I can see it now. Dickinson taking off his backpack and handing it through security as Greg Papa stands to the side trying to explain security. No, this pass should get me in here. But my biggest concern would be just protection. Protect him. I have very little doubt if you protect him, he's going to do the right thing.
Well, and that's where it gets a little bit iffy, at least for this week, short week. Do they have Trent Williams? Are they going to have the right tackle playing left tackle? Like their offensive line changes were like a Giants game in August. Like the right fielder moves to left, and the left fielder moved to second, and the second baseman moved to center field, and then third baseman's catching, and it felt like a Giants game in August as it went on, and it's just hard to follow, and I think not helpful to have your starting right guard who'd been benched now playing right tackle because your right tackle had to move to left tackle because your swing tackle was just as injured as your starting tackle. Future Hall of Famer.
Double switches are bad in football.
Double switches are really bad in football. All right, he's Guy Haberman. I'm John Dickinson. I want to get into what you had to say a little bit to open the program because you thought that the Niners were better off for just playing the game that they had to play on Monday night against the Ravens. We'll hear what Guy Haberman has to say about that, as it is JD and Haberman here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
I think he kind of adjusted how he played. Throughout the year on tape, he was kind of sitting in the pocket and going through his reads in the pocket. Tonight, I think he was looking for that escape lane quicker and then finding guys downfield, which was super impressive, that he could kind of change the way he played. And yeah, that's something we just have to do better on containing him, kind of similar to how we have this season with other mobile guys, just keeping him in there so he can't find those guys outside the pocket. Yeah.
Nick Bosa on Lamar Jackson saying Lamar made an adjustment based on what they had seen on the film. And look, finding the escape lane, whether it's to run or to throw, I mean, that's something that every quarterback is probably going to look to do if they're capable against the 49ers. Niners lose to the Ravens 33-19. It's John Dickinson and Guy Haberman here on the Sports Leader, in for Murph and Marcus on a Wednesday. We'll get into some Warriors between now and 10 o'clock, maybe sneak it in, as the Dubs had one of those good losses on Christmas. One of those losses that everybody's happy about, right? Take the defending champs down to the wire. Steph and Clay didn't play well. What's going on with Jonathan Kuminga? That dude has a... I wish, Guy, in my life as a broadcaster, maybe just my life as a human, I wish I could have as much confidence in myself that Jonathan Kuminga has in his self at this particular point of his career. That dude thinks he is prime real estate.
I thought you were going to say you wish you could have Marcus Thompson write a lead about you, like the one he wrote about Kuminga.
That was good.
It was good, and
describing the way he puts on his coat, and how smooth it is, and it really did set the tone for the quotes that came in the article.
Yes. Marcus is brilliant.
It's kind of my time.
He's brilliant, and the other thing about Marcus, and I think this goes Bay Area in general, but Marcus knows Jonathan Kuminga gets Warrior fans going, and his stuff always gets Warrior fans going for The Athletic, and obviously we love having him here on the Sports Leader. We hope to get him on between now and the end of the week, as we're going to be here today and tomorrow.
Is he hosting a show?
Friday.
Did I see that?
Yeah, he's hosting a show one day, which we can't have him that day. Maybe we can go on his show that day. But I think the other day, which is tomorrow, I think he's hosting a show Friday. But then we can, I think he's on Friday, and then so we're hoping to get him tomorrow.
So it's one of those where Tony has to say, "Hey, Marcus, I know you already came on another day, and you're doing your own thing the other day, but will you just get these guys off my back and do me a solid and come join Dickinson?"
Basically, that's what we're hoping.
And Marcus is like, what time?
No. Not 6, not 7.
I'm good.
Marcus will join us tomorrow at 9:40. Actually, I think we're on a little later tomorrow. Marcus will join us tomorrow at 10:30.
Marcus on a car phone. Marcus, welcome.
Yeah, welcome. You're on the Sports Leader. So no, it was a great piece. It really did capture the pulse of kind of what's going on with the Warriors right now, with the young versus old, with basically this team's success over the last couple of weeks being Steph, Clay, and the young players leading the way. And the Warriors are going to get some veterans that are going to come back. And where does that leave a guy like Kuminga, who didn't finish the game against the Nuggets? And part of the reason why was because Andrew Wiggins was actually playing number one, and playing well. So we will get into some Warriors conversation, and the Warriors off until Thursday night. And we'll have Dubs OT here on KNBR, the Sports Leader, following that one with yours truly. Should be a lot of fun. instant
reminded
reaction.
me of that 7-game stretch back in late 2012, JD.
Wow.
I just had a flashback. I think
Charles Jenkins was. I mean, that was.
No, it was the Jarrett Jack team.
Okay, that was 2013. 2012 was when they were actively tanking to keep their draft pick that turned into Harrison Barnes. That was.
Yeah, no, this was the 12. Yeah, the 12-13 season is what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, no. You said 2012, which made me think of 2012, the end of 20, like 11-12.
No, I'm talking about the actual calendar year, the end of 12.
Gotcha.
December of 12.
Yeah.
And they went on that long road trip. Do you remember that?
I do now, yes.
And it ended in South Florida.
Yes. That was the Floyd Mayweather game, right? With Jarrett Jack, right? When they won? Or was that later?
Well, they beat Miami.
Yeah, they beat Miami.
Yep.
And wasn't Floyd Mayweather at the game?
I don't remember that detail.
No, and I think he had a back and forth with Jarrett Jack.
Oh, is that right? I don't remember that.
I might be. I want to say he had a wager or something on the Warriors, and
that would make sense.
And that was
that was Bosh and LeBron and D Wade, and it was like that was a coming of age win, right? Then they lost in Orlando to end the trip. I think it ended the trip. No, it didn't actually. I'm looking now. They went to Atlanta, but that was the stretch. You're like, oh. Maybe this is about to. That's how I remember it. At least was like maybe this is about to be something more.
Your memory's really good, by the way. December 13.
Well, I was doing Warriors OT at that time.
December 13. Yeah, 2012.
That's why I remember it.
Floyd headline. This is a Deadspin headline. Floyd Mayweather bet $100,000 on the Warriors game last night, according to Jarrett Jack's post-game interview. So we got all parties involved.
Hey, you remember who made the game-winning shot? Does it say there?
It was Draymond Green, wasn't it?
It was Draymond. Yeah,
I think it was. Yeah, I can't. Did Jack hit? I can't remember who hit him, but it was Draymond who made the layup.
It was
Jack that threw the pass.
Yep.
Yeah, we're putting it together.
Yeah. So I just made me think of that when you said what you said about the Christmas game being a moral victory. For a team that'd been hot. And it was, I guess time will tell. We'll look back on that game one day. But it just made me think of that win in Miami. That was a real victory and a moral victory. It was an arrival of sorts for that team. Just over a decade. We just missed the anniversary.
We just missed the
10-year anniversary.
Yeah,
or I guess
it would have been 11. It would have been 11. Yeah, life comes at you fast.
Wow,
life comes at you fast. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. It's hour number 2. Here it's Murph and Marcus with John Dickinson and Guy Haberman in on the sports leader on a Wednesday. We do have Dwayne Kuiper coming up at 7:30. Looking forward to that. We will talk a little Giants with Dwayne, but we also want to talk some Niners with Dwayne. He is the ultimate in Bay Area sports fan. And so we want to get his take on Brock Purdy and the Niner game and just how he's feeling about them taking that tough loss. So that's coming up at 7:30. I also want to get back into, Guy, something that we were talking about briefly. You kind of teased it, mentioned it at the top of the show. We discussed it yesterday in our pre-show when I was, as you pointed out to the audience, in the hot tub. We did our little pre-show meeting, and I just sit in the hot tub and take calls and go over my notes
for
the following day, get a good soak. And so you had said, essentially, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, that the 49ers were better for having played the game against the Ravens. I was more... Wow, the Ravens showed that they're a really tough matchup against San Francisco. I would be worried. That was the simplistic, oversimplified theme for me was I'm not worried about the Niners the next 2 weeks or even in the NFC portion of the playoffs. But, man, I wouldn't want to see Baltimore again. You had a little different spin on that.
I'm gonna read you a quote, post-game quote. You tell me who said this, okay? Mm-hmm. Are these the shadows of the things that will be, or are they the shadows of the things that may only be? I'm going to answer because you're not going to get that.
Use check?
Close.
I know he's a friend of your program. He's a friend of your podcast.
And he is a well-read man, right?
And YouTube show. You're allowed to promote that, right?
Yeah, you can. That's Charles Dickens. That's Ebenezer Scrooge. When the ghost of Christmas yet to come takes him to his grave, and before he's dusted off, he's afraid, right? He's seen this old man die alone, and he thinks it's him. And the ghost of Christmas yet to come takes him to a graveyard at a church, and he just points a bony finger at a tombstone. And Ebenezer Scrooge is afraid to go dust off the tombstone because he knows it's his name on the tombstone. And he says that quote, answer me one question. Are these the shadows of the things that will be, or the shadows that may only be? In other words, can I change my future? And the Ravens game was the ghost of Christmas yet to come. Had it never been for the ghost of Christmas yet to come, Ebenezer Scrooge would not have changed his life and changed his future, and become a functioning member of society, a good person. And when given the choice to see what it might look like if you play the Baltimore Ravens in the Super Bowl, you can either hold your breath and wait until the Super Bowl, or you can play them and get your butt kicked and find out what Mike McDonald is going to do to Brock Purdy and figure out what it's going to take to beat the Baltimore Ravens. And I would take that 10 out of 10, especially if it doesn't cost you anything. It doesn't have to cost them the 1 seed. It doesn't have to cost them anything. Right? It doesn't have to. Here's the other thing. I don't think it costs them confidence. I don't think if they meet the Ravens in the Super Bowl, you're going to watch them pregame and go, I don't know. Debo doesn't seem to have his edge. Maybe the Ravens took their confidence. I don't know. Trent Williams doesn't seem to have his edge. Maybe the Ravens took their confidence. No chance. No. That's the only downside.
The Niners will come out with the boombox, and they'll be
fine.
It'll be fine.
It'll be fine. So the only potential downside, as I see it, to playing that game and losing it the way they did is you lose the 1 seed, and you lose your confidence. You get rattled. Well, they haven't lost the 1 seed, and I don't think if they were to replay the Ravens in the Super Bowl, they'll be playing a team that they don't think they can beat. And so unless you can come up with another thing, I don't see how it's, in the end, not a potential positive for them to get a look at Mike McDonald, to get a look at that defense, to play Lamar Jackson, right? We played some of the Nick Bosa. What did he say after the game? He said Lamar played that game a little differently than he'd been playing. And
he said, I need to get out of the pocket because that's how I can beat this. I'm not beating this team in the pocket.
Well, and their blitz is not getting to me, right?
Yes.
Send Jair Brown. Send him again. That's fine. Send him 2 times in a row. But for all those guys, I just think in the end, it's a positive to have experienced it. It's a positive that Brock Purdy, of all the – think about the teams vying for a championship right now. And I don't know whatever your list is. Maybe you got Buffalo in, maybe you don't. Maybe you got Miami in, maybe you don't.
Yeah, I've got. I mean, not to get off on a tangent, but I've got 3 in each conference right now that I think can win it. And
you got Dallas, Philly, and the Niners.
Yes,
and you got Miami, Baltimore, and Buffalo.
No, I have
Kansas City.
Kansas City. Yeah, Baltimore. I'm not. Yeah, it's Baltimore, Buffalo, and Kansas City. I do not have Miami in there. I probably shouldn't have Dallas in there either, but.
Well,
stranger things.
I mean, if something weird happens to the Niners, Dallas doesn't have to play them, whatever. And I'm with you on Miami. If Miami had home field, I would say they could get to the Super Bowl. Without home field, I don't think they can win the AFC. But the point is, of those 6 teams that you just named, Brock Purdy is by far the most inexperienced kind of main character, right? So to me, he's the one that benefits the most from playing that Ravens game. He's more inexperienced than anybody else the Niners have that's a main character, and he's less experienced than any of the Ravens' main characters. So, for all those reasons, I think it's better to play that game. Now, maybe you play Buffalo in the Super Bowl, and you go, we don't know what this is going to look like.
Josh Allen can do some of the same things Lamar can do, only really sling it.
You don't know. But the Ravens are a very unusual opponent for them. And, in the end, people came out of that game talking about Mike McDonald like he can do things that no other defensive coordinators figured out how to do. Well, and if that's the case, then it's a good thing you played him.
Well, and it also comes down to, do you trust, and this is the question, do you trust Kyle Shanahan to make those adjustments? And again, maybe it's maybe it's all right. That's silly. They may not even play each other. The Ravens have been a one-and-done team the last couple of years when they have been in the playoffs. They also haven't made the playoffs every one of these years, but Lamar's been one and done in a couple of playoff outings. And so, and the Niners have to go on and win, at least 4 games to even get to that point. But that was sort of just what I was left with was the Ravens do the types of things that give themselves a much better chance to hang with and beat the 49ers, to allow the 49ers to be a lesser version of themselves. But you need to put a little pressure on them to do that. And I think the Ravens do that. And so in some ways, the only way I would see a matchup between those two teams going differently in a dramatic way would be the Niners do keep Lamar in the pocket, and Lamar throws interceptions, and because he's not. I don't think Lamar Jackson can beat the 49ers from in the pocket, to be perfectly honest. And he didn't have to, and the Niners turned the ball over a bunch of times, so he was allowed to, I think, settle in and get comfortable, and then as the game went on, he played better. But I just think there's a uniqueness to the way Baltimore plays that's also a similarity to the style the 49ers want to play that makes them equipped to be able to basically put the 49ers in a position where they look like the bad Niners. Minnesota, Cleveland, even fully healthy or more fully healthy at the skill positions.
John Harbaugh. I mean, it's the so much has changed since Jim Harbaugh, but the fundamental DNA of the 49ers is the same. Somehow it survived in between, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like the Kyle Shanahan DNA is the Jim Harbaugh DNA.
It took a little break. It took a little break. With I think Tom Sula tried to do it, and then was Jay Feely, the kicker, and then Chip Kelly wanted no part of it. Chip Kelly wanted to do the opposite of all of that, and so there was a little two-year breather. But yeah, I think ultimately that's what the 49ers wanted to get back to.
And that's what John Harbaugh does. It's embedded in it's been in his culture longer than it's been in the Niners culture, right?
Yeah, 2008, I think, right? First year for him with them.
They are to me, like watching their guys talk after the game. Well,
they were all wound up. Like clearly, you can make the case that power rankings and MVP chatter and who's the best team? And like the Ravens were clearly sitting around for the week and probably even longer, looking at the Niners like, the hell these guys think they are. Right. Like they and we've seen the Niners do that. Like this was a matchup where the Niners, in many ways, the Ravens were laying in wait, looking at the Niners the way the Niners were looking at the Eagles, the way the Niners were looking at Dallas.
Yep, nailed it. I agree.
And they didn't.
They just feel similar.
Yeah, and then after the game, they're popping off about this, this and that. It was kind of their moment where they felt they had been disrespected and were going to come in and let everybody know, basically, that they were the best team.
I think they had been. Now, disrespect, have they been disrespected? I just think a lot of times.
No, but they conjured up, the whole everybody picked the Niners this week and everybody thinks the Niners are going to the Super Bowl and going to
which wasn't true.
Mop everybody. And it
wasn't true.
They conjured
right?
it up.
Yeah, but disrespect or respect is not just graded on, did you say a good thing or a bad thing? It's graded on, are you talking about me at all? Right. And if you turn on whatever these guys whatever's on in the building, right? What's on in the building when you walk into the building? It's Mad Dog Russo and Marcus Spears yelling at each other. But that's what's on television. That's what's on.
I just happened to look up. I just happened to look up, and the bottom of the screen was Lamar Jackson trips over ref in the end zone.
But my point is, when you turn those shows on, it's Cowboys, and it's been a lot of a ton of the Niners.
Been a lot of the Ravens.
It's not been a lot of the Ravens, and that's why they felt that way. Now
it's been a lot of what's wrong with the Chiefs. It's been a lot of
what's wrong. That's correct. Now, 4 of the 5 guys, or 5 of the 6, or 7 of the 8, however many were on the pregame on Monday night on ABC, picked the Ravens. Everybody basically picked the Ravens in that game. You knew Robert Griffin was going to pick the Ravens.
I didn't see that. That's interesting. I did not know that.
I think
and that's probably the one thing that those guys didn't see.
Well, that's my point. But it's not actually about what anybody says. It's just about, are you talking about me or not? Like, the Cowboys can never claim disrespect. Well, but they will. Whatever. I'm getting off track. The point is, I do think the Ravens, I think there was some validity to them feeling overlooked.
It's fair. 808.
And if you feel overlooked, the team to play is the Niners or the Eagles or the Cowboys or the Chiefs.
Well,
that's why finally we get to my Raiders, JD.
That we will not be talking about coming up next. Okay. I can guarantee that. But wow, hell of a win. By the way, Tony has added a guest to the program today, and no, it's not Marcus Thompson. Still working on Marcus for tomorrow. Kurt Warner, though. Kurt Warner is going to join us at 8:00.
Kurt, he put out like 2 books on Twitter last night or over the last couple of days.
Yeah.
And I thought it was really, I give him a lot of credit for, as you know, JD, if you put out like 6 paragraphs on X, you must have some free time or you're here for the engagement. And he went really in depth on the Niner game, like his thoughts on the Niner game. And so I'm looking forward to talking to him about it.
Yeah, that's coming up at 8:00. Dwayne Kuiper, 7:30. So all of that is straight ahead here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
San Rafael, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Rafael's sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Nick, the fact that you still have home field advantage in your control, how big of a factor is that in these last two games, just knowing that you have everything you want still in front of you?
It's huge. The bye week is such a big deal. They took away one bye week, they added a game, but the fact that they did that, the NFL, makes it tougher. It makes it tougher for teams that don't get the bye to keep everybody out there and play the best football they can in the playoffs. But it is what it is, and we're still in control. So on to the next.
On to the next for the 49ers. Nick Bosa, postgame there. Ravens beat the Niners 33-19. Talking about the importance of home field advantage and the first-round bye in particular. 49ers still can claim that if they can beat the Commanders in D.C. on New Year's Eve, coming up Sunday right here on the Sports Leader, and then beat the Rams in a game that still has not been determined, and I believe will not be determined when that game is until after the games are played this Sunday, if I remember correctly. That could be a Saturday game for the 49ers and the Rams. It could be a Sunday afternoon game as well, and it looks like the Rams are going to have a little something to be playing for as they currently sit among the teams that are in the NFC playoff and playoff picture. It's John Dickinson, Guy Haberman here on the Sports Leader, in for Murph and Marcus. Coming up in about 10 minutes, Dwayne Kuiper. Look forward to that. We also will be joined by Kurt Warner at 8 o'clock and Mike Silver at 9:15. Guy, you've had me now looking up at the TVs here in the studio, coming back from every break, and I'm just going to hit you with one just for fun. Was the loss to the Ravens a bad game or a bad sign for Brock Purdy?
Oh, that's a good one. What I'm looking up at is should the Pistons be this bad? And I'll tell you what it makes me think. Detroit has now lost how many games in a row?
27. NBA record as of yesterday.
I know you're aware of this, but Steve Kerr is on the last year of his contract, right?
That is true.
And Monty Williams is the coach of the Pistons. Is that correct?
Also true. First year for Monty Williams.
And Monty Williams has signed a 6-year, basically a 6-year, $70 million contract. Do I have that correct?
Yes, you do.
So what is Steve Kerr going to ask Joe Lacob for?
More than that.
A lot
in
more than
AAV,
that.
Maybe not in years, because Steve's been in the game for a while.
Yeah, it's like $13 million, which what's Steve making now? I mean, it's
probably
13,
10. I don't know. Over 10. At least 10.
But like if I'm Steve Kerr's agent, I go, let's see.
Yeah, 3 and 50? Sound about right? 345, 350?
Feels 345? Feels a little low.
Okay. Wow.
That feels a little low.
The devil's advocate.
Monty's making 13.
Devil's advocate guy can't develop young players.
Well, we'll see how the year plays out.
What about the next wave?
Yeah.
What about the second core?
If Monty's making 13, I don't think if I'm Steve's agent, I'm not coming at 50. Oh,
that's true.
$2 million more than Monty Williams will be good.
You're right about that. All right, 3 and 60 is what the agent's coming with, and then
I think it's at least 3 and 60.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how this year plays out.
Well, we will see. That's right. We will.
As you like to say, we're about to find out. We are about to find out. But yeah, so loss to the Ravens, bad game or bad sign? Because I remember it being a real bad sign for Colin Kaepernick in 2015 when he threw the 4 picks. It was a bad team, though. The Niners were a bad football team with Jim Tom Sewell as the head coach.
I have not completed this task, so I shouldn't have started this sentence, but I haven't gotten week 2 or week 3 done, but I've gotten every other game done. So far, using next-gen stats, my research tells me that Brock Purdy had more completions at 10 yards or more against the Baltimore Ravens than any other game this year. Does that sound like a guy that got figured out?
No. I don't think he got figured out. I just think he was put in positions to make mistakes, and he actually made them. Now, you could be put in positions to make mistakes and not make them, which I think is the reason for optimism. But look, I said this in the last segment, and I'll continue to say it. I don't think anything about Brock Purdy's game on Monday night changes how I feel about his ability to go into Washington and dominate, his ability to beat the Rams in Week 18, his ability to beat whoever the 49ers play in the NFC playoffs. But it does leave me with a little bit of pause and uneasiness, and maybe I'm just a victim of, as Tim Kawakami likes to say, what we last saw, right? Don't be a victim of not everything in the future is going to be the last thing we saw. Maybe I'm a little bit of a victim of that here, but I'm not filing it away as if it's nothing. If they wind up playing again. See, that's how paranoid I get. It's like, well, if that happens, I didn't like that situation.
I think that's the correct approach. What was the question you said you saw on the headline on TV?
It was,
how did they phrase it?
Was the loss to the Ravens a bad game or a bad sign for Brock Purdy?
So it was definitely a bad game. And we can't say definitively that it was not a bad sign, right?
No.
I think it's a fair question.
Nobody knows.
I think it's a fair question. I was thinking yesterday of actually on my YouTube show, JD.
Yeah.
I was thinking of just doing Judge Guy, where I just take all the takes. And I just judge as the authority on takes. Legit take or illegit take?
I like it. So would you have the robe and the gavel and everything also? I hope you would.
Yeah, sure. I will. We'll do that in post.
Let's get a costume.
But that's a legit take. I think it's a legit question. Bad sign. That's a legit question. Yeah. I think the answer is no, but I don't know that the answer is no. We don't know yet.
No, we don't. And I think that's, again, this thing is still set up for him to bounce back. Although Commanders, it's, again, I've heard this in the last 36 hours. Short week, cross-country flight, Commanders defense has been decent. I mean, it really hasn't. I mean, they fired Jack Del Rio. I mean, all those guys are getting fired. I mean, everybody's getting fired. Ron Rivera's getting fired. And I believe it's their last home game. So the place is going to be half empty seats and half 49er fans, right? It's going to be 25% Commanders fans. It's going to be 25% Niners fans, and then it's going to be 50% empty seats.
They host the Cowboys Week 18.
Oh, they host the Cowboys. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So it's not even their last home game. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. That to me, that's a game where you go in and, as I always like to say, if you need to win it 9-0, like they did in 2019, then win it 9-0. If you win it 45-10, then win it 45-10. But you got to win it.
If you win it 9-0, it better be 7 degrees and pouring rain.
You never know. I hadn't looked at the forecast yet, but you just go win. And it sounds like Trent Williams is going to be fine. We'll see if he's out. He's never out there on Wednesday anyway, so when everybody goes out to practice, it's going to be, Trent Williams isn't practicing. Well, Trent Williams really doesn't practice on Wednesday, so nothing to see there. So I'm going to take Trent at his word that he'll be ready to go. And because here's the thing, it really does all hinge on Trent Williams, right? If Trent Williams can play, then McKivitz is playing right tackle, and a lot, you got to worry about Banks. But if Feliciano's in it, if Trent Williams plays, I'm not fretting about the 49ers offensive line not having the ability to hold up in Washington. And then you see where you're at for Week 18 once you get to Week 18. So, yeah. Panic. There should be no panic, guy. for what the 49ers have in front of them Sunday, even if it is a tougher schedule draw than maybe they would want at this point in the season.
On a serious note, and I say this because I don't want it to be taken. This is not being snarky. Brock's had a stinger 2 weeks in a row, and I don't. Kyle said after the game, you were in there, I think, right? Kyle said after the game, no real concern. But we have seen Sam Darnold appear twice in the last 2 weeks, earlier than he would have otherwise appeared, right? I don't know if concern is the right word there, but I think it is something to be aware of. And that to me is, if you're asking like, what are the things that, because what we're talking about here is what matters against Washington. And you're saying the only thing that matters is winning, which is true. I mean, but health is number 2 or number 1. And I think that's something to be aware of, something to watch for, right? I mean, the first stinger he got came on a vicious hit. The second stinger he got did not.
And are you more prone to get them, one after the other? I think there's a conversation to be had there, and you never know. Maybe it pops up in a first quarter, and then you need to have Sam Darnold win you a game, which I think he should be able to win you the Washington game. That's why you got him. It was the ability to do that. So we'll continue that conversation coming up. We also are going to be joined by Kurt Warner at 8, but Dwayne Kuiper is what's coming up next right here. KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
morning, Bay Area.
Good morning. Good morning.
The sports leader welcomes you to KNBR's Power Hour. There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why we all mimic his call. Time for Murph and Marcus to catch up with Kipe.
Sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, let's go out to it. The UMA guest line. It's John Dickinson and Guy Haberman in for Murph and Marcus here on a Wednesday. The great Dwayne Kuiper joining us here on The Sports Leader. Kipe, thanks as always. Appreciate your time. I want to ask you this, just right off the top. We're kicking around. All right, we're a little far removed from the Niner loss to the Ravens. And, you know, sometimes you get far removed from it. It feels better, feels worse. I got to ask you, though, just about the Giants offseason to this point and the Dodgers and everything that's gone on. As you've separated from the latest moves, does it feel better or worse to you?
Actually, guys, I want to talk about the 49ers.
Perfect.
No.
Well, we're getting to that.
Well, no, look, I think what we heard, and the offseason's certainly not over with, but we heard at the end of the season is there's going to be a lot of changes and this team is going to look a lot different. And now, I mean, I guess we all should have expected that Ohtani was going to hold everything up. Nobody was going to sign a lot of people. Sonny Gray signed early, but that was about it. And then when Ohtani signed, well, we thought, well, now the dam is broken and here we go. But Yamamoto held it up. And then when Yamamoto signed, that's when I expected to see more guys start to fall in place. So I'm actually disappointed that there hasn't been more activity. Certainly I'm disappointed there hasn't been more activity with the Giants, but overall the activity hasn't been a lot except for one team. And they're really sick of that team. We haven't played a game yet, and I'm sick of them. So they're going to be good. And, you know, I think what Bob Melvin is going to do the very first day in camp is he's going to say, look, these are how many slots there are to get the postseason. We got to get one of those slots. If it's not winning the National League West and you got this powerful Dodger team and the D-backs went to the World, we got to get one of those slots. Mm-hmm. And that's just about the way I think he's going to look at it, and it's the way he's going to try to get his team to look at it. And I have no idea if I answered your question. So
I think you did. I think that's a good bet.
Yeah, I kind of went off on a rant there, but that's okay.
And we will get to the Niners.
Yeah, we are going to talk Niners.
You know what? Every once in a while, when I'm watching a game that you look forward to, God, it's only Wednesday. Geez, they play Monday. Then it's Thursday. And by the time you get to 5 o'clock on Sunday, you're about as revved up as you can be. And you just think everything's going to be perfect because they played perfect. And then as the game goes on, you can see that it's not going to be perfect. And then there's another interception, and it's really not going to be perfect. And then with 3 minutes left in the game, I decided that I didn't want to see John Harbaugh shake Kyle Shanahan's hand, so I turned it off. That was my only victory. And so, yeah, every once in a while you'll run into a game where it just disappoints the snot out of you, and it did me. But I can't wait to watch him play Sunday. So, I mean, that's the beauty of sports. Unless it's the last game of the season or, you know, the last game of the playoffs or Super Bowl or, you know, you always look forward to what's coming up next. And then the real beauty is if you're involved in a game that I get to be involved in where you do it every day. You don't have to wait a week. Or in a Warriors case, like I thought the Warriors should be playing tonight. But no, they're playing tomorrow. I want something on every night. I'm selfish. And that's the beauty of baseball, where you once you start, you're not going to stop for 6 months, and I'm used to that, and I like that. So
yeah.
Anyway, disappointed, but can't wait for Sunday.
Well, I'm with you, Kipe, on the give me the Warriors tonight. Give me the NFL tomorrow night. Give me the Warriors again Friday. Then you got college football Saturday. You got NFL Saturday, and then you're back to the Niner game already. It's that I'm with you on that 100%.
And then throw in any game that Dave Fleming's doing.
Right.
I mean, he's doing 3 bowl games this bowl season. So, other than the big ones, Alabama and Michigan, and I will sit down and take those really serious. All the other ones, if Dave's not doing it, then I'm not watching it. And it's just a sign of loyalty to Dave, basically, because he's really good.
I have a date for you, Kipe. I'm sure you've been asked about this, but since we started talking Niners, November 15th, 1981, you get traded to the Giants that day. And that same day, the Niners, with Joe Montana and Bill Walsh, lose for only the 3rd time that year to the Browns, to Cleveland.
Yep.
And, being that it's the off season for you, I imagine you don't immediately hop on a plane and end up in the Bay Area. But
well, where I was?
Where?
I was actually visiting a girlfriend in Reno. I was there a week. I was supposed to drive to San Francisco, go to the game, and then the head coach for the Browns was my neighbor. And he was a great guy, Sam Ritigliano. And he was going to let me fly home on the team plane. So what a plan. Girlfriend for a week, San Francisco, and then fly home. And I get a call on Friday morning that I've been traded. You talk about a kick in the shins. Because I just, a month before that, the guy who traded me, Phil Sagi, said, you're not going anywhere. You're just going to retire in India. And I was like, all right, yeah, I'm good with that. I would like that. And wham. So I get this phone call, and I'm literally numb. And I jumped on a plane to go home to Cleveland that night. So I was supposed to be at the game that you're talking about. And things just went sideways. But look, how awful I thought it was at the time that I had to go from Cleveland to San Francisco. God, how awful was that? Well, it turned out to be the best thing that ever happened to me, because I'm still here, had a great marriage here, raised 2 kids here, and it would take an awful. Well, I would never leave. And so anyway, you got me all wound up on my Reno to San Francisco story.
Yeah,
and I don't remember. So the Browns won that day.
The Browns. I mean, the Niners only lost 2 games all year, and the Browns beat them. Montana threw a couple of picks,
and that was their last loss, I think, of the year.
That was their last loss. They won the Super Bowl.
So then, did people say or write or tweet that something's wrong with Montana? Maybe that's the real Montana. Yeah.
Exposed. He got exposed that day.
Just everybody leave Brock Purdy alone. He's fine. Half of those passes were tipped.
Well, that's the question of the morning, Dwayne. That's the question of the morning. Bad game or bad sign for Brock Purdy?
Yeah, I mean, the first one, yeah, that was a bad one because they're going in, right? But after that, come on, you got tipped balls. Jeez. So, hey, if you play great like they have for so long, I guess if you watch and you deal with sports a lot, I mean, there's always going to be a bump in the road unless you're the Miami Dolphins when they went undefeated. So bumps in the road are sometimes good. So we'll see what happens.
But, Kite, my question for you is, so you show up at a time where this, that you became a Niners fan, I would imagine, pretty quickly. Were you hanging around those guys a lot?
I was not. I stayed a Browns fan for about 5 or 6 years after I got here. As a matter of fact, I mean, the technology now is you can probably watch any game you want from your home. Back then, you had to find a bar that had your team playing because they had a satellite dish. And there was a bar in Clayton, Browns Backers. And my kids were really little. And the only way my wife let me drive to Clayton to watch these Browns games was to take one of the kids with me. And they're like 4 or 5 years old. So you know what? You get crayons and coloring books and, no tablets then. And off we'd go to watch the Browns. When I became a Niner fan is when Brent Jones and 3 other families all became a carpool when our kids went to first grade. And I caught Brent at the end of his career. And I'm actually sitting at a Starbucks in Danville where it was a coffee shop back then. And this is where everybody met in the morning to take their kids off to school. And I've told Murph and Mac when Mac was around that sitting with Brent Jones on a Monday morning after a game, it was awful. He could hardly move. Forearms and elbows and everything just black and blue. And I felt so bad for him. And I kept thinking, God, my job to play baseball for a week is easy compared to what these guys go through. So I had the ultimate respect for any guy that takes the field, any position, because of what I saw what Brent Jones went through. And that's when I became a 49er fan. And now, when the 49ers play the Packers, because growing up a Packer fan, I'm the only one that cheers for the 49ers, like one of 20 family members. So, but it's been good for me lately. So anyway, there's another long-winded answer.
Dwayne Kuiper here on the Sports Leader. I want to ask
Starbucks.
Yeah, from Starbucks, enjoying a good cup here on a Wednesday. I do want to ask you just about the mentality of, all right, you get thumped, and talking about the 49ers, you get thumped, and this can happen. I think getting thumped the way the Niners did would probably be more like getting swept, maybe in a series against another team that you may see down the line. Is it easy to throw it away, or are you in the back of your mind thinking, oh, might see them again at some point? Because that's sort of where I was left with this. It doesn't really impact the next 2 weeks or even maybe the first playoff game, but I was left with, and I think a lot of Niner fans are kind of left with, well, I don't want to see that team again, just based on how it looked.
I completely would think the opposite. That's the team. If the Niners get to the Super Bowl, that's the team I want them to play. I mean, look, they embarrassed them. We got to get you back somehow. I mean, they're going to bounce back just fine. I'll tell you, literally in my history as a broadcaster with the Giants, the one game that I didn't think the Giants would bounce back from because it was such a horrible loss was Game 6 of the World Series in 2002 when they had a 4-run lead in the 7th inning. You guys remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Just walking through the clubhouse and getting on the bus and just the attitude of everybody, players, wives. Dusty was about the only one that was still bopping around saying, we're going to be fine. But I just didn't think the next day was going to end up very good, and it didn't. So, yeah, it can have an effect. But in football, it's different, right? You got the week to think about it. I mean, in that particular situation, I don't remember what day of the week it was, but say it was a Sunday night, they lost that horrible game, and bang, Sunday they got to try to win Game 7 of the World Series. Levon Hernandez gets in an argument with the umpire on the second pitch of the game. Great. That's just great. And they didn't bounce back. And So that was the one example of how one game can affect the next one.
Jerry Crawford was behind the plate that day. Angel Hernandez was at first.
Well, that ought to tell you all you need to know.
So my question about that day, Kipe, would be like when you were and you're right, it was a Saturday, Sunday. So it was Saturday at 5:02 and then Sunday at 5:02 p.m. When you were walking around,
Angel Stadium or whatever it was, yeah.
Edison Field. Did it feel different to you before? Like, it's one thing the night before to feel that. Did you feel it the next day also when you were walking around the field before the game?
Absolutely. I mean, look, it's easy to say, yeah, we can shake it off. And we're not talking about a regular season game. I mean, this was the backyard, right? 7th game of the World Series. This is it. There's no game tomorrow. And there was, look, all these guys are at every position was a veteran guy. And some may have had, World Series experience. I do know this. We were sitting with, the broadcasters are sitting with Gabe Kapler in his office. It happened to be in Anaheim in the 2002 World Series that came up in the conversation. And he's talking about how he's got to platoon a lot of positions. And so he looked at me and he said, do you remember the team that was on the field in 2002? I said, yeah. He said, well, rattle them off for me. I said, all right, Bonds in left, Lofton in center, Sanders in right, Bell, Aurelia, Kent, Snow, Benito, Santiago. And he looked at me and he dropped his pen. He's like, are you serious? I mean, not one of those guys was platooned. And they all played every day. So, yeah, it still breaks my heart that they lost that series. And every time I go into that ballpark in Anaheim, I just remember the spot that I sat and did the game with Joe Angel and Mike. And just remember how disappointed we were. I blame Dan Shulman. We happened to take a bathroom break at the same time. It was the top of the 7th inning, and he said, hey, look, congratulations. It was 5-1. He said, hey, congratulations. You guys deserve it, and I know it's been a long time for the organization. Yeah, like never. And I said, yeah, well, there's a little time yet to play. So I blame him.
And rightfully so. I mean, just how much more difficult was that just based on, sure, Game 6, and I mean, that's a huge part of it, the way that game was lost, but also the fact that, Dusty wasn't going to be coming back, and everybody kind of knew that at the time. And, Kent was there for 6 years with Snow and Bonds. Like that group, a good chunk of that group basically they were good every year, made the playoffs some years, didn't others, but it was kind of the last dance in a sense for a big part of that group.
Yeah, I think we all felt like there was a chance that if they won, not just if they won Game 7, if they won the World Series, that Dusty might be back. Might have been that Peter, felt like, well, we can't break this thing up now. But after the loss, I don't know if you guys remember, we as the traveling party and the team flew home the next morning, got off the plane, got into all the buses, I think there were 4 buses, and drove to the park where the Giants had opened up the park to anybody who wanted to come to acknowledge the team even though that they had lost. So here we go. We pull up to the park and we go through that door down the left field line where the cars are. And there's about 4,000 people there. And Mike and I, we had to speak. I think Dave wasn't there then. Anyway, 3 or 4 people spoke. Dusty did not. And so that was a clear sign to us that was the last time he was going to be standing on the field as a Giant. And it was really sad because, that was such a good team. It was such a fun team to watch. And, in the next year, you got Ray Durham at second, and David Bell isn't there. Kenny Lofton's not there. Reggie Sanders isn't there. I think Benito came back. Yeah, Benito played for Felipe. So, they still had a decent core, but it really wasn't the same. And yet they won 100 games, I think.
They did. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that was the Jose Cruz year.
It was the Jose Cruz year, and it was that Marlins series had to be as tormenting as any of the other playoff series losses that they'd had.
Yeah, when the tying run gets thrown out at home plate to end the game.
You were talking about going into Angel Stadium. What did you think going into the old Joe Robbie Stadium? They lost 4 playoff games there, and they were all either walk-off or the play where JT got thrown out at the plate.
And the team that beat them went on to win the World Series both times.
Right.
Well, the second Marlins team really was loaded with older guys that, like the Bobby Bonillas and the Sheffields. You go up and down Council. And it was a funky place, that Joe Robbie Stadium. Hank Greenwald once said with the colors, he said, "My goodness, this looks like a room at the Holiday Inn." And it was really weird. But look, odd things happen there. Look how odd things happened to the Indians in, what was it, 95, where they need to get 3 outs, and they're world champions for the first time. Well, I guess not the first time in a long time. And they couldn't do it. So I was not a fan of Joe Robbie Stadium. I actually am not, and I don't want to alienate anybody from another state, but I'm just not really a big fan of Florida baseball. They tried in Miami to put together a great team, and that kind of fell apart. But they're getting better, and Skip Schumacher did a really good job. So anyway, a rant about Joe Robbie Stadium. I never thought I'd have to do that, but thanks to you guys, there I went.
Well, we appreciate it. And the Niners didn't have they had let one slip away in that place. It's a lot different now, but against the Chiefs in that last Super Bowl. They won one there back in 95, but they lost obviously and won in 89 too, but lost the last one there. So Kipe, we appreciate the time as always, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Dwayne.
The great Dwayne Kuiper here on The Sports Leader. We'll pause here briefly, and then Kurt Warner's going to join us. So the heavy hitters keep coming. It's John Dickinson and Guy Haberman, KNBR 104.5 and 680, The Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
After watching the film yesterday, Kyle Shanahan was asked about the way the 49ers lost to the Ravens and said when you turn the ball over 5 times and have over 100 yards in penalties, that's usually what happens. That story and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
Daly City, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Daly City's sports leader.
Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Purdy shotgun throws, end zone, intercepted by Kyle Hamilton. Kittle, they are tight right. Quick throw out left, ball got tipped, intercepted. Taken right out of the air by Marlon Humphrey. The ball was tipped by the other corner, Brandon Stevens. First time in his career he's thrown 2 in the first half. Could have rolled to his right. A flag is down. Now being chased out left. Now going backwards. Another flag down. Purdy rolling right. Throwing back middle. Ball got tipped and intercepted by Kyle Hamilton. He looks right. He comes left. He throws. Intercepted by Patrick Queen. Darnold back. Throws end zone. Intercepted on the goal line. And Marcus Williams will end the game. The Niners have thrown their 5th interception tonight. So the Ravens will go to 12-3, drop the Niners to 11-4. The Niners' 6-game winning streak is over. The Niners led their 2nd home loss, both to AFC North teams. This division's for real.
Yeah, Ravens handle the Niners, as heard Monday night here on KNBR, the sports leader. Hour number 3, it's John Dickinson and Guy Haberman. We're in for Murph and Marcus here on a Wednesday. Let's get right back to the Yuma guest line, and this is a big one. Hall of Fame quarterback and Super Bowl champion Kurt Warner joins us here on the Sports Leader. And Kurt, you heard some of the lowlights from Monday night. What did you think of the Niners overall? I don't think anybody out here thought that was coming. And what did you make of Brock Purdy?
I think the biggest thing is, the Baltimore Ravens are a good football team. And so you tip your hat to them because you knew they were going to come in and play good football, and especially really good defense. That's what they do. And so they were the better football team, on Monday night. That's where it starts. I mean, beyond that, I think, San Francisco obviously has to play better, moving forward. I think, there were some unfortunate things that happened. I mean, so much of the game was based off of turnovers. Whether, Brock made that bad decision down in the red zone, on that early drive, maybe that changes the complexion of things. A couple other things, he gets the one tipped where he was making the right decision off of a corner blitz, and had a little adjustment. It would have been a great play had he avoided, the corner tipping the ball up and it being intercepted. And so, I think it's one of those games that when you have two good football teams, when one team turns the football over, that's usually what's going to happen. The other team takes advantage of it, and the other team gets a big win. I'm not sitting here panicking. Everybody wants to talk about Brock, and it wasn't a good game statistically when you throw 4 interceptions, right? No matter what happens, that's never going to bode well for your team. I still think he made a lot of really good throws in that game. I think we've seen that all year, even in the losses. Everybody wants to point to the losses and just look at touchdowns to interceptions, and I get it. I played the position. I understand why that's critical. But at the same time, you have to go play by play, game by game, and you have to look at a player and how they play. And I think Brock has played really, really well all year long. He's made some mistakes. Yes, he's made some mistakes. He's a young quarterback. He shouldn't even say that. Doesn't matter how young you are. We all make mistakes. We all have those games where we're not at our best, where things don't go in our favor. But I think Brock is a really good quarterback, and I think he's played really, really well all year long. He didn't play his best game in a critical moment against a really good team, and that's what's going to happen when you do that.
I loved reading your two tweets. You had one tweet, it looked like, and then the circumstances required a follow-up tweet yesterday, and you really went in depth on Brock and Lamar and kind of your impressions of that game and all the things coming out of it. And it's funny to look back and see, going through every game this year, Brock had more completions of 10 yards or more against the Ravens than he had in any other game, which maybe is a product and part of the score, but it's not like they were down 21 most of the game when he was in it. My question for you, Kurt, is about just what you think he was feeling, what it's like to be in that spot. Every time I looked at him and thought, man, he must be a little rattled right now after he had 3 picks and the Ravens extended their lead. The first play of the next drive, he steps up and hits Kittle over the middle, layers it over the linebacker. A really dangerous throw that he makes pretty consistently. And I thought, well, maybe he's not rattled. Maybe he's fine. Maybe it's not in his own head. And I'm sure it's hard to tell to a degree from the TV or even when you're on the field. But what was your impression just of what it looked to you like he was feeling? Did he get loose and fast? Did he get jittery? Those types of things that I guess you look for when a guy is throwing interceptions.
Yeah, I mean, I think the first thing is we always have to understand all of these guys. You know, Brock or anybody that plays, Lamar, anybody that plays in this league, we've all had those games where things don't go our direction and we throw interceptions. But we also all have this level of confidence that has gotten us here to say, I'm not going to let the last play affect the next play, or the last game affect the next game. And that's part of playing the position is that, okay, yep, I got to have a short memory. I made a bad decision on the last one. Well, I can't hesitate and then make another bad decision on the next one. I got to go rip it. And, I've said that numerous games in my career, it seemed like I had one game every year where I threw 4 or 5 interceptions in the game. And my approach was always, if I threw 3, I'm going to go down swinging, and I'm going to try to make every play from here, to get us a win. Oh, shoot, I threw number 4. Well, I got to make every play from this point. And so you just play with a level of confidence, believing in who you are and what you're capable of, regardless of whether the result on that last play was what you wanted it to be. And Brock's played a lot of football, and he's had some of these games, and he'll have more of these games. And the bottom line is you can't let it affect you. You can't all of a sudden get conservative or second-guess yourself. The best always come back and go, I'm going to go down. I'm going to believe this next play. I'm going to read the next play the way I would always read it, and I'm going to throw it like I would always throw it. And if it gets intercepted, I'm going to do that on the next play. And so, that to me was what I saw from Brock is that, yeah, it was bad. Or, you have a tip play. He didn't second-guess himself. He kept ripping the football and didn't always work out. That's part of the business, but that's what you want to see, at least me. I don't want to see a guy get conservative. I don't want to see a guy looking for checkdowns in a game like that, knowing checkdowns aren't going to win you that game. And I'm not playing for stats. I'm playing for wins, so you continue to attack. And if it leads to 4 or 5 interceptions, oh, well, and then you move beyond it and you go play your game the next week. So I thought that's what I saw from Brock, that he wasn't getting tentative. He wasn't playing scared because he had made some bad decisions or he had some things go against him. He's playing football, and that's exactly what I want to see from any quarterback.
Kurt Warner joining us here on KNBR, the sports leader. Kurt, how much do the 49ers and Brock Purdy specifically benefit from having seen the Ravens if they wind up meeting again? What is it better to have seen the challenges that defense can put on you?
Well, I mean, I think it can be if you can figure out the way to answer those problems. I'll go back to 2008. We played against the Philadelphia Eagles on Thanksgiving night, and they crushed us. We didn't play very well. They did some things against us that, we hadn't necessarily seen or we weren't prepared for. And so we left that game, and it was obviously a demoralizing game because, playing against another playoff team, and we got crushed. But I remember watching the film after that game and going, okay, if we play these guys again, I got a plan in my head on what we're going to do and how we're going to attack them now that I really understand what they're doing defensively. So we would ultimately end up playing them in the NFC Championship game. And we would beat them in the NFC Championship game to go to the Super Bowl that year. And a lot of it, I believe, went back to the time that we played them and understanding what they were trying to do against us and coming up with a counter plan or a plan to be able to attack it. And so I think that can be extremely valuable for a team. But you have to be able to answer those questions. I think the one thing with San Francisco that you always ask is that a lot of times I think they do what they do. Like, this is how we're built. This is what we do. This is what we're good at, and we're going to continue to do that. So it may not be a lot of adjustment, so to speak, offensively, and it may just be understanding how we're going to attack what the Ravens do. Or maybe Kyle and company come back and say, okay, we know what they did to us last time. We're going to adjust our plan, because that's what we did. We always had great flexibility to adjust our plan from week to week. And we went and adjusted our plan for that game, knowing they were probably going to come out and do some of those similar things because they gave us so much problem. So I think that's always the cat and mouse, the chess match of playing teams and then playing teams again. I could go back to 2001 when we played the Patriots. We played them in the regular season, and we put up like 400 yards passing against them, and they did something specific. So, we had to go into the Super Bowl when we played them that year and go, okay, are they going to do that same thing? Because we got to prepare for that in case they do. But knowing Bill Belichick, they're probably going to do some other things as well. So we got to be prepared for different things. So it's the beautiful part of our game is how you're going to play, what the chess match is going to be, the adjustments in game that you're going to make. But I think seeing a team one time, I think always helps to get a gauge on what they did well against you, so you can prepare for that, if you play them again.
One of the Ravens defenders said after the game, kind of matter-of-factly, Brock Purdy's a spot thrower, so we just had to know his spots and be disciplined and get to the spots that he was going to throw the ball to. Could you explain, what does that mean? And he made it sound very simple. Is it easy to do what they did? Is it repeatable to do what they did? Can the Niners adjust to that? Or, did they find something? Were they able to execute something that other teams just can't execute?
One more time. Repeat the beginning part of the question. What did they say?
He said basically Brock Purdy's a spot thrower, and so we had to know the spots and get to the spots.
Gotcha. I think there's always something to that. And I think it makes sense. Like when I watch San Francisco's pass game, I think they very much are built that way. That, when I play the game, I always play with a certain structure, meaning that I am always trying to isolate or put a defender in conflict when I design a pass play. And so when that happens, I'm trying to get one guy above him and one guy below him, or one guy inside of him, one guy outside of him. So we're trying to stretch that defender. The 49ers don't always do that in their pass game. Whether it's off a play action where they're trying to get a pull on a linebacker or whatever that may be. So they do more of, I think, what you're talking about, spot throwing, where there's only one guy in a particular area, and you already talked about it, the way Brock layers the ball up over the linebacker. You often realize there's not a guy underneath that linebacker that can pull him down so it makes the throw over the top easier. He's got to kind of just layer it and set it over the linebacker and make that kind of special throw. And so I do believe they have a lot more of that kind of spot throwing, or, hey, my guy's going to be here and this is my first read. Can I find a way to get the ball to him or not? And so, I think that makes sense to a degree. But, I think there's also layers to that too, is that there's a specific timing where if you want to hit your back foot and throw it, but there's also some freedom to go, okay, if it's not open in kind of that first window, you can hold it and maybe hit the second window around that defender. But, a lot of that plays out to what's the pressure like? Do you have the ability to wait for that second window? And the timing of the other elements around it. So I think it makes sense within what they do offensively that, hey, if we can be in the spot and kind of take away, that hit the back foot, get the ball out, we're always going to have a better opportunity to succeed, forcing Brock to move through his progressions, taking away that first read, which has been such a big part of, what Kyle designs and what they've been good at all year, that it's always going to make the game a little bit harder on your quarterback. And I think they did that.
Kurt, how do you rank the MVP vote for you right now? I mean, I know it changes every week, and that debate can be a little draining based on the fact that there are so few games in the season. But where do things stand for you after what Lamar did, how Purdy played, and then Christian McCaffrey, who played pretty well?
Yeah, I definitely thought Brock was the front runner, going in from a quarterback standpoint. And, I know as well as anybody, how you play at the end of the year has a huge effect on the MVP race. And so it's unfortunate that you can have your bad games early and play well late, and you're going to have a better shot at winning than playing great early and having a bad game late. So Brock probably fell out of that position. And if it's going to go to a quarterback, I think Lamar has, lent because of the way they've played as a team, maybe the front runner there. I think Dak has had a really good year too, although I think Brock's had the best overall year of all these guys, and would still probably be my front runner as a quarterback if you look at the totality of the season. But I just don't know if it'll play out like that because it was such a big game, a big moment. and he has the 4 interceptions, I think that's going to drop him. Dak has played really well also, but hasn't played great in key moments against good teams, so I don't know how much that affects him. Tyreek Hill is a guy that I've thrown out there because I just think, when you look around the league right now, teams are more afraid of Tyreek Hill than maybe anybody else on a football field, And so that, to me, if he breaks the record, I think because the quarterback play, hasn't been, out of this world. We haven't had a guy that, has set all these different records, that I think he should be in the mix if he can set the record, because it will also be in 16 games because he sat out a game. But I think my front runner would probably be Christian McCaffrey right now. I think he's had a phenomenal year. I think he's played well in every game. He's got the stats to back it up across the board. And so he would probably be my vote right now, if I had to, to pick at this point, because I just think he's had a really, really good year, and no quarterbacks have really separated themselves. But I think we all know it is a quarterback award. And I understand why it's a quarterback award. And so does it go again to the best quarterback, even though we haven't had one have, just a year where he's head and shoulders above everybody else, or a year where, he's doing some things that, that are rare in the league. And so that's kind of how I break it down right now. Again, we've got, 2 more games, and as we've seen, every week and every game matters. You got Lamar against Miami, who's another really, really good team. So if he has another really good performance and they win big against Miami, maybe that catapults him back up to the top of the list, because, who you play and when you play and how you play against them matters.
How about the Christian McCaffrey, Marshall Faulk comparison? Where are they the most similar to you? Is there a spot where they're different?
I think the similarity is just their flexibility, their versatility to be able to do so many different things and to move them around and use them in a multitude of ways and really create problems for a defense, and create benefits for you offensively. I would still say that I think Marshall is still a better pass catcher, in terms of running routes. That to me is what made him, the greatest player that I was ever around. But I think one of the greatest running backs to ever play was just, you could put him out there and he literally could run routes like a wide receiver. Christian is very, very good. Don't get me wrong. I'm not knocking Christian. He's very, very good. I just don't think he's quite as fluid out there as Marshall is. But he is so versatile, and he's so good, and he can run between the tackles, and he can make big plays, and he's really good out in space. I think there are so many similarities to him being that X factor for this football team, like Marshall was the X factor for us. He was the difference maker. We were built around what he could do and all the things that he could do, and I believe, San Francisco is very much built that way. Granted, they have Debo and CMC, both guys that are those X factors that can do so many different things, and that's what makes them so good, is they're positionless, kind of like Marshall was for us.
Kurt, thanks a lot for the time. We really appreciate it. Happy New Year to you, and enjoy these final couple of weeks.
Sounds great. Take care, guys.
All right, Kurt Warner, the legend, the Hall of Famer, the Super Bowl champion. Appreciate him joining us here on The Sports Leader. Good conversation.
American Underdog, that's his movie. Is there going to be a sequel? You don't usually have biographical sequels, but could you do a series and make Brock's American Underdog 2?
If there was any way to extend the story, I think the Brock Purdy story would probably be the way to do it, right?
I think it's the one. Kurt won. Kurt's been to Super Bowls, won Super Bowls, but he's a Hall of Famer.
He's got Hall of Famer, MVP, Super Bowl champion. So a couple of boxes still left to check for Brock before we get to that sequel. But who knows? Maybe
you don't have to get the MVP. The Super Bowl's enough if you're the last pick of the draft, I think.
But I think if you get the Super Bowl, you're probably more like, I'll say this. Let's say Lamar Jackson wins the MVP, but the 49ers win the Super Bowl. If the 49ers win the Super Bowl, I feel like Brock Purdy's more apt to be the MVP in future years because the fact that he's got the back pocket Super Bowl.
I think it's true.
All right. It's just, not a hot take, but something.
I think these things kind of work. Sometimes they work that way a year ahead. The year before Steph won the MVP, the year before, by the end of it, it was like, all right, he came in with the right amount of
and then he was even better the year after they won the first title. He was even better.
It helped that he kept getting better.
It
was unquestionably. But he wasn't like people questioned it,
No doubt. I mean, he was the MVP. They won the title, and then he made 400 threes, and they went 73-9, and he was unanimous. So he was still ascending at that point. All right, he's Guy Haberman. I'm John Dickinson, in for Murph and Marcus here on a Wednesday. Our thanks to Kurt Warner. Our thanks to Dwayne Kuiper as well. Mike Silver's going to join us in the 9 o'clock hour. 808 KNBR is the numbers. We'll open up the phone lines, and we now know, Guy, who the Washington Commanders starting quarterback is going to be on Sunday morning out here afternoon in D.C. We'll tell you who that is coming up next. Also, our cooler of content on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
49ers insider Matt Mayoko joined Rob Brooks and Dante Whitner on the afternoon show yesterday to break down how Sebastian Joseph Day will help make an impact on the Niners defensive line. You can hear that podcast and find more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, John Dickinson and Guy Haberman here until 10 o'clock on the Sports Leader. We'll get back into the 49ers conversation, but it is time for our cooler of content. Let's get this thing rolling here, and let's just start it off with Taylor Lewan. This is from Up and Adams, talking about Jack Jones taking the ball away from the Chiefs fan. This was pretty funny.
He Grinches it, gives him the ball, taketh away. That's not cool.
I kind of like it.
You like
I kind
it?
of do. I feel bad for
Why?
that kid. If I'm the Chiefs, I'm sending that kid a ball tomorrow. But it just, dude, we talk about it all the time. Like Chiefs and Raiders is a great rivalry, and so I love. Like that's the kind of stuff they're gonna play in the hype video on next year when they play on like a Saturday night before the game. They're like, look at this mother effer, dude, doing this kind of stuff to our fans, these little kids, blah, blah, blah. Like, that's the kind of stuff that I think amplifies it. Feel bad for the kid, but I kind of like the move. Kay.
Guy, where do you stand on that? I loved it personally.
Well, it's not what happened, though. It's not what happened.
All right, well, set it up.
Jack, well, I mean, it's
set
what
up your
looked
version.
like.
Set up your version of what, interpret it for us.
It's what looked like happened, right?
Okay.
But this is another classic case of a Raider getting a bad rap, getting hosed.
Okay.
You know, another upstanding citizen just trying to do the right thing, paying the price for somebody else's reputation. He tried to give the ball to the kid. An adult tried to intercept the pass, like they're the, what's his name, the guy who catches all the home run balls. And so he pulled it back to prevent the adult from getting the ball. Then the camera cuts away because they don't want you to see the Raider fan being the good guy or the Raider being the good guy. And the camera cuts away, and then he gives the ball to the kid after he has successfully fended off the evil Chiefs fan.
I'm watching it back right
now.
Another
classic case of the media covering up a good deed by a Raider. Misconstruing, misrepresenting, misinterpreting, and just missing the story, the real story.
Wow. Strong take from Guy Haberman.
I've just had enough, JD. Okay?
Give the Raiders their due.
Yes.
For being kind-hearted givers on the Christmas holiday. All right. You big fan of Drewski? The comedian Drewski? You in or you out on Drewski?
He's in that basketball commercial. I've seen him in a bunch of commercials lately.
Well, here's Drewski talking to the ref who tripped in the end zone. Here we go.
Hey, be real, man. How much you got on that parlay? How much you got on that? How much you got on that parlay? Hey, I know you got something on it.
Pretty funny.
Ref broke a little bit, too. He kind of laughed.
Which, anytime you can get a reaction, that's when you know. That's when you get a good one. That's when you get a good one there. So, yeah. Go ahead. You got another thought on that?
Not really, other than just bad spot for the ref.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes you just get caught.
You know, you don't want to be the story if you're the referee. There's no good world in which people know your name.
Although there are some there, I can think of some NBA officials that would love to be the story.
That's true.
They'd love to be able to tell you exactly why it's inadvertent. It's inadvertent. It doesn't matter. I'm allowed to be here.
Gene Steratore loved pulling out the index card against the Raiders, to the detriment of the Raiders. We've got a theme here. But, you know, I appreciate a good explanation. We need a good explanation. I can't believe we went as long as we went with no explanations for anything. It took forever for baseball to realize there's like 9 things going on. Maybe we should tell everybody what the heck just happened, right? And even those guys, they're not quite as good yet as the NFL refs. The NBA has taken it to another level with their official explanations, right? Those guys will lean in on the mic and but you know what? People laugh about it, but it's good. It's necessary. Let's communicate to everybody what's happening.
It's like everything
Baseball
else.
would be like the umpire would just point in 7 different directions, and then the game would start again. You're like, wait, what is he? A point, a pull, a this, a that. Here we go, everybody.
Well, they've tried to make it better.
They've made it better, but it's
MLB.
clear that the NBA and the NFL really emphasize presentation.
And I think the NBA guys that a lot of them do it really well now. Like I think some of the NBA guys are better at explaining it than the NFL guys. The NFL guys have more experience, obviously, in being on the mic as being the originals, the OGs, as far as getting their mic, their explanation mic time. So, all right. Short and sweet on this one. Mike McDaniel, the Dolphins head coach. To Dan Marino, some records are in jeopardy. Some Dan Marino records are in jeopardy. One of the all-time greats, the Hall of Famer. Mike McDaniel, he kept it short and sweet for Dan Marino. Bleep, in case you didn't make it out there, bleep your records, Dan.
We're coming for your record?
We're coming for it. We're coming for your record. What a wingnut that guy is.
I mean, it's kind of unfair, right? Like the era in which those records were set was just a different world. And if you're Marino, you're like, for real? These guys are breaking my records? Tyreek's the one breaking my records, right? Here's my question on the Dolphins, JD. If Tua, because you hear this all the time, if Brock Purdy had been drafted 5th, he'd be getting a lot of respect that he doesn't get because he was drafted last. And I think there is a fair amount of truth to it, but I don't think it's completely true. And I think to a degree, Tua is kind of the example. Now, Tua had made a really bad first impression on everybody. So this is not, I understand this is not apples to apples, Brock's career and Tua's career. But when you look at them statistically, like you can go through, we could pull up like 40 different categories of stats. I've done it. And Brock is going to be better in some key statistical spots, like completion percentage against pressure this year. But they're going to be really similar in a lot of statistical categories. And it's not to say I don't think Tua is as good as Brock. I think Brock Purdy's better. But I also think Tua gets pretty dismissed you could argue it's the team, it's the coach, it's all these things. Tua gets completely dismissed. And I'm not even arguing it's right or it's wrong, but this is a guy that was drafted 5th, and nobody really gives him any credit at all.
I think it's because of how his career started. I think that's...
I think it's how his career... I also think it's what his skills are. His skills are not size. His skills are not strength. His skills are not powerful arm. I think it's how it looks, how he looks. And I think that's part of it with Brock, too. If Justin Herbert was drafted 262nd, which would be crazy, but let's just say that he was, I think people would be much faster to go, you know what? This guy's got it.
It's the bias against the left-handed quarterback.
It's just when you throw hard, it's no... You scout single-A guys on YouTube, baseball players.
I try not to.
The guy that throws 98... people are going to buy it faster than the guy that tops out at 93.
Let's keep this rolling here.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
No. It's good. No, it's good. It's good conversation. I appreciate the two. I think Brock.
What's up next?
I agree with the Brock Purdy part of it. If Brock Purdy was a 3rd round pick, I think he probably would have been a runaway for the MVP before.
I don't know. I think it's more like I think he'd be more likely to be people would be faster to adapt if he was 6'4" and threw the ball like Herbert and was picked 262 than if he was a 3rd round pick looking like Brock.
Interesting. See, I think if he was a 2nd or a 3rd round pick, even it would be completely different the way he's viewed. I thought this was funny. I'm not sure if you saw with the Dodgers, when they signed Shohei Ohtani, and Ohtani's making the rounds, and then obviously Yamamoto joins him. But I think this was before Ohtani, or before Yamamoto had signed, but Ohtani went to the Rams game, right? And met McVay and met Matthew Stafford, and so Ohtani's just kind of chilling in the locker room at SoFi after the Rams game. This was I think the Thursday night game against the Saints, I guess. So Matthew Stafford. Here's what, and this has stood out to me about Ohtani in the past from being on the field when he's been on the field. And here's what Matthew Stafford had to say about Shohei.
I saw him in the locker room after the game. I saw him actually pregame down on the sideline. Big dude, and impressive guy. Obviously, I'm a baseball fan, and really an impressive guy, impressive player, and it's gonna be fun to watch.
Yeah, that was one of my biggest initial takeaways just from watching him on TV, but then seeing Shohei in person, it's like, damn,
big dude.
He looked like he fit in an NFL locker room. Honestly, he didn't necessarily look like he was comfortable with with everybody around him in that setting, with those guys hot off a big win, drunk on victory, basically. But he did look from a physical standpoint like, damn, like this guy's put together.
Yeah, I've only seen him once in person, and it was his debut. My buddy Brian Hawkins of Walnut Creek got tickets
at the Collie.
At the Collie row 1, which gave us free access to Coliseum hot dogs all day long. And
you're still alive.
I'm still alive. Well, I had built up a resistance. I'd eaten a lot of Coliseum hot dogs in my day, JD, as you know.
We both previous lives.
We did but that was the only time I've seen him in person. But I haven't been like up close. But I do remember being struck by how big he was. I was also struck in that video by he played for the Angels. He could have gone to any Rams game before.
Well, no, when you play for the Angels, you go to Charger games and nobody knows who the hell you are, right? You play for the Rams, it's like, all right, now you can go. Now we're going to show you off at SoFi with the Rams, the team that's got McVay and got Stafford and won a Super Bowl recently.
Those guys had Ohtani and Trout.
And did nothing with them.
Not a thing.
What's worse, doing nothing with those two or what's happened with the Giants since 2019?
Oh, doing nothing with those two? I mean, from the Giants franchise has won championships. These guys have Ohtani and Trout and played in 0 playoff games with the two of them, and Trout's played in 3 playoff games in his career.
And it was a quick 3 and out.
It was a 3 and out.
It was a 3 and out.
I mean, that's ridiculous.
It really is.
This is Mickey Mantle and Babe Ruth on the same team. Like if that's how they're talked about, right?
Without a doubt. And I mean, and one of the great
or Willie Mays
of all
Babe,
time,
or whatever.
I think you have to add a third player. It's like Mickey Mantle and what would you say? Mickey Mantle, Babe Ruth. It's Mickey Mantle, Babe Ruth, and like Roger Clemens in his prime.
Yeah. It's crazy. It's really remarkable.
No,
and I think Ohtani going to the Dodgers is going to be baseball. I hate to say this, but I don't want to say needed it, but I think it's such an easy. You need every sport. This is what football does so well. Has really easy storylines, and you need good guys and bad guys. And for a lot of people, the Dodgers are a good guy, and for a lot of people, the Dodgers are a bad guy. And it's going to be very simple. You're either rooting for them to win or you're rooting for them to lose. And if they win, you're going to say nobody's as good as us. And if they lose, you'll say nobody has ever failed this badly, right? Like that's
you'll say
exactly. So from that standpoint, I think it's actually you don't want everything in one place necessarily, but if you're trying to break through, you just need a team or two that everybody, your casual fan, right? Your I'm not watching baseball every night fan can attach to. And, like if the Dodgers have a 6-game losing streak, Nate Burleson on whatever show, Good Morning America or whatever, it's going to be a thing. Like the Dodgers have lost 7. That's going to be just like a news story. That's good for baseball.
Okay. All right. Let's get one more in here. I know a lot of Giants fans are just like, forget that. Like it's.
I know.
So it's like just not.
But what did Kipe say when he came on earlier? He's never hated them more.
Which is pretty.
That's saying something.
It is saying something, but it's also high. And I get it. I mean, they haven't won. I mean, they won in 2020 in the 60-game season. So as great as they've been, they really haven't won a legitimate championship. Now, nobody's going to take 2020 away, but 2020, I think, in baseball was a far greater farce than, say, the Lakers winning in the bubble after they had essentially played a full season, and Tampa Bay winning the Super Bowl in a year without stadium. I mean, that's like those were plausible outcomes. And the Dodgers basically have not been able to win other than that year so it almost makes you think that year was the secret sauce. That they haven't been able to do it in some of these other years, or any of them. All right, let's keep it rolling. Final one here. You love a good big dog guy. Love a good,
yeah.
Like,
give me a Newfie. Give me a Newfoundland.
Well, Josh Allen likes big dog. So let's hear Josh Allen as he's calling a bunch of people big dog.
Big dog. Love it. Just be you, man. Keep making great decisions. Big dog. Big dog. I can't wait to do this to everyone after the game. After the game, big dog. Big dog. Big dog. Where the big dog's at? Big dog. Big dog. Big dog. You're so strong. Big dog. Big dog. Big dog. Yeah.
I don't know. I like that one. I
love that. That's what a quarterback. You're supposed to be a leader, and you're supposed to be good. Good vibes when you walk in the room.
You're supposed to be Mr. Cool. And Josh Allen, I think, doesn't always make the right play, but Josh Allen exudes confidence, and I think that's confidence in himself, confidence in his team. Let's hear that one again. That actually made me smile. I want to hear that again. Made me smile.
Big dog. Love it. Just be you, man. Keep making great decisions. Big dog. Big dog. I can't wait to do this to everyone after the game. After the game, big dog. Big dog. Big dog. Where the big dog's at? Big dog. Big dog. You're so strong. Big dog. Big dog. Big dog.
Anytime you can get a grown-up to start anytime you can get a grown-up to start woofing,
yeah,
you're doing something right.
Reminds you of being at Bulldog Stadium, Fresno, California?
Doesn't remind me of that. It may remind you of that. I've never been to Bulldog Stadium in Fresno, California.
You're missing out.
Apparently. But yeah, big. I like a good big dog when you start getting into terms of endearment for your teammates. So yeah, that's again, anytime you can make a grown man woof, I'm a fan of it. So that's your cooler of content here on a Wednesday. Haberman and JD sitting in for Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Mike Silver is going to join us coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. He definitely gets a big dog. Yeah, Kurt, we've had a lot of big dog guests today.
Big dogs only.
Big dogs only.
That was a brand, wasn't it, in the 90s? Big dogs or something like that?
I'm not sure, but you do see when you go to Cleveland. I was in Cleveland covering the Niner game, and you see dog pound everywhere. I mean, everything is about the dogs. The dogs, dog pound. I mean, you'd think it was Georgia on a Saturday, 12:30.
How about Kipe being a San Francisco Giant and driving to Clayton to a Browns bar every Sunday?
Incredible.
For 5 years.
That's incredible.
The Niners were peaking they were a dynasty. And he's driving to a Browns bar with a kid.
It's a different world,
a coloring
man.
book.
It's a different world. Well, you got to take something. He didn't have an iPad.
No, it's so good.
Now would be the iPad, right? Assuming of course you can get the game on your iPad now, so you don't have to do that. But if you did have to go, now it would just be, all right, fire up the iPad while Daddy drinks a few and watches the Browns game at 10 o'clock on a Sunday. So yeah, no, great stuff from Kipe, great stuff from Kurt Warner and Mike Silver. Yeah, he will continue the big dog element of today's show. It's all straight ahead. John Dickinson, Guy Haberman, KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Big dog! Big dog! Dog!
Big dogs only.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
But I think my front runner would probably be Christian McCaffrey right now. I think he's had a phenomenal year. I think he's played well in every game. He's got the stats to back it up across the board. And so he would probably be my vote right now, if I had to pick at this point, because I just think he's had a really, really good year, and no quarterbacks have really separated themselves. But I think we all know it is a quarterback award. And I understand why it's a quarterback award. And so does it go again to the best quarterback, even though we haven't had one have, just a year where he's head and shoulders above everybody else, or a year where, he's doing some things that are rare in the league. And so that's kind of how I break it down right now. Again, we've got, 2 more games, and as we've seen, every week and every game matters.
It certainly does. That was Kurt Warner, who joined us here on KNBR at the top of the 8 o'clock hour. It's John Dickinson and Guy Haberman on the Sports Leader, in for Murph and Marcus. This holiday week, we'll be with you tomorrow and also on Friday, so looking forward to that. Is there a pathway now for Christian McCaffrey, Guy, to be the MVP? I think most people thinking Lamar did enough with the dominant Ravens win. All right, Purdy's out. Unless Lamar has a horrible game and Brock Purdy has a couple of really good games at the end and help the 49ers win. Or now is Christian McCaffrey the only Niner that can win the award, because he did put up good numbers against the Ravens, and then we'll see how it plays out.
Is he the only one that can win the award? I kind of think he is. I think it's pretty hard to throw 4 picks. I went back and looked the other day to the year 2000, because that's all I had the time for. And no MVP since 2000 has lost a game in December by more than 14 points. Now, Brock, it turns out, didn't lose that game by more than 4. I went back to that note when the Niners looked like they were going to lose by more than 14 points. They did not lose by more than 14 points.
They almost lost by 2.
No, they almost lost by
7. But yeah,
they also almost lost. It felt like by 50, but no, they almost lost by 7. Yeah. So I looked that stat up, or that's not a stat, but I looked that up after the Bills beat the Cowboys, because I thought, well, does this eliminate Dak? And based on that recent history, the answer is yes, right? MVPs don't get, quote unquote, blown out in December.
And then Dak lost again, so now Dak's really out.
Yeah, Dak's really out. I thought Dak actually, the play that he made in the red zone that looked like it set them up to win the game, it did set them up to win the game. I thought like that play alone might have brought him back into the MVP, just because of things all over the place. When you look at the betting odds right now, Lamar Jackson is by far and away the leader.
And it flipped during the game, like mid-game. It's
multiple
like, hey,
times it flipped during the game.
Everybody. Wow.
Multiple times it flipped during the game, which tells you how volatile it is. Lamar's got a chance this week because they play Miami to solidify his spot. Also got a chance because they play Miami to lose. So I think he is. I mean, the betting odds say he's the favorite. You asked the question, is McCaffrey more likely to win the award than Brock at this point? I think so. I think it's pretty hard for voter. I think it'd be hard for people to overcome that performance. Yeah, and I understand it. Even though, as Kurt said, he's still statistically, like, all the stats that made him an MVP candidate still make him an MVP candidate, right? You throw 4 picks on top of hardly any picks, you still have hardly any picks. What's his season total now? Do you have that?
I don't off the top of my head.
7, 9, whatever it is.
It's single digits.
It's a number that you 100% would have taken at the beginning of the year if I told you that's how many picks he'll throw, right?
No doubt. And I think the way I've sort of looked at it is the first 5 games of the year, I feel like Christian McCaffrey was worthy of the MVP the way that he had played. The 49ers
That's 11. Sorry to interrupt you, JD.
We're 5-0. Oh, I thought it was still single digit. Okay. All right. Well, that's a few more. So what's the total? What's the how many touchdowns?
29.
Okay. So he's still all right. What if he gets 35? What if he's 35-12, 36-12, a 3-1?
Yeah, I mean, that's MVP level this year. A lot of years, the MVP throws 40-plus touch. That's not going to happen this year.
No, not going to happen this year. I think it is Lamar's to lose now. I think it was Brock's to lose going into the game against the Ravens. I would have had McCaffrey at the top through the first 5 weeks. I think the Niners losing the 3 games in a row probably took McCaffrey out of the conversation, at least at the point in which they were 5-3. And then the 6-game winning streak was the Brock Purdy, not coming out party, but it was the Brock Purdy coming out party, I think, as far as the MVP goes. And then the Niners run that record all the way up to 11-3. And then you go back and you look at his overall season and you go, well, damn, the first 5 games were pretty damn good in addition to the 6-game winning streak. And then what everybody else is doing. So, yeah, I feel like at this point Brock is out. It's Lamar's to lose. But if Lamar loses it and Christian McCaffrey puts up a couple of big games and the Niners end up with the best overall record, does McCaffrey now have the shot that maybe nobody would have given him 2 days ago? And I think that's on the table now.
Yeah, maybe.
Slim,
maybe.
But on the table.
Ethan Strauss has been writing about it, and he's written some good stuff about it. I've texted with him a little bit about, like, his ultimate point is watching the way some of this stuff is played out kind of proves that running backs just can't be MVPs anymore. It's just the quarterback position has the sport has become so outsized in its emphasis on what the quarterback does that it almost should be impossible for a running back to win it. And I kind of agree with him. In the sense that, like, a quarterback, it's just, I mean, McCaffrey might be the best player in the league, period, right?
I think that's fair. Yeah. I think you could make that case.
And without Brock Purdy's 29-11, they're not a 1 seed,
No, they're definitely not. I mean, I've likened McCaffrey to Steph Curry, just based, as somebody that creates a lot of space for everybody else to be able to operate. Now, Debo does that too. So the Niners are unique in that they have 2 guys that basically can do similar things. And, of course, they're on the field at the same time. But I also go back to last season and the 49ers with Jimmy Garoppolo basically being a mess. And then Christian McCaffrey comes over and all of a sudden, even with Debo out of shape by his own admission and Garoppolo at quarterback, everything just kind of flips and clicks to where they can get on a big run. And then, of course, Brock takes over down the stretch. And McCaffrey enhanced it in a significant way last year, and then Purdy enhanced it even more. But I think it flipped immediately for the Niners when McCaffrey joined an offense that was even different, and you could say less talented with a heavier Debo and a Jimmy Garoppolo. But that doesn't help this year's award.
No, and award aside for a second, we haven't mentioned this, but since you mentioned Steph, you made me think about it. The game was already had unraveled for the Niners, and they set up that kind of like throwback screen to Christian where Brock looks right, or he looks left, then he looked right. The screen to McCaffrey to the left was not working. It was blown up. It was not going to work. There was nothing there. It was defended. The passing lane to McCaffrey was cut off. And I remember the play unfolding thinking, Brock, why are you still looking left? Purdy, why are you looking left? Give it up. Throw it away. Escape to the right. That play is not happening. And he, by stepping up, he kind of guided, and Christian saw it too. McCaffrey then steps up into that little tunnel that got created. And he steps up into it and he threads the needle. I mean, it was really like a pass that you would throw from like the elbow to the restricted area, right? Like down into that little window. And again, it's the kind of play you don't make, I don't think, if you're rattled. And I just keep going back to, the more I think about that game, the more Brock continuing to play his way. It was not going well for him. It was not a passing grade game. But he kept playing his way. I don't know that he shied away from any throw that he would have otherwise made. And I don't know what that is exactly, but it's something. And that play, I'd forgotten about it until you mentioned Steph, is another example of he looked rattled. Sometimes he did things that were off, but then he would do things that an unrattled quarterback does. I don't know. I think there were promising things. I've come away impressed with Purdy really consistently, even in games where it doesn't go well.
His confidence was not shaken. I will agree with that. I do think he was a little rattled. I think they're two different things. I do think he was rattled. That without I do think because there was a little bit of, is there another? Sometimes there'll be an interception, and then there'll be another interception, and then you start thinking, and we've all done. There's another one coming, and I thought after the second interception, it was like, oh, there's another one coming. So I do think he was rattled in that sense. But there's a difference between being rattled and losing your confidence. And I think you're right. I don't think he lost his confidence. And I think there are a couple of plays that show you flat out that he didn't lose his confidence, which is important as the 49ers head towards Sunday and the game against the Commanders, which now is a must win if they're going to be the 1 seed and get the first round bye. You're listening to KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. It's John Dickinson and Guy Haberman here on a Wednesday, in for Murph and Marcus. And we do now know, Guy, who the Commander starting quarterback is going to be on Sunday.
Heath Schuler.
Gus Frerotte. No, will not be Gus Frerotte. Jacoby Brissett.
Oh,
Jacoby Brissett is the Commanders' starting quarterback. Ron Rivera making that announcement just about an hour ago. Sam Howell is out. Jacoby Brissett in. It's raining outside in Virginia or wherever Maryland, wherever the D.C. at the Commanders facility. So the Commanders are in the bubble today. They're in the covered bubble with Jacoby Brissett preparing to be the starting
Not
quarterback.
supposed to rain on Sunday, per reports, but
yeah, you never know.
You never know.
So look, Jacoby Brissett.
Yeah, professional quarterback. Not mobile.
No.
Which is always good for this Niners defense. Not mobile. Howell throws picks. Just throws a lot of everything, which would have been fun for the Niners defense. But, if you're going to be immobile, then you have to be on point. Kirk Cousins, right? Kirk Cousins played one of the great games of the year because he's that guy. But Jacoby Brissett's not that guy. So,
yeah. And my whole thing is doesn't matter.
Deck chairs on the Titanic.
Doesn't matter. Yeah, exactly. Ron Rivera, you'll chuckle probably at this as I read the quote. Rivera, quote, "This is part of the growth. This is not an indictment on Sam." Talking about Sam Howell.
I mean, it's definitely an indictment on Sam. Like, when your season's over, if you think you might have the future of your team at quarterback, you just let it play out, right? Unless he's hurt.
Yeah, I don't know what I mean. Ron Rivera's done. I mean, Jack Del Rio's already done. Rivera's done. I mean, this is, and you can say, oh, they're going to fight. And this, to me, this is the game. Short week, cross country, none of it should matter. If Trent Williams can play, which it sounds like, I took him in the locker room on Monday night saying, I'm good, I'll be fine with the groin. I took that as he feels like in his career there's something maybe he's played with where it's felt similar, and he knows he can gut and grind through a game and be able to play. So if Trent Williams can play, even if he's a little less than 100, I think that allows everything else along the 49ers offensive line to be acceptable enough. With McKivitz at right tackle, they got to figure out Banks and potentially missing. However they have to do it with Feliciano, and maybe Burford's got to be more of an impact player now, at least in terms of getting snaps, if they're not going to have Banks. So to me, that there's no excuses. The Ravens game is what it was. Horrible performance, but it doesn't impact the goal. If the Niners could win the final two, and the Niners, to me, should win the final two, then we're talking about a team that's at least a favorite to get back to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, the question that what the Ravens game created was, what does Week 18 look like against the Rams? How do you have to play that game, right? If it were me and the 1 seed was sewn up, Trent wouldn't play, and that means Brock wouldn't play, and I wouldn't have been concerned that 2 weeks off is too much for Brock Purdy. Wouldn't have bothered me in the slightest.
I wouldn't have loved it, to be honest, but whatever.
Really?
It is.
You think it would have been rust?
I wouldn't have loved it, but
don't worry. McCaffrey still would have got 25 touches
in the Rams game. No,
I mean,
I don't like 2 weeks off.
What would you have done, JD? Played Brock 2 series? Played him a half in a meaningless Rams game?
I probably wouldn't have played him at all. Although Kyle Shanahan has tended to play guys, at least in the preseason. He likes to play guys a little bit. Yeah, this is a little different.
To me, it's fully Trent dependent in that situation that I'm describing.
Sure.
If Trent's not 100%, you give him 2 weeks off, and if he doesn't play, then Brock Purdy wouldn't have played. That would have been my.
Yeah, you want to get everything clinched as quickly as possible. As much as I wouldn't have loved it, I'm not navigating anything special around it. I'm not going to overthink it. I may not like it, but it's like, well, you know what? It's still a great problem to have. So we're gonna bench the guys and move on and have 2 weeks. I do think it's a little weird to basically go from what would be New Year's Eve to the January 2021 weekend without playing a game.
Michael Penix is about to do it. Saban and Harbaugh about to do it.
Because that's basically what it would be.
Sark is about to do it.
Because you're not playing week 8. You're not playing week 18. You're not playing that first week. So
it's just a bowl. It's like a bowl game for Brock. He's done that before. Take 2 weeks off and then go to Las Cruces, New Mexico. No, Albuquerque.
808 KNBR. You want to take a call here?
That's up to you, JD.
That's a no. We're going to take a call. Yeah. Philmo Mike on the Sports Leader. What's going on, Philmo?
Oh, man, living, working, chilling. I had to come and support my guy, JD. He definitely a real one. But with all due respect, Trent Williams, let's end the conversation. First of all, we need all our players. We need Debo, Christian McCaffrey. I hate when we need Jawan Jennings. We need everybody. I don't like when people be like, oh, well, because he's so good and he's so dynamic. No, we need everybody. Debo, Christian McCaffrey, stack them up. We need every good player. But the best player, we got a lot of characters on the Niners. Trent Williams is the best player in the Niners. Let's just stop talking about Christian, Debo, Brock Purdy. Without Trent Williams, we ain't going nowhere. And ultimately, I don't care about MVP. I want a Super Bowl. Feel me? Thanks. I want a Super Bowl. This team is way too good to not win a Super Bowl. All these trash-ass teams that have been winning before, come on, man. Niners got to win this year.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. See, Philmo Mike, always a good call. That's always a good call. And
That's your guy.
And you didn't want to take it. You didn't want to take him. I see you, Haberman.
Yeah, well, that was a good call. I kept it tight. I appreciate that. If the 49ers players voted for a team MVP, who do you think they'd vote for?
This year?
Yeah, I think they might.
Brock Purdy.
I think they might vote. They wouldn't vote for Trent?
I think he would get votes.
Would he have a shot to win? Let's say it's not the public never finds out. So there's no obligation, it'll look weird if the quarterback doesn't win it. Is there a chance that I'm just asking, is there a chance that Trent Williams would win that award, team MVP?
I think there's a chance Trent Williams would win it for this year. I think there's a chance Fred Warner would win it for this year. If you're just talking about internal in the locker room. And Warner's had some down games, but I think in particular in the 3-game losing streak, but I also think Warner's highs have maybe been as high as he's been at any point in his career. But there have been more lows, obviously mixed in, than maybe some other seasons. But no, if you were trying to come up with let's say a top 3 or a top 5, I think Purdy would be in there. I think McCaffrey would be in there. I think Trent Williams would be in there. I think Warner would be in there. I do.
Okay. I just think Trent might win it.
Okay.
I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm reacting to the call, which was he's the best player on the team.
Well, yeah, you could say he's the best player at his position. If you just start going position by position, he's the only bona fide future Hall of Famer, right? I guess McCaffrey you could say, but would anybody have called McCaffrey a bona fide Hall of Famer a year and a half ago? Probably not, right? No, actually.
People would have.
So
he was still a good player.
I mean, he's on that. I think he's on that track now. But I mean, Trent Williams is one of the greatest of all time at his position. So I don't think that's a crazy statement by you or Phil Mo.
But that's not the statement. His statement was he's the best player on the team. And I'm saying there might actually be guys on the team that agree with that. And it would not be crazy if they did.
Well, it's not crazy to say that. I mean, but maybe it's semantics. Maybe I'm getting lost in the weeds here. But yeah, if you wanted to say Trent Williams is the best player at his position compared to every player at their position, sure.
But that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm saying the best player on the team, the most valuable player to the team.
I don't know.
Could you make the case?
I think you could make the case. I don't think it would. He wouldn't get my number one vote. He would not get my number one vote. But
and I'm just
the
saying,
evidence is right there. They're 0-3 without him.
They did beat the Rams in week 17 in 2021 without him.
Yeah. They've won games without him over time. But if you want to just talk about this year specifically, the 3 games where he was injured and the 4th one that he didn't finish are the 4 losses. So, I mean, that's...
Debo was hurt in those games, those first 3 too.
Right, and McCaffrey had a rib, and he was playing through it, and I think that led to some fumbles. I think the Minnesota game for sure, when he got hit early in that game and was visibly he's visibly in pain on a hit, and then he fumbles. I mean, so I don't think McCaffrey was at 100 at that point. So, but yeah, I think you could make the case. 808 KNBR, the number. Mike Silver's going to join us next. We'll get his take on all of this stuff and what lies ahead for the final 2 weeks of the 49ers season. That's straight ahead here, KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Live and work and chill it.
Campbell, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Campbell's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
After Brock Purdy sustained his second stinger in 2 weeks, Kyle Shanahan said yesterday that he thinks Purdy will be fine and it won't have any lasting effects this week. That story and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
It was just a loss. You play a good team and you have 5 turnovers and you have all those penalties, makes it tough to win. Like how our guys fought at the end. Wish we could have scored on that last drive and getting that sack there. Thought it would have been great to attempt an onside kick with 3 timeouts and have a chance to go in and try to tie it up. But when you play a little sloppy with those turnovers and penalties and you're going against a good team, it makes it tough to win.
All right, Kyle Shanahan, Ravens beat the Niners 33-19. Back here on KNBR, the sports leader, it's John Dickinson and Guy Haberman in for Murph and Marcus. Let's go out to the UMA guest line once again. It's a pleasure to be joined by the great Mike Silver of the Chronicle.
The pride of Davis, California.
The pride of Davis, California. That's right. That always gets Haberman worked up. Anytime you can head down the 80 corridor, it gets.
Yeah, we got a lot of local flair for the people from the eastern part of the extended Bay Area going on right now. It's wild.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Mike, it's great to talk with you. As we have a lot here in various press boxes over the last month or so and beyond. Just kind of your general takeaway from Monday night. I mean, we were talking a little bit about it after. Like, I didn't see blowout loss coming, but is it nothing, or are there some concerns that the 49ers should have moving forward here?
I don't think it's nothing. The Ravens obviously are a legitimate team, and I think it was first and foremost a reminder that in the playoffs, it's not going to be one of these romps that people kind of started fantasizing about as the 49ers looked better and better. And, oh, yeah, no one's going to really be able to beat them if they're healthy. And you can't stop McCaffrey and Debo and Kittle all together. And there is a blueprint by which that happens, and it's usually the one the 49ers conceive going in where the game is played on their terms and they get ahead and are able to. But usually in the playoffs, you have to kind of move some very tight quarters and unexpected developments and possibly play from behind. And there's a kind of a kick in the butt, like, hey, have to win a game like this or 3 or 4, and nothing is handed to you. Adjust, figure it out.
Reading your article in the Chronicle, Mike, I thought one thing that was interesting was you wrote that the Ravens emphasized the Niners' lack of experience in coming from behind in the week leading up to the game. Practically, what did that mean for Baltimore?
Yeah, I just think it was the points of emphasis, or I know it was, from Harbaugh and his staff, just like, hey, these guys get a certain way, and when they get up on you, that's their comfort. But when you get up on them, that gets them out of their cone, and the game could be played on our terms. So even when it was guessing 49ers off the safety and the resulting field goal, the Ravens felt like, hey, we'll way to get control of this game, and when we do, let's make them adapt. And it's a fair talking point going in, right? There's a stat that they're 0-8 under Kyle Shanahan, counting playoffs, and you're down 8 or more going or in the fourth quarter at any point. And a lot don't win games where they're down 8 in the fourth quarter, but usually steal 1 or 2. There have been some cool comebacks. The end of the regular season in 21, elimination game, needed to win against the Rams. They did come from behind, down earlier in that game. They did set up a game-winning field goal against the Browns this year. They just happened to miss. So it's not impossible, but definitely, they go in with a plan and are built to thrive once they kind of get up on you and make you deal with them. So, Brock Purdy's only played, 20 games? That's going to be something that he is able to develop as time goes on, but this is a team built to win now. They probably shouldn't lose again and win a championship.
All right, Mike, hey, we're going to put you on hold real quick. We're having a little trouble with your connection, so we'll have the guys, Tony and Greg, in their pickup with Mike. We'll try and get a little better connection here on KNBR, the sports leader. But some good points. I want to get back to Mike, guy.
It's got to be everybody's emphasis, right? You get down, and the word front runner has such a negative, rightly so, as a negative connotation, right? What it means in the use that we usually use it is that you're not mentally tough. That's usually what that word means, right? It's like you're not mentally tough enough to fight back. I don't think that's what's going on here. When I use the word for the Niners, it just means that they are they play from ahead really well because they're so good at running the football, and they still throw the ball. It's not like they give up. They play well from ahead in part because they can still pick up first downs.
All right, let's get back to Mike Silver of the Chronicle here on The Sports Leader.
Glad I could bridge that gap.
Yeah, great. Appreciate that. Mike, thanks again for joining us for a second time here. What's your sense of just the 49ers' belief in Brock Purdy still, given, all right, one bad game, it was bound to happen eventually, some extenuating circumstances, the old, every interception has a story, kind of a thing to it, but he still threw 4 of them, and it was the worst game of his career from that standpoint. So just what's your sense for how the rest of the team is kind of viewing Brock moving forward?
Yeah, I don't think that's a thing. He's been so good and unflappable, good and bad. So he's had some big moments and hasn't seemed different or overly excited. He was the same after this one. I don't think that's a worry. But, I think in a collective way, it would be good for them to show Fred Warner talked earlier about them winning a grimy game and gutting one out. And I would say coming from behind is kind of a big deal. Now, maybe they'll be able to avoid that. I don't really think they're going to have to come from behind on Sunday on paper in Washington or in Landover, Maryland, but who knows? It might be the rare game where I don't see John like in between radio stints grinding away. But, I just, the Rams, they could have to, and then certainly the playoffs, you just don't know what's going to happen. So there's no wavering in the Brock Purdy faith, and most importantly from Kyle Shanahan. They know they've got a guy. I think he's just going to get better and better and better. That's all good. But, football's hard, and they're not the only good team, and the Ravens are good for a reason. They play the Dolphins on Sunday in a short week. That's going to be another really interesting game. The AFC's got some teams, and, though the 49ers were able to roll over Dallas and Philly earlier, nothing is handed to you. I think they're going to have to grind, and they're capable of it, but it starts now.
Mike, what's the feeling on Mike Macdonald, the defensive coordinator of the Ravens? It felt like coming out of the game, obviously they're number one scoring defense in the league, so it's not as if this is a news story, but it felt like coming out of the game, some of the story was that Mike Macdonald did things to Brock Purdy that nobody has really figured out a way to do, maybe Cleveland. And obviously Jim Schwartz has had Kyle Shanahan's numbers, so that was part of the story that week. But where is Mike Macdonald on the, kind of next coach up, head coach up hierarchy, you think?
Well, he's white, so probably a little higher than he otherwise would be, but he's also defense, so maybe not. And obviously, I say that with decades worth of frustration by inequity in the hiring process and sometimes the way that people get hot. But, you know, Wink Martindale was there and did an incredible job for years, a little bit different approach, highly aggressive with the blitzes and all that. He's still doing a great job in New York. He has not been able to get any traction, has had a few head coaching interviews, but has not gotten a job. So I think it's tougher defensively, but I didn't see that as scheme. Maybe they seemed really well prepared and the schemes were probably really good. I just think sometimes personnel is a thing, right? And they have corners who can play man really, really effectively. They have Lamar Jackson. I'm not sure what the scheme is for him. You know, there's so many little things about him that don't show up in fantasy stats or in the box score. So I think people who don't watch him all the time may not appreciate just the plays that got kept alive and some of the things he does that makes it really hard on a defense. But, those linebackers, right, Roquan Smith and Patrick Queen, that's like Warner Greenlaw, and the way they played that game, that was like peak Warner Greenlaw. That was just, that was elite. And obviously they have guys who were able on the front to take advantage of an offensive line that progressively got more injured, which is another worry, and which has always really been the worry with the 49ers. Will the Trent Williams of the world be there in those games that matter ultimately health-wise? So, I don't know that it was one of those games where the coaches are like, man, we just got punked, maybe. But I felt like that was players. And by the way, when you see Roquan Smith out there, like the quintessential perfect person for a Ravens team that's basically had that identity for a quarter century, and you look at the Chicago Bears and you look at why some organizations are good and others are dumb, here's a guy they drafted, developed, was an elite player, did everything the right way. It was his turn to get paid. They not only couldn't get it done, but just basically gave him to the Ravens. And now the Bears are once again going to be a big, big topic of conversation in March and April because they suck so much. They actually have the Panthers pick too, so that'll be even amplified more. But maybe they'll start over. Maybe they'll start over at quarterback. Meanwhile, the Roquan Smiths of the world just escape from their building and go on to make a huge impact in games that actually matter, unlike the actual draft telecast.
Mike, I want to ask you about the offensive line issues because it did get ugly fast. I mean, Trent Williams goes down. We were it sounded like a Giants game in August, right? A San Francisco Giants game. The right fielder's in left field. The center fielder's playing second base. The third baseman's going to catch. Like it just never good for an offensive line when, as Guy said, you're making a double switch basically in game. But what's your sense for just how they're going to be able to cobble it together? I know Trent Williams, he didn't talk to the group Monday night, but did make a point to say, I'll be fine. I'm good. They need him to be, right?
Yeah, I did talk to Trent at one of his 3 lockers, which may be an NFL record. I mean, Marino had 2. A lot of people have pulled off 2, but he's got 3. Chris Foerster's done such a good job of making lines that on paper don't look amazing, really, really functional. That goes all the way back to that crazy 2012 year in Washington with Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay, Mike McDaniel, so many others, Matt LaFleur, on Mike Shanahan's staff, where they had Trent Williams and like 4 guys from the Y on paper and did great things offensively. And so last year it looked a little shaky with new starters and Banks and Burford and Brendel, and Brendel ended up having, a fantastic season. They really got it done. So this year, you lose McGlinchey, and there was this weird kind of like, well, McGlinchey's such a good run blocker and he's so big, but Colton McKivitz will actually be a better pass protector. Okay, well, I would say based on body of work, that's not true. And McGlinchey wasn't perfect, but, McKivitz at right tackle has been a work in progress. He had to play some left tackle. That didn't go well either. And, you start moving guys around. If Banks can't go, if Williams can't go, all of a sudden you are looking very patchwork. They do have a quarterback who sees it quickly, gets rid of the football pretty quickly, and, has some pocket mobility. That's really a positive. You don't have a statue back there, but, it's not optimal either. So, keeping an eye on the offensive line. And really, arguably no team craves and needs that first-round bye more than the 49ers because of how hard they play, because of how many of their key players have so much wear on them over the years and over the season. They really need to close this out and win those two and enjoy that week and try to get whole.
Where are you at on the Rams, Mike? Threat in the NFC or just a solid team?
I liked them when the 49ers played them earlier. I was really pleasantly surprised. Stafford looks totally different in terms of throwing the football. His arm just looks better. Puka Nacua is real, and now you kind of have two Cooper Kupp-like guys, which is way better than one, right? Higbee's still good. They've changed the running game a little bit, and Kyron Williams is really an effective runner. And Raheem Morris, okay, talk about head coaching candidates. I don't want to hear Mike McDonald's name mentioned as a QC until Raheem Morris gets a second shot. Flashed a little bit as a very, very young coach in Tampa back in 2009, for those people who think football started yesterday. Ended up going to Washington on that great Shanahan staff. Kyle Shanahan switched him to receivers coach in Atlanta, so he's now been on both sides of the ball effectively and has just worked wonders as Sean McVay's defensive coordinator. Great leader. I just can't wait for him to get another opportunity. But I think I can name, other than Aaron Donald, probably two guys on that starting 11 that he's got out there, maybe three, and I get paid to do this. This is not the Jalen Ramsey, Leonard Floyd, star-studded version of the Rams defense that won the Super Bowl. This is a bunch of guys who don't have a lot of pedigree, but they're playing really, really well. So, I do think they're a threat. I think with a quarterback who's proven he can elevate, and with a really, really good coach who can scheme it up on both sides of the ball, I'm talking about with McVay and Raheem, they're not likely to win the NFC, but I think they could beat any team at any time.
Mike, great stuff. We appreciate the time. We'll blame the phone issue on one of our producers. This guy Greg's a real malcontent in here.
I blame it on the 530. I don't know what's going on with that, man.
Yeah, exactly.
See you at Woodstock's Pizza, Mike.
Something's going on here in this weird little enclave. I blame Haberman, but I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll get to the bottom of it.
All right, Mike. Enjoy Maryland and Virginia and D.C. I will not be seeing you, but I'll be there the rest of the way after that.
It's going to be weird to have you not showing up on No Sleep with more energy than anyone in the press box, but I'm going to try to carry that mantle for you.
Appreciate it. Mike, take care. Thanks.
Thanks, guys.
All right, Mike Silver joining us here on KNBR, the sports leader.
Skipping the trip, JD.
Yeah, just this one wasn't in the plan. In my previous life or this life. Sometimes they're in the plan, sometimes they're not. This one's not in the plan for New Year's. I didn't think it was going to be as meaningful a game as it ended up being. So, it happens. All right, thanks to Mike Silver. 808 KNBR, the number. We'll come back. We'll tie a bow on this one on a Wednesday. There's also another heavy hitter at the quarterback positions getting benched.
Flacco?
We'll see.
You said heavy hitter.
We'll see. 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The bottom line is you can't let it affect you. You can't all of a sudden get conservative or second guess yourself. The best always come back and go, I'm going to go down. I'm going to believe this next play. I'm going to read the next play the way I would always read it, and I'm going to throw it like I would always throw it. And if it gets intercepted, I'm going to do that on the next play. And so, that to me was what I saw from Brock, is that, yeah, it was bad. Or, you have a tip play. He didn't second guess himself. He kept ripping the football and didn't always work out. That's part of the business, but that's what you want to see, at least me. I don't want to see a guy get conservative. I don't want to see a guy looking for checkdowns in a game like that, knowing checkdowns aren't going to win you that game. And I'm not playing for stats. I'm playing for wins, so you continue to attack. And if it leads to 4 or 5 interceptions, oh, well, and then you move beyond it and you go play your game the next week. So I thought that's what I saw from Brock, that he wasn't getting tentative. He wasn't playing scared because he had made some bad decisions or he had some things go against him. He's playing football, and that's exactly what I want to see from any quarterback.
All right, Kurt Warner, earlier here on KNBR, the sports leader, John Dickinson, Guy Haberman in for Murph and Marcus on a Wednesday. We're going to be here for the remainder of the week, so looking forward to that. Guy, you're not going to quick kick on me? You're not going to do the old Randall Cunningham 3rd and 27?
Sticking it out, JD.
All right, well, appreciate it.
Out. Yep.
Kurt Warner, speaking to the confidence of Brock Purdy, I think you and I were both aligned in the belief that I thought he was maybe a little more rattled than you did, potentially, but I don't think it shook his confidence by any stretch, and I think Kurt Warner felt the same.
Yeah, I mean, we won't really, the answers that we won't really get until they play another legit. I mean, maybe we'll see in the Rams game. He might have to make some plays in that game. You have to play well this week. But, I thought coming out of the 3-game losing streak earlier in the year when they hit their bye, it turned out, I think, to be really valuable that they played Jacksonville that first game back, because it told us the things that they did were legitimate. When Brock was really good in that game, you'll remember they were really good. I mean, they blew out the Jags. And because it was the Jags, it told us, okay, they fixed some of the issues that they had to fix in that bye. That was Steve Wilkes' first game to the sideline, all that stuff, remember?
That's right. This was the Niners' first loss with Wilkes on the sideline.
That's right. Yeah, it's a good point. But had that been somebody else, had that been the Washington Commanders, we would have come out of that game still with questions. And I think here they are playing the Washington Commanders. If you have questions about the Niners coming out of the Ravens game, none of those questions are getting answered this week. The thing they got to do this week is just continue down the path of the 1 seed. That's more important than answering any of our theoretical questions about who they may or may not be. But I went back and looked. Kurt was talking about it. The year they lost in the Super Bowl, his second Super Bowl trip, he had a 2-week stretch where he threw 7 picks. So when he says like, hey, I threw 4 picks, I just kept throwing the ball, like he's not lying. Like I remember watching him, but the box scores back it up. He had those games, and they threw the ball a lot. You play long enough, you'll have those games.
No doubt. And Brock Purdy had one of those games on Monday night. And to me, it's just, you're right. You can't worry about February 11th in the Super Bowl or the NFC Championship game or anything like that. But the Niners do need to get the 1 seed. And I think that's the ultimate determining factor as to how big the Ravens' loss was, is how the 49ers react and play in these final 2 games, because I'm of the belief, and they should be wins. No disrespect to the Rams, who are a surprisingly good team that, as you've laid out, has a Super Bowl winning head coach and quarterback, which is the foundation to be able to basically win any game or win 9 or 10 games in any season. And so I do think they should be respected for that. But the Niners are the better team. And the Niners, at least in the regular season, have owned the Rams over the last 4 or 5 years. So that needs to be a game. It doesn't have to be pretty, but whether or not the Ravens game wound up being a tell of some sort is going to be, if the Niners lose one of these last 2 and end up a 2 seed or end up even a 3 seed, which is on the table. They could be 1, 2, or 3, depending on how things shake out and what happens with the Lions and what happens with the Eagles. Then I think we will trace it back to what happened in this game. Because the other part of the Ravens being so similar to the Niners that I was left with was just the Niners had guys injured, guys banged up. And how many times have we seen this season in particular where the Niners are laying it on a team and that team is piling up the injuries because they just physically couldn't hang? And I'm not saying the Niners couldn't hang, but they got beat up. And to the point where it takes a toll for future weeks and makes the Commanders game more difficult. And it may make the Rams game more difficult based on the way that everything had played out against the Ravens.
No doubt. You get credit for that. You get, Trent Williams got hurt chasing down an interception. A play that would never end. That I actually thought I thought he might have created a fumble.
I did too.
I was surprised how quickly
confirmed
they did they did the he
the
didn't even
ruling
run
on
to
the
monitor.
field has been confirmed.
He didn't even run to the monitor.
He didn't even have
How
to.
often do you see
it
that?
was it was like New York or whoever was like, nope, we looked at it. The whatever they're called, the overseer.
Command center?
Yeah. But they didn't even have to go look at it. It was just as simple as, we did it. Confirmed.
Honestly, we didn't. That review was so quick, we barely got any looks at the play.
Well, they put him up in the stadium. And
we saw three replays. I think 2 of the same angle on television.
Well, and it looked like a fumble. It looked like the ball was moving before he was down, and then the 49ers recovered it. And again, who knows what happens if that ends up being a little bit different, but it didn't. And I was sort of left on that play thinking, the Niners really don't deserve to get that ball back. I know Niner fans are probably screaming right now.
Funny? I mean, you're right, but you know what's funny about deserve is
I know you hate that word. That's a buzzword for you.
Well, Dan Haberman always hated that word, so I hate that word. I was taught to hate that word. But that when you win games you don't deserve to win, that's just called gritty.
And the Niners wish they were better at it this year.
Yeah, but
at least.
You know what? That play happened. They couldn't run the ball in on the goal line on first down, second down with McCaffrey. The clock ran, all that stuff. What happened, and the result matched what the 4 quarters looked like. So it was fine. I'm not complaining about that. But back to your point, when the game's physical, when you have to strain, when you have to play longer, when you got to run all over the place, these are plays that you get hurt on. And you're right. That's what the Niners usually do to other people.
You want to do we need to, Greg, or do we not need to? Do we need to pause here briefly or not? Or can I go to? Yeah. Okay. All right. We'll come back.
You haven't told me yet the big name quarterback that got.
And I will. Do you want me to tell you now, or you want to wait?
Whatever you want.
Russell Wilson. Let's tell you now.
No.
Russell Wilson. We'll get it. We'll give you the details on the benching of the Broncos quarterback coming up here. KNBR 104.5 and 680 the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I mean, it's the NFL. You know, we have some opportunities coming up, and we still got 2 games left in the regular season before we get in the playoffs. And so for me, trying to look at the big picture of what we're trying to do, what our team goals are. But at the same time, man, I have to look myself in the mirror and ask myself why or how that happened and why I made those decisions. And so our team came ready to play. And, you know, for me to make some decisions like that, it pains me, you know, and it's not fair to these guys. So I have to realize that and understand that, and I have to get better for my team.
All right, Brock Purdy saying everything you want to hear your quarterback say after a loss and after a career worst game with the 4 interceptions. Back here, final segment. John Dickinson, Guy Haberman in for Murph and Marcus here on The Sports Leader. Time for the face-off as well. Pleasure to be joined by the great Rod Brooks.
Pleasure to be here.
Rod, good to be with you, my man. And welcome back. I know you were on yesterday with Dante Whitner. Good stuff. And Fitz and Brooks coming up.
Riding again, baby.
Riding again. You did not hear me incorrectly. That is what is coming up here in about 3 minutes.
Wow. One last shot for the people. Yeah, man, it's going to be a whole heck of a lot of fun. Whole lot of fun. A lot of reminiscing to do and a lot of stuff to talk about right now in terms of, you know, what's up with the Niners. And, you know, I said this yesterday, and I get the sense that we all have the same idea. Wasn't pretty, but let it go. It's a wrap, all right? Baltimore's really, really good at what they do. And the Niners are really, really good at what they do. To dwell on it, to linger it, to say that, well, you know, Baltimore, they just showed the league how to beat them. Stop all that. Everybody, just chill. Just chill.
Well, and I think that's, Guy, we were talking earlier about just the fact that we get 24, 36, eventually 48 hours removed from it, and then sometimes it looks better, sometimes it looks worse. I thought it actually looked better when I removed myself for it and fast forwarded through the DVR. It didn't look as bad as it seemed in person at Levi's sitting up high.
33-19 is just bad, though, right? I mean, bad is bad. And while I agree with you, the 4 interceptions, I think the biggest story, you know, I really do. I think a rematch would be an incredible storyline, specifically because part of the story would be what will, if anything, the 49ers change? Will they adjust? Do they need to adjust? Will you just chalk up to, it wasn't as bad as it looked? 2 of those interceptions were batted balls. One of them was, you know, kind of a weird play. Don't worry, we'll just run it back and it'll be fine. Because that's a dangerous place to be too, right? Not thinking you have to change or adjust anything. So I don't know. I would love to see that game again. And as I said, I think the Niners will be better for having played it once. It's rare that you get that chance. And for Brock, I think it'd be a good experience to not face that defense blind, basically. But, you know, we also have to acknowledge it. Just nobody beats them like that. Nobody beats them like that. So there might be something to it.
No other team is qualified to do that except for Baltimore. You know, but my joke has always been, and there's some truth to this, that the only way, the only linebacker duo that can stymie a Kyle Shanahan offense, well, those linebackers are on his team, and Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner. But you know what? There's 2 other guys who can do it, and it's these only other 2. And we saw it on Monday night. Patrick Queen and now I'm blanking on his name, Roquan Smith, along with Kyle Hamilton.
Yeah.
Like, no one else in the league has that. You know, credit to Cleveland for what they did, but that's a different defense. than what Baltimore brings. But Baltimore has the ability, they have the players to stop what the Niners tried to live on and have been living on, which are those in-breaking routes across the middle of the field. When you take that away with what they have and you can apply pressure to the quarterback, as Baltimore did, that's your recipe for disaster. That's when it starts to go. That's when things start to speed up for Purdy, and that's when, I don't want to say the panic set in, but that's where the uh-oh.
Yeah.
Now I have to make something happen, and when you try to make something happen, you end up on a scramble, throwing the ball back across your body, across into the middle of the field.
Where are you on the whole, do you want him again if you're the Niners versus, I don't know.
Hey, if it's got to be like that, it's got to be like that. I don't want to see him again. I don't want to see him again.
That was kind of where I was left with it. It's like, all right, it doesn't impact the next couple weeks.
Right.
Get right back on the horse.
Right.
Do your thing. Get the 1 seed, all of that. But I'm thinking come that first week of February, if it does happen, I'm a little more concerned than I would have been otherwise.
If it's got to go down that way, fine. But to say, no, we want to see him again, let's see him again, nah, forget that.
What do you guys got coming up? Obviously, the Fitz and Brooks reunion show here for the next 4 hours, but let everybody know.
We're just going to have some fun with some old friends. Our good friend Rod Gilmore, ESPN college football analyst, he will join us, and Matt Kolsky, former producer of this show, will find out what laws he's broken and what he's up to right now.
Quite a few.
And David Dusek, Golf Week senior writer, a guy we used to just love having on back in the day. I mean, we rarely talked golf. It was basically just a chance for David and Bob to insult each other. So we're going to do that, do some reminiscing, obviously take some phone calls, and just have a whole hell of a lot of fun.
All right, so 808 KNBR, Fitz and Brooks, that's coming up right here on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Where's Big Dog's at?
Big dog! Big dog! Dog!
Big dogs only.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. 680. The sports leader. Sports leader.
Yes, indeed. It feels good. It is my extreme pleasure to welcome in my brother. Let's do it again one more time for the people. He is Bob Fitzgerald.
What's up, homeboy? How are you?
Yes, that's what I needed. That's what I needed. I couldn't be better, my brother. I could not be better.
Let me just tell people, just from an advice standpoint, change your phone number every once in a while. That's all I'm going to say, because I got people that I love to death that are part of my family. They're texting me, come back and hang out with me one day on the radio. Like, what? Like, I got a couple days off from Warrior TV. I got to spend 4 hours doing a Connor Bedard penalty kill with you for 4 hours? I mean, I want to be treated like a hostile witness during the whole show.
But let's understand that this is what the people want.
Yeah, well, the people need to know this is one time and one time only. Don't have any idiots on the internet writing that we're coming back and doing a show and stuff. I'd left when I left, why I left, and left perfectly, love everybody, not mad at nobody. Was at KNBR from 1991 to 2019. Did everything I ever wanted to do in radio. Love you to death. You're my family, which is why you need me to do anything. I'm here for you. But I am not doing another radio show ever again. People need to know that. So that'll be a public disclaimer each and every hour.
Yeah, nobody's going to listen to that. No one has time to hear that.
Hey, we do need to talk about something reasonably ugly, just to put stuff out on the table. The reason that Rod asked me to do a radio show and hang out with him was I wanted his offensive coordinator from LSU. And he said, you can have Mike Denbrock back at Notre Dame, but only if you come do the radio.
Kick it with me. Exactly.
Yeah. So I appreciate that for the #1 scoring collegiate offense with the Heisman Trophy winners.
4 minutes into the show, and already we're polishing the Golden Dome. And by the way, that's not a metaphor.
Is this on the air yet?
Yes, it's
I thought
absolutely on the air. Yes.
Oh, damn.
4 minutes into the show, we are staying hilariously on brand. We already have our first, and I'm positive it won't be the last, Notre Dame mention. See, it's just like riding a bike.
Here's the thing that we did that people have copied for years. And now, like, when you see it come to fruition, you're like, wait a minute, we did this first. NIL, nobody is looking. We were paying guys NIL for years at Fitz and Brooks University. Yeah, nobody is looking. Here's some cash. Like
$100 handshakes, baby.
I mean, we had that forever. Now everybody's talking about NIL. Like, we did nobody is looking payments for years at Fitz and Brooks University. Now, we paid people with their own tuition a lot. I mean, we admit that.
Oh, yeah. It was a scam for sure.
It was. I mean, tradition never graduates, and neither do you as long as the tuition payments keep coming. So, we had that going on. You would not believe how many people I run into just that are either graduates of Fitz and Brooks University, taking extension courses, all that kind of stuff. So, people wanted to know where the physical location was. That's what started to scare me.
We don't want to get sappy here, especially 5 minutes into the show. But it's so cool to run into people. And, we haven't done this in a long, long time. It's so cool to run into people who say, I'm a graduate of Fitz and Brooks University.
Absolutely.
Because it was just a silly thing that we did, but it fostered this sense of community. It was in line with what we did here on KNBR. We were being silly, but we brought people in and we had that community, and people loved being a part of that community. And still, to this day, even before the news got out that we were going to get together and do the show today, but for people to come up and just say, oh, man, I loved you guys on the radio. I went to Fitz and Brooks University. It made me feel good because I knew that we did what we wanted to do, which was have fun and bring people into this show and give them a sense of ownership of it, if you will.
Yeah, well, I think that, the whole thing about any of the talk radio stuff, and got a lot of people in the Bay that do it at a high level, is that sports is not, nuclear physics. People think, hey, they should have started Trey Lance, or, hey, they found Purdy and he did this or he did that. That everybody's opinion on that is valid because it's only sports. Mm-hmm. Now, you may know less than somebody or less than us because, you're with the Niners all the time, and obviously I'm with the Warriors and do the Niners preseason. I just did the Chiefs, Raiders, NFL, and, some of the national stuff for that. And, we're lucky enough to have access, so maybe we get a little bit more information. Right. But in the grand scheme of things, this is sports. So if someone says, I think Brandon Pajemski, was a great pick at 19, and someone says, nah, he's going to flame out, or no, he reminds me of Manu Ginobili. Like, that's what sports are about, and that's why it's fun. That's why when people do the, you can't compare eras, Michael Jordan. Yes, you can. It's sports. Like, yes, you can.
Do anything you want. And
yeah,
necessarily make it right.
What would Wilt do today? What would Hakeem Olajuwon do today? What would Steph Curry have done back in the 1950s? Like, that's what's fun about sports. Like, there's no right or wrong or some tablet that you can't say this or can't say that. The only thing that I think has happened in the last, 5-6 years, I think it's unfortunate, is that, any team, there's a winner and a loser, right, in every sporting event. Now, it's okay to be beaten. You're swimming against Michael Phelps. You do your very best. He beats you by 100th of a second. You trained for 4 years. You get the silver medal. You did great. You did your personal best, but Michael Phelps was better. You were beaten. But nobody likes to lose. Losing is like the Niners, unfortunately, like 4 turnovers with the picks, or losing when the Warriors commit 22 turnovers. Like, losing stinks, okay? So that's no fun. When your team loses, you don't like that. If they're beaten by a better team, you can live with that. But then what people turn the losing into is, fire this guy and trade this guy, and this guy sucks, and I love this guy a week ago, but now he's awful. And, man, like, we got a lot of negativity already in the world. Please don't let sports be the one area where it's all negative.
The week-by-week proclamations, or the game-by-game proclamations, where, it's just these highs and these lows, these massive swings. It's like, relax, calm down. And that, going back to what we've talked about with the Niners, it wasn't pretty by any stretch of the imagination. You saw some things that were troubling But this idea that, you know what, that's it. It's a wrap. It's over. And specifically talking about Brock Purdy. Your favorite quarterback has thrown 4 interceptions. Yeah, that guy's thrown 4 interceptions. Joe Montana threw
4 picks.
Yep, that guy's thrown 4 interceptions. Whoever your favorite quarterback is, he's thrown 4 interceptions and probably has done it in multiple games. It happens. But this idea that all of a sudden Brock Purdy has been figured out and he's, his Cinderella ride is over. I read someone called him, his football's Linsanity, and his Linsanity ride is over. Like, let's slow a roll here. Let's not have one game, which wasn't good, discount what he's done literally from the jump. That game last year against Miami in an emergency situation. Like, let's calm down. Let's roll.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing about it is, like, let's say we were doing a talk show in Baltimore. When they lost to Indianapolis 22-19, or they lost to Pittsburgh 17-10, or they lost to Cleveland 33-31, were the Ravens terrible? Like, were they, oh my God, Lamar Jackson, let's bench him. John Harbaugh's an idiot. Like, no, they lost an NFL game. When you play 17 weeks, you're going to lose a game once in a while. Here's the thing that you know very well, being around football forever. There's only X amount of come-to-Jesus games in an NFL season.
Yeah.
Because the whole idea is to get through the regular season to get in the tournament. The best way to get in the tournament is to have home field advantage, and particularly with the 7 teams now, is to have the bye week.
Right.
The Niners are in perfect position to that because me, you, and 9 of our friends could beat the Commanders. So, so they'll lay that one up this weekend, and then you got the Rams. Okay, fine. But what were the 2 come-to-Jesus games the Niners played this year? The Cowboy game and at Philly.
Right.
Okay? And they door-slammed both those teams. I went to the Cowboy game. I was like, oh, okay, Micah Parsons. Like, all right, you got a good face full of the 49ers right there. And then the Eagle game, I mean, that was the Niners like,
that was personal.
Yeah, if we'd had a quarterback when it mattered,
right.
Let's see how that would have worked out. Now, what do you think Baltimore's come-to-Jesus game was?
It was the Niners.
It was the Niner game. Exactly right. Like, oh, man, we got to fly cross-country on Christmas. I'm not with my kid getting the G.I. Joe with the Kung Fu grip. I'm in this, hotel motel, and yeah, I got to play the Niners, so all you're focused on is football. Like, you got none of your family pulling at you or none of that stuff. That was Baltimore's come-to-Jesus game. And you said something in the face-off that's perfect. Kyle Shanahan's offense requires crossing routes. Those are timing routes. Those are throwing to a spot routes. If the linebackers can tip balls, or you got safeties like Kyle Hamilton that can read coverages, and you make a mistake, they are a very good defense, and they can make you pay.
And you can get pressure with that front.
Correct, that you don't have to send extra bodies to do that.
Right.
So, to me, that's credit Baltimore. But, and I think it was John or Guy that said it perfectly too, good thing you saw it. Good thing that this wasn't in Vegas in February. Like, great. Got a little test run, and, Kyle's got, 4 quarters of film to look at. That I'll trust Kyle Shanahan to figure that out. And then Purdy, he got a little cocky on that first drive because, he was rolling, and then, he made a mistake in the end zone. But now that hey, Baltimore, their linebackers are no joke. They have a good secondary. They can bring the heat pass rush-wise. You adjust. Maybe when they're bringing pressure, these are use check release valve passes. Maybe use McCaffrey in a different way. But the Niner offense is built on timing routes that cross over the middle. That's a very dangerous thing to do when you're throwing just to a spot if you got bodies there, depending on the defense that they're playing. So, I think they will be fine. I think it sucks, again, to lose because you had 4 turnovers. But this whole, they're done and Purdy's out. No, they can still be the 1 seed, have the bye, and do everything you ever want to accomplish in a regular season. It's right in front of them. Commanders, Rams, and you've got a bye week, and you have home field all the way through. They will be fine.
Can you imagine how many people were freaking out right now?
I think people just
who just flipped on their radios and they hear your voice.
They went space and time continuing. That pompous ass is back on the radio talking to Rod. We don't need that guy again.
Can you imagine
I can see that right now.
How many people we are freaking the hell out right now? Wait a minute. What are these 2 guys doing on KNBR again? What happened? I thought they were dead and buried. It's just a one-off, people. It's going to be a good one. Rod Brooks, Bob Fitzgerald. We're going to take it old school. We'll keep it current as well. We got a lot to talk about, a lot of fun.
We taking phone calls? Like, people are going to call in and talk to us?
Man, 808 KNBR is the number.
Let's talk to the peoples.
And even Slappy Mike Holler is running the board.
What?
Yeah, man. I know.
Mike Holler still has a job?
Not only does Mike Holler have a job, Mike Holler has a title.
I get to talk on the air now.
Assistant Program Director.
First of all, when Rod told me Mike Holler was doing this show, I said, when did he get out? Because I thought all those restraining orders and other things lasted a lot longer, but I know that COVID changed a lot of the laws. So, Mike, I'm glad you're out. You're rehabilitated. Where's the money you owe me? That's what I want to know.
I may have a title, but I still don't have any money.
Well, no, I was going to say something, but I'm not. 808 KNBR is the number. Fitz and Brooks, one day only, just like the Blues Brothers. One night
Everything
only.
must go. 50%
Everything must
off.
go.
One day only.
KNBR, the sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Kurt Warner joined JD and Haberman this morning to discuss how Brock Purdy can shake his 4-interception game. That podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Fitz and Brooks.
Zaza, how are you today?
I'm good, guys. I missed you.
Bob Fitzgerald and Rod Brooks on KNBR 680. And you can always listen online at knbr.com.
You're not having a stroke. You're not having an out-of-body experience. You have not traveled back in time.
Or maybe you have.
And do not adjust your radio. It is Fitz and Brooks on KNBR, the sports leader.
One day only. Everything must go.
Just filling in, baby.
Lost our license.
And I am stealing office supplies as we speak.
Now, we want to get real. KNBR should hire you back.
Well, that's
out
of my control.
Anybody with managerial experience. You seen Rod Brooks on television? Is there a more handsome man on TV? I mean, if I put you and Clint Azabuki together, my screen would blow up.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. I look good on TV, bro. I bring it, brother. And here's the deal. First off, I have a massive ego. Secondly, standing next to Dante Whitner, I got to bring it. But I can't dress like Dante, right? Because that looks silly. I would feel completely silly.
You're the only dude
I can't do that.
That needed the camera to add 10 pounds. So it works perfect for you.
So next to Dante, who's got his own style that absolutely works for him, I can't be standing there looking like a schlub. So, baby, I got to bring it.
I love Dante. I mean, been lucky enough to do the Niner preseason games with Dante and Keena Turner, and I look forward to that. It's so much fun you learn so much about football. This is one. I think you and I chatted about this before, but this is where, KNBR fans and just Niner fans and Bay Area fans should appreciate this. Tim Ryan is so good at his job because when I was at training camp the year before, he's like, Fitz, watch Nate Sudfeld and watch Trey Lance and watch Brock Purdy. Yep. And this is before the Niners had re-signed Garoppolo. I'm like, T-Rock, what are you talking about? Because, just watch. So, my untrained eye, I know a little bit about football. I've been doing it for a while, but not like Tim Ryan. And I was like, you know what? How come Purdy is winning all these reps? Why is he accurate and not afraid to rip it? And why is Fred Warner and Trent Williams talking about how much kind of moxie Brock Purdy has and stuff? So you call the preseason games, and I'm like, man, Brock Purdy's probably better than Nate Sudfeld. And to be fair, even though I liked Trey Lance as a kid, Brock Purdy's running the offense better than Trey Lance. Yep. But it was Tim Ryan that first tipped me off to, man, Brock Purdy could be something. So, getting Garoppolo back, kind of on a game-by-game basis, that was a good re-signing. He got hurt. Trey Lance got hurt. And then Purdy's, shoved in, and people are like, oh, then I said, let's see Brock Purdy play for a little bit. And it was Tim Ryan, I think. Now I saw him at Iowa State. His last college game, oddly enough, was against Notre Dame in a bowl game. I saw him play 3 or 4 times because, remember, Rod, Iowa State used to always cover against Oklahoma and Kansas State when they were good. And,
right.
And Matt Campbell was a really good coach. And it was like, oh, man, Purdy started all 4 years. And if you want to do a through line for quarterbacks, and this would be for Montana and Brady and others.
Let the people know, because this right here, this is the one metric where when it comes to evaluating quarterbacks, it is universally agreed upon that this is the one where if the numbers are right, you're cooking with gas in terms of the guy you're picking.
College starts.
College starts. More starts you have, the better chance you have of getting a guy that is more polished, more ready to go, ready to hit the ground running. Now, it's not everything.
Right.
But it's experience, but also, hey, man, if they keep running you out there,
right,
in the high 30s.
Yep.
In the low 40s. What was Brock Purdy? 41, maybe?
41 college starts.
41 college starts. That means that you have been trusted over the course of 4 years in that program. You've been trusted with the most important job on that team, on that field. College starts will tell you a lot about a guy's development and whether he's ready to make that big adjustment from college to the pros.
Yeah, and I think, too, is – Where did he have those college starts?
Mm-hmm.
Is that when the Niners drafted Mike Upati, when you're out of a small school, okay, you better be a stud. Walter Payton out of Jackson State, Jerry Rice out of Mississippi Valley State. Like, okay, you can have the anomalies, but give me Tom Brady, who started all those games at Michigan. You know, Brock Purdy playing in the Big 12, he had been to Oklahoma. He had seen Oklahoma State. He had played against Iowa. Like, 70,000, 80,000 people in a stadium when you're doing it as a freshman, sophomore, junior, senior, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. And so they get into like a Mitch Trubisky. Man, he's 6'4", and he's 220, and he's got arm strength of the Niners back in the day, Jim Druckenmiller. That doesn't matter. Drew Brees, Phillip Rivers, Brock Purdy, guys that can process, that have had thousands of reps. The arm strength, you want a little mobility or escapability, but you're seeing Justin Fields should be great one day and terrible on the next play. And so it's not just always athleticism and running, but how much college football did you play? Or in Kurt Warner's case, how much arena football did you play?
Right. How much experience do you have?
Exactly.
That's all it boils down to.
It's not a position that you can just jump into. Like O-line translates easy. Running back translates easy. Wide receiver translates easy. But quarterback, there's a reason, and I always do this if you're hanging out at a bar, say, all right, give me your 3 best quarterbacks. And let's just say, you could have lots of good arguments and fun ones, but let's say you said Johnny Unitas, Joe Montana, and Tom Brady. Unitas was a free agent waived by the Pittsburgh Steelers. Montana was 3rd round, and Brady was 6th round. And they're the 3 greatest of all time? So then I'll throw Achilles Smith and Jamarcus Russell and a few other busts in the 1st round. It's the most inexact position to draft. So getting a 7th rounder who's your starter and leading arguably the best team in the NFL, I mean, this is a win 6 ways, every single day for the 49ers.
And this 7th rounder didn't have his first bad game until a couple of nights ago against the team that might be the best in the AFC and definitely has a Super Bowl caliber roster on both sides of the ball.
Right. What's funny is, everybody's watching NFL every week. Mahomes this year has a terrible wide receiving group. Yeah. Like just guys that are not Tyreek Hill. And so when I watched, they beat the Raiders in Vegas. I was calling that game with Doug Plank. And I'm like, Mahomes is amazing still. But their wideouts are not what they were when the Chiefs were winning Super Bowls. And so now.
Even last year.
Right. No, for sure. And so you realize even the great ones, and that's why, and this is a credit to John Lynch, when you've got Ayuk and you've got Debo and you've got McCaffrey and you have Kittle, the weaponry, I mean, Purdy just needs to be John Stockton and just keep distributing the ball, and I think he's kind of built for that. So I love the Niners this year. I love where they're at. I'm excited about where they're going. I do think it's important to not step on your, the next 2 weeks one time, because Dallas and Philly helped you out. Seattle helped you out beating Philly. Be the 1 seed, get home field, get that bye week, and I think this could be a special season that ends in Vegas.
One of the things I love about this Niners squad, and this goes back to the story you were relating, with Tim Ryan, about how the players knew very early that Brock Purdy was a dude. Mm-hmm. Did they see it ending up this way and possibly in the Super Bowl and winning a championship? No. But they knew and saw early on that this is a guy that you could put out there and feel good about. I love how this team, from the jump, rides for Brock Purdy and rides for him hard. They take absolutely no disrespect, no ill speaking of their quarterback. We got some sound from Deebo Samuel. He was doing his weekly hit with Kay Adams on her show. We're going to play that on the other side because Cam Newton was the latest to, and he had his opinions about Brock Purdy. We can argue that or whatever. His opinion is his opinion. But he was real quick with the tweets, with a few emojis when Brock Purdy was struggling on Monday. Well, Deebo Samuel had a little something to say about that. We'll drop that sound on you on the other side. It is the Fitz and Brooks Show. Just one day. We're not here for a long time. We're here for a good time, and we're here for you. We'll take your phone calls as well, 808 KNBR. But Deebo will stand for no slander when it comes to his quarterback, Brock Purdy. You'll hear from that next here on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Fitz and Brooks.
I'm sitting in the house, I'm loading up the pump, I'm loading up the Uzi, I got a couple of M16s, a couple 9s, I got a couple joints with some silencers on them. I'm just loading up clips, a couple grenades, got a missile launcher with a couple, missiles. I'm ready for war.
Bob Fitzgerald and Rod Brooks on KNBR 680. And you can always listen online at KNBR.com.
Brother, other than hanging out with you, the thing I'm most excited about, the rejoins.
The soundboard?
I forgot about the Kevin Garnett.
Hey, what about the thing I sent you this morning?
Oh yeah, we got that.
Oh, good.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
We got that.
Right. That was right up our alley.
Missile launcher with a couple of missiles.
Missiles. Hey, when we talk about old stuff, if a quarterback went 22 of 35, 286 yards, he had 3 TDs, but he had 3 interceptions. He also fumbled the ball, and his QBR was 81. Is that like the greatest day ever for a quarterback? No.
No.
That was Montana against the Cowboys in the catch game.
Like I said, whoever your favorite quarterback is, all right, whoever, he's thrown 4 interceptions in a game.
Yeah.
All right?
I mean, it happens.
What did you do in the next game? And I said this yesterday, and I think this is applicable to teams as well. You say it all the time when talking about the Warriors, specifically Steph. And I think this is applicable coming up in the next game. Great players do not have bad games back-to-back.
No.
Okay?
That's what makes them great.
Steph did not have a good game on Christmas. That is true to form. Unfortunately, Steph on Christmas, is not his usual bad self. Steph's next game, God bless you, because he's coming, and he's coming for blood. And it's the same thing, I think, with great teams. Great teams do not have bad games back-to-back. This is a test for Brock Purdy. Is he good, or is he starting to climb that ladder to possible greatness? I'm not saying he's there now, but he can't have bad games back-to-back. But again, your favorite quarterback has thrown 4 interceptions. Dan Marino, I promise you Dan Marino has thrown 4 interceptions. John Elway, I promise you. Tom Brady, we go on and on down the list.
How much of the Manning cast do you ever watch?
You know what? I've finally gotten into it. I enjoyed thoroughly.
Because I love Peyton Manning just in general. And, he appears on a bunch of podcasts and different things. And he was on a podcast telling a story about he had a buddy, and I'm blanking on the guy's name. I think it's, Peyton Manning does the Manning cast out of a buddy's garage. Like, it's not at his house. It's at another guy's house. And it's like an old favor that he owed. He said, they're going to build the studio in your garage, not my house. so this buddy of his, used to text him, along with his dad, after every game. Mm-hmm. No matter, all throughout his career. Just, hey, good job on this, or hey, tough loss. But it just, it'd be like you texting me or me texting you. And he had a game where he threw 4 picks. And his buddy had sent a text that said, man, Peyton looks like he's throwing this game, or, he's playing for the Bills, or whatever it was. And he was supposed to send it to another one of their friends, and he inadvertently sent it to Peyton.
Ruh-roh.
So the game's over. Manning, has got the text from his dad, and then here's his buddy. Peyton looks like he's throwing the game. He should be playing for the Bills, or whatever. That was the text he read. And he called him like, man, you're like my one friend. You're ragging on me for these interceptions. So it just, when he was telling that story, I was like, man, if Peyton Manning could have days like that can happen with everybody. So we're gonna get into the Warriors at some point, right? I mean, we're here for 2.5 days. Isn't that the length of this show? I mean, good God, 4 hours. But And then we got to get into college football at some point just because me and you get to talk about it. So
we got Rod Gilmore's going to join us at 12:30, ESPN college football analyst. Today he's doing the Pinstripe Bowl, Miami and someone. I forget who it is. Yeah, Miami and Rutgers.
Why do I know that?
And no, why would you have that information at the ready, Bob? I couldn't imagine why that would
Tell me about that DB's hamstring. What else is going on?
So Rod Gilmore's going to join us. So yeah, we'll get a chance to talk college football, and nobody's going to yell at us about it. Dusek's going to join us at 1:15. So you
David
two guys,
Dusek, we found him.
You two guys get to insult each other for all of our entertainment. And
no talent, you know what is still. Oh, sorry.
And we found him. He's out of jail. Matt Kolsky, our old update guy, our friend.
We ran Matt Kolsky out of town.
We ran him all the way. We ran him out of the time zone. We ran him two time zones away.
This summer, I took Kolsky and his wife Jody out to dinner. Actually, it was late lunch in Chicago. I was out there with the kids, and somehow he tracked me down for a free meal.
Of course he found a way to weasel into a free meal. That's what he does. I wanted to play this sound because it goes back to what we were talking about before, and I love the way the Niners ride for their quarterback. This is Deebo Samuel, and he does a weekly hit with Kay Adams on her show, Up and Adams. And he had a little something to say about Cam Newton. And Cam Newton a couple of weeks ago called Brock Purdy a game manager. And that lit the internet ablaze. And as Brock Purdy was struggling, Cam Newton sent out an emoji, a tweet-filled emoji saying, basically, see what I told you. Well, Deebo Samuel, he's not here for the disrespect about his quarterback. Roll it, Mike.
Cam Newton also tweeted a couple ha ha ha, I told you so kind of emojis, I think.
First of all, Cam Newton stopped texting my phone, bro. He was a fan 2 weeks ago. That's mad crazy. You wanted me on your podcast after talking about my quarterback, which is funny to me. But anyway, back to this Michael Parsons story. Bro, we beat you 42 to whatever the score may be. A long time ago, I don't get why he's so bothered about what we got going on over here, whatever the case may be. I don't understand. You saying you can be a quarterback in this offense. I don't understand where you're going with that.
Deebo ain't having it. He could have very easily not said anything, but he decided. I love Micah Parsons, by the way, catching a stray, but he decided to put Cam Newton on full blast. Stop blowing up my phone. You want to be on your podcast. Now you think I'm going to come on after insulting my quarterback? I love it.
Yeah, the internet feeds off that kind of stuff.
Oh, of course it does.
I mean, now Deebo could have gone in a different direction. This guy tweeted, is he in the league? he could have done one of those things, but he didn't. So the Warriors in 2022 winning the title, they thrived on that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
The Warriors are terrible, or they're over the hill, or they're never going to be good again, and this and that. And, guys like Steph and Draymond and Clay and Steve Kerr, they ingest that and they use that. I mean, the Ravens had the whole Mike Florio thing, right? Yeah. The Niners going to kill him and this and that. And the Ravens, like I said, they were stewing in the no-tell motel on Christmas Eve. League sent us out here. We got guys on national TV saying we're terrible and the Niners going to roll us. And you even had John Harbaugh, reference the spread. Oh, man, it got to 6.5. 2 or 3 points would have been, so – coaches and players are going to use anything to kind of fuel that motivation because it's a long season. It's a long season. You got to find ways to rally up and get into that come to Jesus mode to take a team on. So I think it's always good if you're in the league to not add any fuel to that fire. That if you get bored, this is, people get on the YouTube rabbit hole once in a while. Google Michael Jordan's mad at somebody.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean, there are stories after stories after stories. And I was watching one, a couple days ago, the Nick Anderson, when he got the steal, Orlando, Chicago in the playoffs, and he said, 45 ain't 23. Jordan, when he came back from baseball, wore number 45 initially. And Nick, 45 ain't 23. The next playoff game, Michael Jordan wore 23, told Nick Anderson, I'm 23 today, had 38 points, and the Bulls won. And Shaq has been on a lot of podcasts saying, Nick Anderson should have just been quiet. You don't wake up Michael Jordan.
You are not helping the cause.
Yeah, you don't wake up Steph Curry. You don't wake up Klay Thompson.
Well, I was just about to say, let people know Steph's got that in him too.
The baby-faced assassin is the most appropriate nickname for the greatest shooter of all time, in that he's as good a person as you're ever going to meet in your life. I don't care if you're in sports or not in sports. He's as good a person as you're ever going to meet. Okay? That's him as a human being. The assassin part is don't let the smooth taste fool you. You know, the night-night stuff and things. There's a killer in there for that guy. A killer. You know, his movie Underrated, if you see it on Apple TV, like, not just disrespected, dismissed his whole athletic career. And if you don't think he still has that in him at age 35 when he's still playing at such a high level.
Well, that's the thing. You don't get to be as good as he has become and still have this standard of excellence where the drop-off, if you see it, and I'm not talking to you, but if you see it, you let me know where it is. You don't get to play as well as he's playing over the course of his career and where he is now if you don't have that psychotic sort of switch in your brain.
Yeah, because, well, think about it, Rod. Like, you know what Maslow's hierarchy of needs is? You ever read? Do you ever have to study any of that in physiology?
Man,
or
you know
psychology?
I can't read. Why are you bringing up old stuff?
Well, the idea is like, okay, you need, human beings. You need to seek shelter, okay? Then you need to get food, and then you need to have resources, obviously make money. Like, there's a hierarchy of needs in your life, all right? Most people in their lives, if they have any type of career, financial gain is what drives them, okay? Hey, the better I do, the more money I make. Look at the money I made. I'm successful. Look at my watch. Look at my car, whatever. Look at the house I live in, whatever.
Look at my beautiful wife.
Yeah, exactly. This is not my beautiful wife. But most people, there's a financial remuneration based on your ability level. Right. Fine. When you've achieved everything financially, and I'm talking LeBron and Steph and Michael Jordan and all these guys, Jack Nicholson, whatever. I mean, when you have all this money and yet you still pursue excellence, then you're not just driven by money.
Right.
You're driven by something much more primal, much more within you, much more, why is Tom Brady playing when he's 44 years old? Like, there's a level of something that is driving you to this unparalleled pursuit of something where the average person would have put their feet up. That's why lottery winners quit their jobs. Like, oh, I won the lottery. I have money. I don't need to work anymore. These guys, when they continue to work and even, age is, time's undefeated. So you're working so hard, but to be this good, look at what LeBron is doing. Look at what Steph is doing. Yeah. Look at what Chris Paul is doing. I mean, these guys are extending and expanding on what would have been the end of careers. It's remarkable to watch. I mean, it really is, but something other than finances or fame or whatever is driving these guys, and it's rare in human beings to have that kind of drive.
It's intensely personal. I mean, they're doing it for themselves, and I don't mean to make it sound selfish, but they're
testing themselves.
Yeah,
how good can
exactly.
I be? For how long can I be?
There's something inside of those people where we can't understand it. We can't. No. We marvel at it and we appreciate it. They're built different. Their brains are wired different.
Well, and also too, okay, now, get to LeBron and Jordan and stuff on this level. I can understand if you never won a championship. If you're one of those guys, I gotta win a champion. I have to win a championship. That's where guys will switch teams or whatever. We had an audio thing from Kevin Garnett. Garnett did all he could ever do, pushing that rock up the hill in Minnesota. Finally got to Boston, won a championship. But what if you've already won 4 championships? What if you've already been to the finals 6 times?
Multiple MVPs.
Yeah, what if you were the only unanimous MVP? What if you've got every shooting record there is, basically? How do you go work out for another 3 hours the next day after that? Like, that's just craziness. That's the pursuit. Like, when you see KD and Clay and Steph shoot and work out, like, you get tired watching it. Yeah. And they're doing it every day, all day, to be that good. It is remarkable. And it's something that really should be appreciated in its current form. Like, people do they're this or they're that. Let me tell you, people, 4, 5, 6, 7 years from now, when it all ends, wow. That's when you miss, like, you and I miss this guy too. Like, I loved watching Walter Payton. I loved it. I loved watching Joe Montana. Like, there's just athletes that I loved watching Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
And then when they're done, there's other guys. There's Giannis and Luka and people like that. It's great. But they're never those guys.
No.
They're never those guys.
No.
And Steph is one of those guys. Like, just to see road crowds, like, 7, 8-year-old kids, like, I'm going to see Steph Curry for my birthday or for Christmas or whatever. To see people, I just never take it for granted that, like, we get to watch Steph Curry. My God, like, in his just extended prime, where it's just remarkable how good this guy is.
Like I said a little while ago, Steph on Christmas, what we like to see. The game coming up against Miami. By the way, Miami's absolutely no
Very
joke.
good.
But that game coming up against Miami, Steph's going to do it. Steph is going to Steph. There's no way he's going to have back-to-back bad games.
Yeah, I mean, the funniest one, I laugh at so many different moments with him or with the Warriors over 30 years is he had a streak just end in Portland, 268, games with a 3 made, went 0 for 8 in that game. His previous one was like 178 or something. It's the second longest ever. He has the longest and the second longest ever. But that ended in L.A., and he went like 0 for 10. And I'm going off the air with Jim Barnett, and I said, knowing Steph, it wouldn't surprise me if he broke the NBA record the next game.
Mm-hmm.
Which he did. He had 13 threes, the next game at Oracle.
He's a sick man.
He had 13 threes, which was the NBA record till Clay broke it in Chicago with 14. But the very next day,
right
after he went 0 for 10 and his streak ended, the very next game, he had 13 threes and set the NBA record for threes in a game. Like, that's just not accidental. That just doesn't, happen. That's how great. It's like when Bonds signed with the Giants, right? And I went to high school with Barry at Sarah. He was a couple years ahead of me, but he and I all have the same friend group. Barry's still an amazing person, amazing player. And when he signed with the Giants, we're going to opening day. And I bet somebody $100 he would hit a home run. I just said he will hit a home opening day with the Giants, coming back to the Bay, San Carlos's own, Sarah High School's own. The great ones have the ability to decide on that day something special is going to happen.
That's wild, man.
Home opener?
That's wild.
There it goes. Give me my $100. That's just that. I'm telling you, there are people that, London Olympics. I got to, Craig Sager, my good friend, has since passed, but Usain Bolt. Yep. Like, you watch Usain Bolt, like, hey, maybe someone will get off to a better start, or maybe Usain Bolt will trip or something. I'm like, no. Usain Bolt going to break the world record in the 100 meters because he's got 80,000 people in this stadium, and he's trained for 4 years for this, and he is the fastest human on the planet. And here he comes, Usain Bolt. They're remarkable people that can do that almost on command sometimes.
Yeah.
And that's where you're like, God, we're so fortunate to watch this. If you love sports, this is the best time to enjoy that and really lock in and enjoy it. Just appreciate it, because when it's gone, you won't see it again.
Do not take it for granted. The people want to give us love, Bob, and we are going to receive their love. Absolutely. Right. We're taking phone calls next. The Fitz and Brooks Show.
Was that like a warning or a promise, or what we're taking phone calls next? Like, look out, or how are you leading with that?
The answer to your questions? Yes. Do not adjust your radio. It is the Fitz and Brooks Show. One day only here on KNBR, the sports leader.
They're Fitz and Brooks.
Ever since Bear Bryant was there. Because, you know, he was kicking the crap out of Paul Beatzer. Let's see.
Come on. Bob Fitzgerald and Rod Brooks on KNBR 680. And you can always listen online at KNBR.com.
Two decades of radio, and that's the only time I cussed on the air.
Was it really?
And the only time.
Dang. Think how much we cussed off the air.
That's all we did.
That's the 2 worst words if you do what we do for a living. Hot mic. You don't want that.
Man, things have changed. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. There's so many ways to interact now. 808 KNBR is the number. We'll take some phone calls. But you could stream the show on Twitch, twitch.tv/the sports leader. Stream it on YouTube at KNBR 104.5. And you can stream the show every day live on the KNBR app and at KNBR.com. Or you could just do it old school and listen in your car. But it's so cool now that radio is a lot more interactive than it used to be. And
how come they don't time shift shows, though? That's the thing I always wondered. Like, you and I did noon to 3 and we did noon to 2, whatever. It's like, if someone had a job, which hopefully those were the people listening to us, speaking in complete sentences and employed, and they wanted to listen, 6 to 8 at night or 8 to 10 or something while they're washing the dog or putting the kids to bed, why can't you just listen
Mike,
to
you're an executive.
Yeah, come on, Mike.
Why not? Make it happen, Captain.
I mean, they do that with podcasts and stuff. Why can't you just time shift and listen to the show when you want to listen to the show, not when the KNBR slappies tell you it's on?
That's above my pay grade.
Man.
Or you get paid?
Yeah, we got a product. You can only consume it for these 3 hours or 4 hours during the day. The rest of the other 20 hours of the day, you can't have any of it? Come on. That's how would pizza have stayed in business if they did that?
Because it's delicious. Matt in San Jose, you're on KNBR with Fitz and Brooks. What's up, Matt?
Hey, this is crazy, man. I haven't heard y'all voices in so long, man. It's really cool to hear y'all back on the air. I used to get out of
turn
school.
the Warriors on tomorrow and hear my voice. What are you talking about? Oh, sorry.
Hey, I used to get out of school and come home about 3 o'clock in the afternoon and catch you guys talking about the Giants or whatever. And I remember y'all asking, hey, man, aren't you supposed to be in school? And now I'm 28 and my knee hurts and my back hurts. I'm like, golly, man, what's going on?
Now, Matt, we love you and hate you at the same time, because when Rod and I run into people, they're like, I listened to you growing up. Like, oh, God, don't say that.
Hey, the worst is, and it's the best
we
as
love
well,
you, Matt.
when people say, thank you, Matt, when people say, yeah, my dad would have you guys on in the car, and that's how I became a fan. Thank you.
No, I like what,
the darkness is coming. There's nothing you can do about it.
Where the Warrior broadcast booth is, we go out amongst the people quite a bit to relieve ourselves.
Easy.
You run into the fans, which is great. That's the best part of the job, actually. And you have people like, I listened to you growing up. Now I'm an Army Ranger, and I go kill people for you're like, whoa, just people. What do you mean growing up? And then you realize, if you're on the air for 3 decades, that's a lot of airspace for people to grow up. And, I've got kids now. I've got grandkids. I was
just about to say, or they bring their kids and go, this is the guy I was telling you about. This is the guy I used to listen to on the radio. This is the guy we watched on television. Their kid just standing there staring up at you like, it doesn't matter to me.
Well, no, either that. Remember all that profanity when I was yelling at a dude? This is him.
Dave in San Rafael, you're on KNBR. What's up, Dave?
Hey, man. That's my daughter, Natalie, in the back. She wants to say hi.
Hi.
Hey, Natalie, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Great. Couldn't be better.
Dave, I'm glad you specified Natalie was in the back, because if you said Natalie's driving and you were calling us, that'd be a problem.
She's not quite there yet, but she's on her way.
Next month.
But Natalie.
Next month. Okay. Everybody stay off the sidewalks. Natalie's getting her license.
That's right. Alert the media. Natalie's got a bone to pick about how Brock Purdy's interceptions are being misconstrued nationally as real interceptions when, in fact, they're a bunch of deflections.
What, are you like Natalie's attorney?
Sounds like it.
And one good news here. You take it, Natalie.
He's been treated like absolute junk.
There you go.
Rod, I'll let you handle that one.
Appreciate the phone call, guys. Not all interceptions are not created equal. The first one was on him. I think the third one that's when he had a little bit too much dip on his chip. In my estimation, he should have thrown the ball away, scrambled, threw the ball back across his body, and threw it to the middle of the field.
Isn't that the one where he saw flags on the play, though, and thought he had a free one?
But he knew it was on the offense, though.
Oh, he did.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. It's just to me, you got to throw that away. They were only down 10-5 at the time,
right?
And yeah, throwing the ball to George Kittle is not
10-5. They had 2 runners on. The
Exactly.
bullpen was warming up. That was the weirdest score ever. Everyone in Vegas is like, "This is not working out. What is going on with that?"
Getting the ball to George Kittle is not the worst thing in the world, but I just think, and that's one of those where Brock Purdy with a little bit more experience. Hey man, just chuck it. 3rd down, 3rd and long. Get out of that situation. Punt it. Live to fight. Another day. You just made such a great point, Rod. I think the great quarterbacks, they don't stress 2nd and 10 or 3rd and 10. Like, hey, the play ain't there. Dump it and live to fight another day. Because the guys who extend, like every young play, like Caleb Williams, you saw it this year at USC as they were bad. He would try to extend all these plays and run around and lose 20 yards. Shedeur Sanders did a lot of that at Colorado. You're trying to do too much, man. It ain't there. They sniffed it out. Boom. 2nd and 10. No problem. No pick. No turnover. No sack. You lost yardage. And just you got 2 other shots to get the first down. That is a maturity thing, I think, that comes with other quarterbacks. And you combine it with the fact that was a very good play by the Baltimore defender to get there at the exact right time. I mean, I've watched this interception over and over. I got there at the exact right time and, got the physical pressure on George Kittle and was able to knock the ball away. So, again, it's not something that I jumped up and down about like, no, that was on him, that was on him. It was a flight of fancy for Brock Purdy. Should have just thrown the ball away, but he tried to make a play, which is something he's been doing ever since he got the job last year. So, it's, again, your favorite quarterback is thrown 4 interceptions. Just always know that. All right, Scarecrow. Oh, man. Scarecrow. I know, right? You're on KNBR. What's up, man?
First of all, Happy New Year to you and yours.
Same to you.
And the longer I listen to you guys, the smarter you become.
We were a bunch of dummies about 20 years ago then.
So was I.
There you go.
But anyway, yeah. This is going to be very, very interesting because if they happen to meet the Ravens in the Super Bowl, this Super Bowl might be worth watching other than the commercials. That might actually be fun to watch that game.
Yeah.
I trust Mr. Shanahan in figuring those guys out. He's got a whole lot of time to do it, and nothing has really changed except that you got a chance to see the beast up close and personal. Yeah. And you get a chance to figure out how exactly you're going to kill it.
And the thing with Baltimore, we appreciate the phone call, Scarecrow. The thing with Baltimore, when they see NFC teams, they beat them because no one in the NFC sees, clearly don't see Baltimore on the regular because they're not in the same conference. And there's no one built like the Baltimore Ravens. The closest example, and I'm speaking more defense than offense, because offense, clearly Lamar Jackson is one of one. But you don't see anything close to what Baltimore does in the NFC with the exception of the Niners. And I'm thinking specifically of the linebackers and how the Niners can take away the middle of the field and also stymie your run game. So, the Niners, what happened to them happens to most of, if not all of the NFC teams when they run up against the Ravens. They are just a completely and totally different animal. I will say this, as good as the Ravens are, don't be surprised if they don't make it to the Super Bowl.
Who do you like out of the AFC?
I like Buffalo, man. I like the way they're playing right now. Josh Allen, who is the closest thing you could get to Lamar Jackson. Again, Lamar is one of one, but Josh Allen, plays in a similar style. If he doesn't throw the ball away, is not loose with the football, they got a running game now that can help, complement what he tries to do offensively in Josh Allen. And I like where they're going defensively. I think Buffalo is the one team. I'm still a little kind of on Miami defensively. I think Buffalo is the one team that can swing and bang with them. I really do.
Now, think about this. Does there have to be like a public safety warning if Buffalo were to get to another Super Bowl? Just for like the city itself? Because, I always took a different tact, and you and I, talked about this a lot. People look at, championships, and if you win a championship, that's it. I think Buffalo getting there 3 years in a row was one of the most impressive things I've ever seen in sports.
Did you ever see the 30 for 30?
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
So good. So good.
But because to saddle up, like when you lose once hard, to use that as fuel for the next year, that's very common. That happens. A team's angry, they rally up and then they come back a second time for a bite of the apple. But to do it 3 times, to do it, after the Norwood miss, and then, then again, you were beaten the other 2 times by just a better team. Right. I mean, Dallas did better. So, but to rally up and climb that mountain 3 years in a row and come up short, like, that's a lot, man.
I think the hardest thing to do in sports is to lose a championship and then get back to the Super Bowl, whatever series.
Or World Series or NBA Finals. Or
just
whatever,
to get back there is an unbelievable accomplishment. To get back there and then to actually win it is just it almost defies belief when it happens.
So I mean, if you had Buffalo Niners, if you had Ravens Niners, like there's so many. If you had Chiefs Niners, like there'd be a lot of cool matchups, and Vegas
Dolphins
will do it
Niners
right.
would be damn cool too.
Yeah, I mean I just think if you're the 49ers, you got some recent hurt, and this has been a really good team. This era has been really good, and the last thing they need is a Lombardi to kind of cap it off. So, I think the San Antonio Spurs kind of set the tone. And I remember when Steve Kerr was hired, he said this, like, San Antonio made the playoffs 22 straight years. Like, if you're a fan, you want your team to be in the hunt every year. You can't win the title every year. We know this. Mm-hmm. But if your team's in the hunt every year, you're going to have some great successes. You're going to have some series that you win. You're going to have some heartbreak when you lose. But you're in the hunt. And then when you get over the top like the Warriors did, and then, 2 finals where you lost, but at least you're in the hunt every year.
Yeah.
That's where this Niner team's in the hunt. And now it's time. Like, the salary cap is aligned. They're not spending $40 million on their quarterback. They can go get Chase Young. They can pick up Hargrave in the offseason. They've used all these first-rounders and hit on so many different good players. Like, this is it. This is the time. This is the Beatles' White Album. This is the time for them to get the Super Bowl and add one. Like, this is it. Like, there's not going to be, once Purdy, I know next year's like $1.1 million, but after that, when you got to start paying your quarterback $40 or $50 million,
you're not going to get him on the cheap after
work.
that. No.
Cap doesn't work.
And listen, because the going rate for quarterbacks, you got to break the bank.
No, I mean, that's where, like, the number 1 pick this year with Caleb Williams, that's where all the discussion is with the Bears is, well, Justin Fields, is he getting better? Is he this, that? Oh, no, we need to reset back to a rookie quarterback contract because these guys spin out and start making 30, 40, 50 million a year. When one guy's taking, a third or a quarter of the cap, you can't put the other 52 around him.
We called that the Russell Wilson in Seattle.
Ooh, he's not playing this week.
Yeah, you saw he got benched, huh?
I mean, come on. Jared Stidham? Wow.
That's a Broncos problem. We're doing this for you, the people. Not really. We're doing it for ourselves. I'm hanging out with my man Bob
doing this because you asked me for a favor, and I love you, and you're my brother, and that's the only reason I'm doing this.
It is the return of the Fitz and Brooks show for one day and one day only, and we get to hang out with some of our old friends. And I'm looking here on the KNBR live stream at a face that, boy, I didn't realize how punchable it was.
Wow.
Meat Sweats Kolsky's joining us next here on The Sports Leader.
I'm a pathetic loser.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Greg Cosell joined Dante Whitner and myself yesterday afternoon to break down the 49ers' loss to the Ravens. Check out that podcast and more. Trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
They're Fitz and Brooks.
Out to around San Pablo Avenue. This report is brought to you by Whole Foods. Go check them out. They're a really nice market. Thanks. We'll talk about it at 5 with our hockey man, Drew Remenda. RichUncles.com is your opportunity to invest. No. Oh, boy. Fire me now.
Bob Fitzgerald and Rod Brooks on KNBR 680. And you can always listen online at KNBR.com.
Oh, man.
You know, Rod,
one day only. Yes.
If you could go to the pound and pick up human beings, Kolsky would be like that mutt that everybody loves. You know, you adopted that dog. People are like, what breed is he? He's like,
I don't know.
I don't know, but he's part of the family.
I just felt bad for it. I didn't want him to put it down.
Yeah, we got him some flea medication. We dusted him off.
He still licks himself all the time. I'm not touching that.
Yeah, where'd you get that dog? Oh, he's in a dumpster. But he's ours now. Come here, Scrappy. That is our friendship with Matt Kolsky.
What's up,
He
brother?
kept licking our heels, and we didn't know what to do other than just take him home with us.
Hey, Matt, you weren't here the first hour. I can't believe we got to do this for 4 hours, but you're here now. I told Rod I take my kids on a summer vacation in Chicago, and you tracked me down for a free meal.
Yeah, we showed you a good time by letting you buy us some food.
How's the relocation and the kids and the whole bit?
Oh, man. Well, Griffin is 4.5 now, and when I turned YouTube on the TV, he's just in the other room. Because that's
How'd the paternity test come out?
Oh, no, he's mine.
Oh, okay. All right.
He's extraordinarily good looking, which is bizarre. But
he got that from his mom. We know.
Right. Yeah. Joey is responsible for the majority of the looks.
4.5. Man, I remember that baby.
It's crazy, right? Yeah, he's an old man. And when I turned on YouTube and put it on our TV, he said, "Hey, Uncle Rod," and I said, "Oh, you see him?
Hey, buddy.
If you're on YouTube right now.
Hey, buddy.
There's a 4.5-year-old saying hello." He wanted to be watching Spidey and His Amazing Friends right now, but I told him he had to watch Daddy on TV instead.
Yeah,
that's good parenting right there. You're in charge.
You got a 4.5-year-old watching us. It's Child Protective Services are going to be showing up in about 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah, no, I know.
Keep that kid away from that screen.
We got to make sure Holler's on the bleep button because I already heard we're replaying Rod's greatest hits. So
yeah,
no, that was just one time. You dropped more F-bombs than I did. Trust me.
I thought we had to worry about the profanity from Kolsky's son.
Yeah, no, I don't know if profanity is a major concern. He is coming in though, so I guess we might find out.
Yeah, that's Rod. When was the first time Evan or Wyatt cussed?
Oh, my kids are angels. They don't cuss.
Come on now.
All right, yeah. Wyatt was playing a game a couple of days ago, and I heard him say something, and I was shocked by it. But they go to public school, so what are you going to do about it?
Yeah, mine was breakfast over cereal when my daughter, at a very tender young age, did, the F word. Hey, Dad, F word is a bad word.
and the trick is to not overreact to it.
Yeah,
but it hits you like cold water to the face.
That's a big problem in our house.
Exactly.
The reaction.
Yeah.
Because right now we're at a stage where, at 4.5, he's sort of between accidentally saying the swear words and deliberately saying them.
Sure.
It's a sweet spot. But the 2.5-year-old is both a repeater and also, because of her particular, normal toddler, whatever you want to call it, speech pattern. I won't call it an impediment because theoretically she'll be able to speak normal when she grows up. But we get a lot of, excuse me, what was that?
What'd you just say? Oh, yeah.
Did you just?
Yeah.
Oh, no, you said truck.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I get it.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
See, mine were always,
it's a fun time.
It would be a swear word and then don't pass it to Pippin. There were other things
that's what I was going to say.
Yeah, they were parroting from listening to me watch games.
Right.
Matt, you only have yourself to blame because you keep watching Chicago Bears football and Chelsea FC soccer.
Yeah.
So you need to stop doing that.
Well, that's the benefit of this call right now is I'm missing the start of Chelsea Crystal Palace, which is probably good for everybody.
Just do yourself a favor and not watch it.
Now, you guys can both clue me in on this because I know Steve Kerr is in on this and a few other people that I know. When has it been that American fans have started adopting English Premier teams like as their guy? I know, Rod, when you were at like Niner London trip and you actually went to a West Ham game or whatever.
Yeah. So when the Niners were in London in, was it Mike 2010? It was 2010. They played the Broncos that year. I went out with Mike, and I shouldn't have, but it actually turned out well. Went out with Mike and went to see a West Ham match at the old stadium, Upton Park, against Stoke City. And as soon as I got off the train, I fell in love with it. And what it did, it reminded me of college football.
Okay,
in terms of the fandom, the long-time fandom, and the sport basically being the same from the time it was first started to where it is right now. The old stadiums and the tradition. That's how I got into it. But really, Premier League soccer has gotten popular. I mean, I'd say like over the last 10 years.
Because of the access, though, right?
Because you can watch
more frequently
all
now,
of the games, and that's about the last 10 years, right, Matt?
Right. Well, I mean, really, the last like 3 years, you can. I mean, it's everything, right? Because if you're looking FA Cup, it's ESPN Plus, and then today's Peacock, and there's stuff on USA and NBC. So almost any, certainly British football you want to watch is available to you in America. And so for me, it's a semi-similar story. The difference being I played soccer. It was my best sport as an athlete, which means I squeaked onto the varsity team as a senior in high school. But so I had an attachment to the sport, but the sport as it was broadcast in the U.S. from my high school days in the late 90s.
Almost impossible to find.
Yeah, it was MLS, which was so bad at that point. So bad. I mean, now it at least is watchable. But MLS in 2003 was, I'd rather go see a high school game. So the fact that it has become more available, and then I had a similar story to Rod, where I was in London, sort of around my college graduation, spent a few months in London and around Europe, and went to a game at Chelsea's home stadium, and it changed my perspective on it.
100%.
And it gave me this was like 03, 04, right? So at that point I was like, okay, I'm a Chelsea fan now, but I didn't really become a real Chelsea fan until the last few years when I could watch it so easily that, now I'm watching every game.
And Ted Lasso helps a ton too.
Yeah.
Totally.
Well, because you guys just let into something is that, Messi now is in Miami, and Apple bought all the MLS games. So if you subscribe, you get the whole season. You have Ted Lasso, but probably Drive to Survive on Netflix is what got people into F1.
Yeah.
Because people like me, Rod, you're always a motorhead and would always, carry the day when we did our NASCAR shows and things like that. I had no interest in F1 at all. And then our man Marcus Thompson was writing about F1, and then Drive to Survive came on, and then you kind of get into it. Like, oh man, I know these drivers, and you're figuring out different stuff. And then you got people. Kalena went to the race in Miami. My son went to a race in Austin. Like, I actually want to do. I want to go to England one year and do F1 and Wimbledon on the same trip.
Let me know. I'm in.
Go to Silverstone and then do Wimbledon at the same time. Because I think they're right around. Calendar-wise, it would work. And so I'd never had any interest in any of that.
That's a really generous offer, Bob. I'll come too, since you offered to take care of it. That sounds great. But that was never on my list of things I would want to do until you start to watch it. And so I think soccer's the way now you can find it, pretty accessible, and you can follow your teams, and it's just cool. It's just another kind of sporting interest that I think people have. But, just like NASCAR, everybody had a driver or had a team that they liked. Now it's, my premier team is this or that. Now, do you think that, Messi being one of the bigger names, but will more people, if MLS ever got the cash, would guys leave Europe and come play here, or is it still Pulisic and all these guys playing overseas that the competition's so much higher that's where they get better? You got to outbid the Saudis now is the problem.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the thing with MLS, and this is, Messi is still a very good player, but he's not what he was 5 years ago, definitely not what he was 10 years ago. The MLS is still looked at as that's where you go to get that last big payday. Right. If the Saudis, if you have, let's just say you don't have the stomach to work with the Saudis, The MLS is where you go to get that last big payday. Okay. But if you still are a viable player, Europe is where you're going to go, and Europe is where you're going to stay. It's great that Messi is here. There's nothing wrong with that. But, him being in the MLS, it's no different than, when Rooney came over here and when Beckham came over here. You keep going on down the line.
You don't think it's a little different?
It's different because he's Messi and he's fresh off of that World Cup, and he's not nearly at the tail end of his career as some of the other guys were, like Beckham was, and Rooney definitely was. But it's still
go old school. New York Cosmos. We had Giorgio Canaglia and you had Pele. And everybody coming over.
But it's still Messi is closer to the end of his career than being in the prime of
100%.
His career.
Okay. Yeah.
Man, I did not think we'd be talking about soccer on this.
I did not
show.
either. But yet,
I
here
do
we
think
are.
this is how it changes, though. By the way, slowly over decades, I think this is how it changes. First, it's Beckham at the very tail end. Mm-hmm. Then it's Messi at the almost tail end. And then, eventually you get a guy at like 32. And then maybe one day you can sniff, I don't know, not the Premier League, but the Italian League or something.
But think about it, though.
Maybe 3 or 4 guys leave Europe because they're running from the law. And then they come here.
There you go.
So they can't be extradited or something.
That's when you go to Saudi Arabia. That's what you do with that issue. But just think about it, though. Messi got over here and absolutely tore the MLS to shreds. There was nothing they could do with him. Imagine someone coming over in the prime of it. Imagine, I don't know, Mo Salah, all right? Mo Salah comes over here right now to the MLS. That dude have 100 goals.
I mean, what about Holland?
Oh, Jesus, I didn't think about that. Yeah.
What if he got Mo Salah and Mo Bamba on the same team?
Mo Bamba.
One of them better be the goalie, I guess is what I would say. I don't like Mo Bamba in my midfield very much.
Oh, man. That's
7 feet tall.
When's Rod Gilmore coming on? 12:30?
Rod Gilmore's joining us at 12:30. We'll get into some college football.
Yeah. Because, Kolsky and I could do a whole segment on what do we do with Justin Fields and the Bears. So,
oh, boy. You don't want to start that. You don't want to start that.
Hey, do you know what? I've watched every snap of the Bears this year to figure out what needs to happen with Justin Fields.
I'm sorry.
You know what, Bob?
Should be sorry.
Bob, I'm available in like 3 hours if you would just want to do this offline. I got a good 45 minutes of thoughts. And to boil it down, I think you keep them both. I think you draft whoever, Williams or May, and you keep Fields. And then, just roll with it.
I hadn't thought about that.
Look, the Bears have had 300 shots at a quarterback in my lifetime, and they're 0 for 300. Why not take 2 more instead of 1 more?
That's a solid point, my friend.
Yeah, but that's my quick thought.
I'm afraid the Bears can be packaging picks to pick up Russell Wilson for next year.
Oh, God. Geez, why would you speak something like that into existence?
Now, see, the problem, Rod, and this is where Matt and my undying friendship will last forever. When it gets to like the White Sox and the Bears, it's just the pain talking.
Yeah, we just commiserate.
Chicago sports is in the mud right now.
It's terrible.
What is it? Just the Cubs?
It's Bedard. It's exclusively Connor Bedard.
Connor Bedard, baby.
Okay. Man.
Hey, if you wanted to play Connor Bedard at Bears quarterback next year, that's fine by me.
Man, that's how far down you have to go to get something good about Chicago sports.
Why do you think we like the Warriors and the Niners and going to Giants games and stuff? But it's to cleanse ourselves from
Rod, Chelsea is my
childhood
best sports
ruination
watching experience every week, man. Like, at least they're young. There's hope for the future. The Bulls are the biggest pathetic. It's so sad.
Heard. But
sad.
That's what I was about to say, though, in terms of the Bears wandering still in the quarterback wilderness. God, remember how the Niners were in that? And how they were just desperate to find anything. That's why Jimmy Garoppolo looked so good, because, oh, my God, he's out there, he's competent, even though you could see the flaws. But you know what? Damn it, we'll take it. That's why there was
so much. It's like talking yourself into Cutler.
Exactly. Oh, Jesus. That's why there was so much thirst for Trey Lance to do well, because it just got to hit. They just got to hit. And that's why there's so much love for Brock Purdy, not only because he's actually getting the job done, but now it damn sure feels like, whew, we're okay. We got it. And we got a young guy, and we got a guy on a rookie contract, so we didn't have to do it free agent-wise, and now we can spread some money to guys who are definitely deserving of it, and that goes back to, pardon me, that goes back to breaking Bosa off, rightfully so, before this year started.
Yeah, I know we're up against a break here. For Matt, you're a guest. Shut up. We're doing the show.
All right, good call.
Nothing's changed.
I'll ask both you guys this. remember, like in the Trent Dilfer era, or even Rex Grossman era, there were your team could be so good you could get to a Super Bowl. Like if your defense was so good, or you had a great running back, or your quarterback was just competent, you could get to a Super Bowl. I don't think you can do that now.
No, you can't.
I think your quarterbacks, like when you look at the 32 teams, you can wipe out 16 of them. Like, nope, that quarterback ain't good enough. Like, it is amazing how critical that position has become to everything. Like your belief system, whether you're rebuilding, whether you're taking a shot at it, how are you going to spend your salary cap money, how are you going to draft? Like, if you don't have a quarterback, like you said, Rod, you're wandering in the desert. You're just dying for a quarterback, and then even if you draft one like Arizona, is Kyler Murray ever going to be any good? Do we send him, do we need to start over? We have the second pick. Like, it's crazy. You got a quarterback, you got Josh Allen, you got Lamar Jackson, you got Pat Mahomes. Like, we're on to something. You don't have a quarterback, you're done. Like, your franchise stinks. No matter how good everything else around him, it's crazy now.
And you start making desperate reaches for quarterbacks.
Yes.
And then that problem just snowballs after a while.
Well, okay, now this is, we can say this because we're among friends and the Niners are good. But what if you didn't get Purdy and you gave up 3 number ones for Trey Lance? Like, that's the kind of thing that could set a franchise in the ditch for a long time.
Yep.
But you find Purdy and everything's okay, but that's what teams do now. Like, I'm going to give up 3 number ones to move up to get this. Like, if you miss on this, you're screwed. You're absolutely screwed. And that's where I think, is Bryce Young, is he going to have been worth multiple number ones and DJ Moore and all that stuff for the Bears? Like, that's a hell of a trade for Chicago if Bryce Young doesn't become something for Carolina. Like,
but
that becomes
the flip side
big
of
miss.
It. Yeah, and the flip side of it, like, you could do the same thing backwards, right? Like, you look at this Bears team where Justin Fields, I heard you say earlier, Bob, has been up and down. One game looks great, next game looks unplayable.
Well, from play to play, that'll happen too.
Yeah, no, that's true. If Patrick Mahomes is quarterback in the Bears, they're a Super Bowl favorite right now, right? If Josh
Allen,
of
having an elite player at the most important position.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah. And so on one hand, it's like, man, if you trade those 3 first-round picks and get up there and get
that guy, yep. Yeah.
It sets you back. On the other side, if you get the right guy, it was absolutely worth
right. Then you don't care
worth
anymore.
8, right? If you could guarantee an elite quarterback, you'd trade a dozen first-round picks because that's how important the position.
Rod, who's the biggest surprise guy? I mean, Purdy would be one, but my guy is Jalen Hurts. I never thought he would be like this good as a quarterback in the NFL. I mean, you got a surprise guy that jumped that you're like, wow, this guy's a hell of a lot better than I would have thought.
For me, reflexively, just watching the Texans is C.J. Stroud.
Okay.
I didn't think he was going to be as good as he is right now.
Yeah, he's good.
Off the rip. I'll say this about Jalen Hurts. Jury might still be out on old boy.
No, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I thought as a passer, I'm like, he's never going to be anything. I saw him in college, and I was like, okay, yeah, he can really run, and everybody tells me he's a leader and a good dude.
But you know what it is, though? The time he spent in college. All the starts.
Yeah.
All the starts.
At 2 big-time programs.
At 2 big-time programs. Exactly. That's what it was. Kolsky, hang out. Don't go anywhere. Stay there.
Or you know what? Get rid of this guy.
Or go discipline that kid back there.
I'm going to check on the 4-year-old, and I'll come back.
It is the Fitz and Brooks Show. One day only here on the Sports Leader.
They're Fitz and Brooks.
Toll Plaza, just a bit slow. This report's brought to you by Beach Blanket Babylon with... Oh, my goodness gracious. This report brought to you by NetSuite, the #1 cloud ERP, the first and last business system you'll ever need. Visit netsuite.com today.
Bob Fitzgerald and Rod Brooks on KNBR 680.
Visit.
And you can always listen online at KNBR.com.
Visit.
Were you having miniature strokes?
Did I ever do a traffic report properly?
No, I don't think so. No.
Did you guys ever see Bill Murray in Meatballs?
Sure.
Okay.
Of course.
You know what Kolsky was? He's the best reporter available in this price range.
Right.
I have those titled in the system as Kolsky stroke number 1, Kolsky stroke number 2, Kolsky stroke number 3.
You're a much better friend, husband, and father than you were traffic reporter by miles.
Yeah, I mean, I dare say I was even a better sports talk show host than I was a traffic reporter. I mean, good Lord.
It's debatable.
That's fair. I'll tell you this. I definitely do better just speaking extemporaneously than reading a piece of paper.
Clearly.
Because all of those things were written down. Every single one of them.
You'd be like the QB that could throw picks but also fumble. You know, I mean, where he could hurt your team in a number of different ways.
Well, that would make you Jalen Hurts.
Don't put me in a box.
Yeah. No, I like Justin Fields. He's a triple threat because he could throw the pick, he can fumble, or he can take a sack.
Fumbles. You know, honestly, if it wasn't for the fumbles, I'd be all in. The picks I can live with. The running is unbelievable. He can throw a beautiful deep ball.
Dave Craig's rolling over in his grave right now.
Yeah. Small hands, they said about Dave Craig. I don't know about Justin Fields.
But that's the thing that makes what Brock Purdy has done and what he's trending to continue to do. That's with the exception of what we saw on Monday night.
Remarkably good.
You haven't seen him play. Forget about the where he was drafted, even though it's hard to forget that he was the last pick in the draft. But the fact that he's not making young quarterback mistakes, and the thing about it is, young guys, they'll make a mistake and then they'll compound it. You know, where they'll overcompensate.
Or they'll keep making the same.
Or they'll keep making the same type of mistake. Yeah. Exactly. He doesn't do that. That's how you know he's cooking with gas. Is that the fact that wasn't a part of his development is remarkable to me.
You know what I was thinking? I got to ask both you guys this. When, and this just isn't Purdy, this is just sports guys in general. When do we stop with the where he was drafted? In that, like, how many years before people, didn't, Brady was taken in the 6th round, or like Steph doesn't hit a 3 and people go, he was drafted 7th. Like,
Bob, you let me know on Brady.
When does where you were drafted go away?
I don't think it's ever going to go.
Going.
I don't think it's ever going to go away with him because it's the easiest thing in the world to remember that he was the last pick in the draft.
Yeah.
But Brady, we were still seeing that picture from the combine when he's in Tampa. We're still seeing that terrible shirtless combine photo. It never stops.
Because Brandon Pajemski, I think he plays a lot like Walmart Manu Ginobili. Like, I think he's got that same kind of skill set and just helps you win.
Yeah.
Ginobili made the Hall of Fame. I can't remember, like, 8 years into calling Ginobili games. Right, he was the 56th pick. Like,
but
you mentioned it, but like, I'm just wondering when's the time expiration where we're just constantly, again, not just Purdy, but always talking about where the guy was picked. Like, once they're in the league a couple of years, who gives a rat where they were picked?
Well, no one pays attention to the NBA draft the way they pay attention to the NFL draft.
Okay.
So I think, especially with the value that's placed on draft picks, especially when it comes to quarterback, people are going to talk about where that guy is picked.
Right, but not as much like if you're an O-lineman or a linebacker or a safety or whatever, right?
Nah.
Because I think those get generic. I go, he was a 1st rounder or he was a 3rd rounder. Like, they don't get too deep into it. But, man, the labeling, like, once someone's in the league 5, like, what pick was Pat Mahomes? Like, I know he was later in the 1st round, but was he the 12th pick, the 11th pick, the 15th pick? Like, at some point, the guy's just great, and you just move on from where he was selected.
Oh, of course, his mic's not working.
That's even better.
I have myself on mute.
It's the full Matt Kolsky experience.
That's right. I'm making the same mistakes. Hey, Mike, do you have a traffic report that I can read? Maybe an old sponsor to brutalize. Man. I do want to talk about my Polish brother, Brandon Pajemski, at some point. But
okay. He gave me herpes earlier. I got to be able to say something.
Wow. I don't even remember that one.
Well, it never goes away. You should.
I know. It's a constant reminder. When, Bob, on the Pajemski front, when did you know the Warriors are on to something here? Because I think, like, even in Summer League, there were signs. This is a guy that has an NBA future. Like, this could be a nice combo guard down the line. But I think I certainly thought, and most of the people that I talked to certainly thought, we were a year or two from even what we're seeing now from Pajemski. So when do you think the Warriors knew, and when did you know, wait a second, this is a kid who can provide real value right away?
Here's the thing about the way the Warriors go about acquiring people is that within the organization, there's usually an idea of who they're looking at. So I got, during the year, hey, we like this Trace Jackson Davis and we like Pajemski. So I don't watch a lot of college basketball. I think a lot of it's, that's not good. But I started watching those two guys because I knew we were looking at those two guys. And the one thing you want from a collegiate player is some translatable NBA skill. Mm-hmm. And for Pajemski, the thing that jumped out at me is, God, this guy rebounds for a guard like nobody I've ever seen. Like, this is crazy. He's always where the ball is, and he's just relentless going after it. So that was the first thing. Then you start to see, I know college three-point shooting doesn't necessarily translate to NBA because the line's longer, but he's 40% on threes. So it's not like he's got, a broken shot and can't make triples. So that's why I think Summer League matters the least on anything. It is such weird basketball and weird combos, and it's horrendously officiated, and it's just not good. Steph was terrible in Summer League when he was a rookie. So to answer your question, when I started seeing just a couple Santa Clara games, I'm like, I think this rebounding thing's a real thing. Like, guys that rebound tend to rebound at the next level, and then he can hit threes. What I didn't see or didn't know was just how smart he is as far as drawing charges and seeing plays and creating for other guys. And then, you go to training camp and you watch him in training camp and you're like, oh, wait a minute. Come on in. The water's warm. Like, this guy's fitting in with elite players. Like, that is Chris Paul. That is Steph Curry. There's Clay. There's Draymond. Like, and he doesn't look out of sorts or out of place. So did I think, he'll be starting and playing 25, 30 minutes? No, I did not think that. But did I think, hey, at the 19th pick, they found a good player? Yes, I did. And with Trace Jackson Davis, I'm sorry, man. When guys stay 4 years in college, they get 20 and 10, and they're player of the year, and they're an All-American, and then the league just dumps on them by not taking them till late in the draft. I love for those guys to be good.
Sounds like Draymond Green a lot. When you
the same thing with Draymond. Draymond's going to the Hall of Fame and 35th pick. Like, come on, man. They just if your whole job is to evaluate talent, how does a guy who averages 20 and 10, who's left-handed, who's Dale Davis's son, you think is the 57th pick in the draft? That is a joke. That's a joke.
You didn't even need to evaluate. Just use nepotism like every other business, and you'd have been onto something here. Like, I don't understand what the problem is. Do you think that intelligence you talked about, the basketball IQ, is the biggest key to a rookie getting opportunities with the Warriors?
Yes, because the Warriors system, like, Rob was talking about Jalen Hurts, and we talked about Lamar Jackson. You see Purdy, like, the Warriors system is unlike really any other team's offensive system. So reading and reacting and running an initial play, and the team plays it one way, and you have to react and run it a different way, and the Steph relocate and all that stuff.
And all it takes is one person and not get that right to completely foul up what they're trying to do.
That's exactly right. Because they run pick and roll, but they don't run it to death, and they don't run, like, when you had Durant, like, they don't ISO on a wing, and they let Kuminga cook a little bit, but by and large, it's a passing, cutting, moving, screening offense. It's super hard. It's the deep end of the pool for a lot of young kids that jump in, and it's not easy to get right away. And then, Rod, you just hit on a perfect, because you're such a good drummer, and Kolsky, you're musically inclined, is that if someone's off beat or off key, or they can ruin a song. And so that's where Podziemski's kind of fit in. And he's just a winner. Like, this guy, he's playing 1,000 miles an hour all the time. And, I mean, he took a charge to win a game as a rookie. You know, with Shaden Sharp coming 100 miles an hour. Like, you foul that guy and he hits 2 free throws, you lose. But he beats him to the spot, draws a charge, and they win a game on a charge by a rookie. Like that, he is something else right now.
His first game he got run in, what was it, the New Orleans game? He had 8 rebounds.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Like off the rip, you could see, and even, after that game, you got limited minutes, where he was playing maybe 10, 15 minutes, but he was still getting 2, 3, 4 rebounds a game, which is not easy to do, especially for a guard. And he's got some size, but not crazy size. So, yeah, it jumped off the screen immediately that Podziemski was, no, I'm going to go get this rock. And coaches are always going to love a guy that can rebound. And in today's NBA, guards rebounding is, that's part of the get down. It used to be now you didn't want guards down there rebounding. Now, everybody getting there and board.
Well, there's 5,200 threes being taken in the league. So, long shots yield long rebounds. And so, your big has to at least body up the other big. But then after that, it's all wings and guys chasing balls that are ricocheting all over the place. And so you either have a want to do that or you don't. And for Podziemski on off, and there's nothing more demoralizing than, okay, Steph missed the 3, but Podziemski, second chance. Looney does a great job of it. Get that, and then it's a relocate 3. Those are backbreakers for the other team when you do that. And the Warriors this year have been a really good rebounding team, which is kind of shocking given the overall size of the roster. They're rebounding-wise, that's not been the problem. There's been a few other problems, but that has not been the problem.
Well, and doing it without Draymond being there for, unfortunately, far too many games.
Yeah. No, that's that until they're fully right and have the full roster, and then that will create other issues because you've got a lot of guys that can play, and who do you play and the groupings and all that stuff. But the one thing we've seen in the NBA this year, there's no dominant teams like runaway and hide dominant teams. There's a lot of good teams, But tell me in April who's healthy. Tell me what groupings are playing well. But man, you see nights where Dallas is amazing, and then you see where Phoenix can be good and they cannot be not so good. Then you see Milwaukee and Boston. Then you have nights where the Warriors beat Boston. Then you have OKC and Minnesota. Oh my goodness! There's so many teams that are good this year that I think the playoffs could be absolutely fantastic based on who's healthy and who's kind of rolling, in April. So this is going to be a fun NBA season.
Squad you're going to have to watch out for again, Miami.
Oh,
Warriors going to see
every
them on
year
Friday.
in the playoffs.
And Jaime Jaquez.
Oh man,
that's another one where you're just like, all right, you good in college.
Of course he's on the Heat.
And then you get to the Heat and yes, he's a perfect Heat player, and he is absolutely balling right now.
Yeah, he had 31 the other day with Jimmy Butler not playing.
Yeah. No, I mean, the scoring is unexpected, but everything about that dude says he's a Miami Heat guy.
He should have been drafted, so Miami did not get him, because that's the absolute perfect place for him.
I'm surprised anyone gets drafted, because OKC has 172 first-round picks that anybody's not drafted just by the Thunder all the time.
Since you mentioned the Thunder and the T-Wolves, who I think both, the two standout up-and-coming young teams.
Yeah.
Right now, if I give you guys an option, Shea or Ant?
Ooh. I mean, there's no wrong answer.
It's hard, right? I mean,
that's a hard one right there.
It's the future of the league right there, basically.
I did not think Ant-Man would come like he did. I thought he would have a little bit of problem because he just didn't shoot well enough, in his 1 year in college. But it doesn't matter. His athleticism, his skill set.
Plus, he's trying on defense.
And
he's gotten better on defense every year, too.
He's a very smart basketball player, too.
Yeah, that's...
considering that he only played that 1 year in college. Anthony
and just
Edwards,
aggressive, man.
Just
intense out there.
Everything.
It's fun to watch.
Yeah, Rod's right. The Warriors have Miami. Then you've got Luka. I mean, this 7-game homestand, 7 games at home. That's great. And believe me, you take the 7 games at home, but then you start looking at who's coming in. I mean, Miami and Dallas. Then Orlando's been a really good team in the East. Oh, then, by the way, here comes Jokic again. And then when Detroit comes in, I'm begging for Detroit to win a game, by the way. Nobody wants to be... You want to be playing a team on some 31-game losing streak.
No.
Nobody wants that.
No upside to that. There's no upside. If you win, of course you did. If you lose, you're the losers that broke the longest losing streak ever.
Nobody wants that.
James Wiseman comes in 50 and 30.
No.
You know what's crazy, Rod, is you start to see 27, 28 losses in a row. In 2000, I did a Warriors season where they finished the final 40 games 3-37.
Ugh.
Now they never had they had losing streaks, but not to that extent. But 3-37, and I think they won like 3 of 5 before that. So it's they're not good, but at least they're winning a game once in a while. But 3-37.
Don't let anyone tell you Bob didn't earn those titles, man.
Oh, are you kidding? I got all these people the last 10, 11 years. You have the greatest job in the world. You're the Warrior TV guy. I'm like, yeah, where were you the first 18 years I was doing this?
You earned
They had We Believe. They had one playoff season in 18 years.
That is paying dues.
Nobody was saying then it was the greatest job ever.
Because it wasn't.
No.
Well, see, now this is what's interesting. It's all perspective.
Sure.
If you're going to work to watch the greatest athletes in the world, we got 7-8 billion people on the blue marble, and these are the best 450 at what they do, and you get to watch them, and you're putting your kids through college with that, you cannot have a bad day. You really can't. Like, people think, well, if your team loses, like, it's the worst thing ever. Like, I don't draft these guys or coach them or, I don't play. So you're there to
There were
describe.
times maybe you should have during those 18 years, though.
But you never lose the fact that these are the greatest players in the world. And then also, you never lose, hey, maybe Kobe and Antoine Jameson are going to get 51 each in a game, and it'll go to overtime and be like one of the greatest couple hours of your life.
Or Anthony Randolph grabs a rebound.
Oh, man.
Dribbles it up.
Spin move.
Right.
But no.
Right.
Between his legs.
You ain't right.
And then he pulls up at the top of the key.
Man, what did Anthony Randolph ever do to you?
Don Nelson cusses him out, and he gets back on defense, and it looks as if he just wants to have a mental breakdown right there.
Yeah, what's crazy? Like, we didn't do any of this stuff during COVID. During COVID, NBA TV ran all these old games, right? They ran that Kobe, Antoine, 50, each had 51.
God, I have so much
They
fun.
ran that on NBA TV. And I'm like, oh my God, that is the year 2000 or whatever. That's crazy.
Time
it's
flies,
crazy
baby.
to think of 20, 30 years of doing something and seeing everything. We just had Monte Ellis came back.
Yo, man.
And was at a game. And
Monte and Kalina had folks crying, dog.
Well, here's the funny part, and I don't think Kalina mind me putting his stuff in the street, is that, Kalina at his wedding, Corey Maggette and Monte were groomsmen.
Yeah.
And so it was just so much fun to eat, drink, and dance and hang out with those guys and just – I love Monte Ellis because I saw him as a teenager, and now you see him as a grown man with kids. Like, I see Jay Rich. I saw his whole career, and then his son is an elite player right now. And so that's just fun to see that. There's something about, like, the old school Warriors, the connections they still have, and the fan base is the reason why. It's the through line to all of it, is that if you're part of Dub Nation at some point and they loved you, they never stop loving you.
Yeah.
Monte, people are going nuts for Monte coming around, which I thought was great. And Monte and Steph were always way closer than anyone ever realized off the court and stuff, too. Monte's a good dude. Yeah. He's a really, really a good guy. And he's been, for where he came from, Lanier High School in Mississippi, and the career he had and the life he's leading, like, it's just fun to see him at this stage. So, now, Monte, like, for Kalina's 40th birthday, they brought in the cupcakes and then blew out the candles on the air, and Monte hung out with us. Like, that's just a great day all the way around.
No doubt about it. Great day.
And by the way, Monte, like, let's not forget, he was a tremendous bright spot for a franchise without a lot of them.
Absolutely.
And
hell yes.
A heck of a player. Yeah. Did he win the titles? No, but I think he is actually one of the players who, broadly speaking, is most unfairly forgotten for what he was able to do at his peak in the NBA. Nobody ever talks about
his place in Warrior
Monte.
history is secure. Warrior fans know. Now, once you get outside of Warrior fans, then people will go, I forgot about Monte Ellis. Or, just don't think about him at all. But as far as Monte Ellis' place in Warrior lore, that is absolutely rock solid. There's no doubt about that.
But also too, and I think we've we've run through basketball and soccer and football and the whole bit. I think the thing for fans, and it's what I appreciate the dudes that show up, man. You know, in today's sports, the guys that show up, it counts for something. Monte would get bounced around like a piñata, and you'd think, oh, he rolled his ankle or he fell on his back or whatever. And he would saddle up and play the next day, and like he might be banged up and might not be able to give you everything he had, but he would never. He was not one of those guys like I rolled an ankle, I'll see you in 3 weeks. He just wasn't. And Jay Rich was the same. No. I saw Jay Rich's his ankle looked like someone had strapped a football to his leg. He taped it up and played the next. I was like, God, I love guys like that. More than 90% of life is showing up, and so that's the guys that were on not, great Warrior teams that would still saddle up and play. You got to appreciate that. And I think fans did. I think fans know. They know who's really kind of showing out and giving whatever they got that given night and the ones that don't. I think fans can figure that out real quick.
Cannot fool the people. Kolsky, brother, it's good to see you. I'll say it. I kind of miss you, man. Kind of miss you, brother.
I miss you guys a lot.
Matt, let's keep your text to like a couple times a week because that restraining order
okay.
Yeah,
it covers some electronic devices.
I don't want to talk to you a lot. I'm just saying that, I miss you, buddy.
Don't worry. Your wife keeps me informed about what's happening in your life. I can just reach out to Sarah. She'll let me know you're doing good. We got your Christmas card. Beautiful. You look spectacular.
Why, thank you. Photograph. And that's the most important thing. Please tell Joey I said hello.
I will. Love you guys. Miss you guys. Just really an incredible honor to be invited to do this, and what a day.
Your
what
family,
a day,
brother.
Folks.
Your family.
Matt, we were trying to kill 4 hours, and you killed one of them.
Nah, don't listen to him. Don't listen to him.
Hey, I still provide value. That's what I want. You know what? I'm gonna cut this tape for me, fellas. Maybe I'll get a job again.
Warriors season ended Saturday with a hard-fought loss to the Clippers.
We love you, brother. Be well.
Love you, Matt.
Later.
Be good. Say hi to Jody. Hug those kids.
All right, it's the Fitz and Brooks Show. One day only here on KNBR San Francisco, KNBR FM, a Cumulus media station.
Fitz and Brooks.
And I don't want to hear, Dad uses a lot of profanity at home. This is not.
Yeah, you do.
No, that.
Bob Fitzgerald and Rod Brooks on KNBR 680. And you can always listen online at KNBR.com.
Oh, man. That's my favorite.
That kid is much older.
I was about to say, that ain't a kid no more.
No. You said that, I think, when they were like teenagers, like, where'd they get that voice? Where'd they get that bass? What's going on?
Hey, take some of that bass out of your voice when you talk to me. No, what's wild for me is watching other people's kids get older, like Mike's daughter, your boys, and Aaron. That's the true passage of time. Because you just see them just like, I can't believe, they're going to grow. It sounds stupid to say. I can't believe you're growing, but it's hard to process that sometimes.
You know what's good? Get them off the payroll. Just get them off the payroll. Just, get them out of college, get them jobs, get them, stop paying all their bills. Get them off the payroll as soon as possible.
Yeah, that's the thing you need to do. Get them out your crib, get them out your pocket.
Yeah, but you know what? You know where the kids get you now? Every adult knows this. They're all signed up for all these streaming services. And you look at your Visa and like, what? Like Spotify and Hulu and Netflix and Paramount Plus and Peak. How many things are we subscribed to?
All of them.
Yeah, they just, just put it on Dad's bill. He'll never find it.
So they're never going to get out of your pocket is what you're telling me.
No, then it's, then you get the, hey, we're going to leave our cell phones, on the family plan and stuff. And, hey, well, how about paying for my car insurance? And
all of this is to keep you out of an old folks home. You see what I'm saying? You're doing this now so they don't drop you off in front of Shady Acres and then run away as they're wheeling you into the old folks home.
Yeah, they forget that I have an accounting and finance degree. I'm bringing receipts. So as they become successful, you owe me this much.
Wait. You're presenting them with an invoice?
Yeah. You think Notre Dame and Virginia Law School was free?
You are
no,
definitely
it was
going
not.
To an old folks home.
Yeah. I mean, that's
the first chance they get, they are dropping you off there. Enjoy the applesauce, Pops. We out.
Oh, man. It'd be good to get old. You never know. You never know. I think every parent, if your kid has done well, should come back for the collegiate money. They should just hey, fork it over. Let's go. I want it all back.
Yeah, see how it works.
And then you as a grandparent can give it to the grandkids, then you can pass it along. But, man, the educational bills for these kids, just wait till Evan and Wyatt are like doing full 4-year deals. You will not believe the amount of money you spend on college tuition.
I know what you're talking
crazy.
about. Both of those boys are going to be on full ride academic scholarships.
Oh, that would be the best of every world right there.
No, they're not. I'm screwed. I'm absolutely No, they're not. No, they're not.
That's the best of every world. No, that's everybody knows, and because I was the oldest of 5 kids, like your parents, like they do everything in their lives to make your life better.
Exactly.
That's real parenting. Just everything that they had, anything they ever made, all it's just all for the betterment of the next group. That's why, like, I tell people spend it. Don't save it and leave it to them. Spend it all. These kids are ungrateful as hell. Spend all that money and leave as little as possible for them.
I forgot about our somewhat recurring segment we used to do back in the day, Bob Fitzgerald's parenting advice. Just got a little bit of it right there. When your kids get out of college, ask for that money back.
Yeah. The first thing you do is, pursue a career where you'll be gone all the time. That's as a parent, you spend a lot of time away from your kids. That's good for you and good for them.
Absence makes the heart grow fonder.
Yeah, or they're like, oh, Dad's not here. We can do whatever the hell we want. So then you need to put cameras in the house. Then you know kind of what's happening. When people are like trying to jump off the balcony into the pool and stuff, and then you come back, hey, did anyone jump off the balcony? No, Dad, that didn't happen. Really? The camera would say otherwise.
The eye in the sky does not lie. Looks like you guys had a good time that night.
Yeah. Now, what you do is you give them a chance because you don't want to be that parent. You give them a chance and you do are you sure you want to recant that statement? Are you sure nobody jumped off the balcony? Like, you let them know I might have some evidence that you're not fully taking into account.
I'm giving you a chance to get out of this, but if you're going to continue to go down that road, then I got to bust you.
But if, it's because, how did you and I get through high school, college, and the early parts of our lives? Wasn't me.
Yeah.
Right? That was the answer to everything.
And there was no video or photographic evidence to the contrary. Man, do you just imagine how different our lives would have been had technology that we have now been available back then? Because we did some extra stupid stuff that no one will ever know about.
Well, but think about this, and even you got today's athletes even getting in trouble with this. You're doing stupid stuff, and your friends are recording it?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, like that ain't good. Your real friends are smart enough to not record what you're doing. Come on now.
Don't record stupid stuff for prosperity.
Yeah. That's the
prosperity.
We're doing something stupid. Let's go on Instagram Live.
The great thing is to do something stupid and then have the memories and talk about it forever.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
And then you can embellish or take a little something off as you see fit. But no, when you record yourself doing something, we got to keep this for no.
That's every kid in the world is out there with their phone trying to record. Like, no, all you're doing is hurting your friends. Don't put that phone away. Like you said, when you're like 20, 30, you need deniability. You don't want to have people trotting that stuff out.
Wasn't me.
Right?
Two of the most powerful words in the English language. Wasn't me.
Wasn't me. Oh, don't be the Moses Malone with Charles Barkley and those guys. Like, I learned him too good. Like, don't be giving away all the state secrets on that.
Hey, we're going to talk some college football with our good friend Rod Gilmore, college football analyst for ESPN. He's actually getting ready to do the Miami and Rutgers game for the Pinstripe Bowl, and I believe he's going to do the LSU Bowl game on New Year's Day for ESPN. So looking forward to talking to Rod Gilmore as the college football playoff is coming up here in just a few days. Indeed, what you are hearing is real. Don't get used to it, though. For one day
Don't record
only.
it. Put that phone down.
Fitz and Brooks here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Mike Silver joined JD and Haberman this morning to discuss if the Niners are still the team to beat in the NFC. Check out that podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
Fitz and Brooks.
Definitely concerns me a little bit, you know what I mean? But, I packed that thing too, so you come around this way, you will get caught.
Bob Fitzgerald and Rod Brooks on KNBR 680. And you can always listen online at KNBR.com.
You will get claps.
We had some good drops.
The best. What'd you think about, and we'll get into this more with Rod Gilmore, what'd you think about Florida State not making the playoff?
I think the 4-team playoff, as you and I have always talked about, the 4-team playoff was totally stupid, and it rewards the donut, trying to be undefeated. I think the fact that Florida State won a legitimate conference, scheduled LSU out of conference, beat everybody that they played, and had been in the top 4, and then won their conference championship game and then dropped out.
Right.
What was bizarre. Now, the only defense I would give the competition committee or whatever you want to call them, playoff committee, they lost their starting quarterback. And as long as you're putting a TV show together with the Final Four, a damaged Florida State without their starting quarterback is not a good team.
But here's my pushback on that. They're not as good as they were, but here's my pushback on that. That defense is legitimate. And they went into that game against Louisville, a team who could score in that ACC championship game. They knew that defense, that it was, hey, we're the last line of defense, literally, because we're not going to score because of the concussion to the second-string quarterback, and they went in there with the true freshman third-string quarterback.
Right.
For that defense to do the job it did, and it done all season long, but especially at that time when they needed it to be when they needed that job at the time against Louisville, I thought they should have been rewarded for that. I'd like to see that defense go up against Michigan, and they would have gotten their second-string quarterback back and take Rodemaker, who now is
in the portal
and is not going to play, and I don't necessarily blame him, in the Orange Bowl against Georgia. I think that with that defense and their second-string quarterback in a month to prepare, I think that it doesn't necessarily make up for not having their starting quarterback, but things are not as dire as, well, they don't have their starting quarterback. They struggled against Louisville, so they shouldn't be in.
Everything you just said is perfect, and I would agree with it.
But not for a television show.
But also, too, though, let's say we're in a room, we're arguing with 12 other dudes, is who do you take out then? Okay, you're not taking Michigan out. They went undefeated. They beat Ohio State. They won the Big Ten. You're not taking Washington out. They won the Pac-12. Pac-12 might have been the best top-to-bottom conference in their last iteration.
Don't disagree.
A lot of quality good teams, and beat Oregon and the whole bit. They beat them in the conference title game. You're not taking the SEC champion out. That's the thing. Like
I would have.
Okay, but I'm just saying, like, let's live in the real world. The SEC runs college football. I mean, like, the SEC is college football. So Alabama played Texas non-conference, which was good.
Lost
Alabama
at home.
That Alabama beat Georgia. Now the Alabama-Auburn game, like, that could have solved everything. Like, if Auburn had won that, then but to leave out the SEC champion, I'm just saying, in the real world, that's the semi-pro conference. Like, hey, Florida State's in and the SEC champion's out. Like that, I just think in a room of college football people, like, people would have gotten shot. Like, they would have taken people out if that would have happened.
I mean, but that's everything you said is right. That's BS, though. I almost cussed.
Yeah, I mean, that's BS, though. I'm with you. I'm with you. Everything you said about Florida State, I'm with you. Like, if someone wanted to vote that way, I'd be fine. In the real world, SEC is the dog, wagging everything.
You lost to Texas at home and you struggled against Auburn.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to hear it. Rod Gilmore, college football analyst for ESPN, joining us next. Fitz and Brooks on KNBR, the sports leader. Just
go Bama.
Hey, but no, I never said that. That's doctored audio.
You're listening to Fitz and Brooks.
I have an incredibly high opinion of myself, which is why a lot of people hate me.
Bob Fitzgerald and Rod Brooks on KNBR 680, the sports leader.
That hasn't changed.
I believe that's Mr. Gilmore.
That's your favorite drop. You love playing that for me.
And you love hearing it.
It's true.
Rod Gilmore, a good friend, college football analyst for ESPN, and all-around good guy. Rod, we appreciate the time. How you doing today?
I'm well. How you guys doing? Let me just say this. I've been getting my fix with each of you separately, so it's really, really cool to have you guys together. It makes it easier for me.
Hey, Rod, what I was going to say is, as a Stanford guy and then a Notre Dame guy, why don't you and I discuss college football and leave Rod, the LSU guy, off to the sideline?
All right, that's enough.
Actually, you'd be the perfect guy, Rod, to ask. This is kind of a serious question, and I love Rod B's input on this as well. Are we headed to a new division of college football that would be, we'll call it something cleaner, but the semi-pro division and then college football in this, and let the schools choose. In the semi-pro division, obviously unlimited NIL, unlimited transfers. If you want to go to school, cool. If you don't, they can even give you a degree later on or whatever. Or the college football division, you do got to be academically eligible and normal recruiting, and we're not transferring twice in a year and all that stuff. Rod, would we ever get to that where the top 40 teams would run the semi-pro division and the other 90 would be college football? Is that even down the road? I mean, is that even a possibility?
Well, we've been talking about something like that for the last, 5 or 10 years as the money got bigger. I think it is going to happen, but not for the reasons we all thought it would be. We all thought that, the NCAA and the schools would figure out, hey, this makes sense, we should go that way. But that's not it. It's really the courts that have been pushing this with the cases that have already come down.
Are they employees or not, or things like that?
Yep. Employees is out there. There's also the House case pending in the same court that the judge that ruled in Alston and O'Bannon, where revenue sharing is on the table. That's likely to come down. There's another new case dealing with, wiping out scholarship limits completely, and saying that you should be completely free. So I think we are moving towards that. And if I would go a step further, the fact that Florida State has filed this lawsuit to challenge the
grant of rights,
and every conference has it. If any way, shape, or form Florida State wins that and the grant of rights is ruled illegal, you have complete free agency among every school to leave and, recombine any way they want. So I think it's completely likely that we will have, top 40 schools, top 50, whatever it is, who say we're willing to spend whatever it takes. We want to be in that pool, and then everybody else figure it out from there. So I think while it was something of, hey, isn't that an interesting possibility a few years ago? I think it's inevitable, but because the courts and the states have pushed it that way, not because NCAA wants it that way.
We were always leading towards what you're describing, Rod, just because the money in the television aspect of it. Television drives this whole thing, and they're the ones that bring in the money or provide the money. It was just getting to the point where you had to do. You can't keep laundering all that money. You know what I mean?
Right.
You eventually gonna have to pay the labor force. You can only build so many practice facilities. You can only continue to add decks to these stadiums. You can, as crazy as it sounds, you can only pay coaches so much before people go, really. It's just it was leading up to this point because the money was just so ridiculous.
In a way, we should admire the brilliance and the greed and the audacity of them to keep it going this long, because they have run out the clock on this as long as they could. It took the Supreme Court and other courts to get in and say, you can't do this. But they have squeezed everything that they could squeeze out of it with this game, charade, whatever you want to call it. And now it's changing, and it has to change. There's really no question about it. So, I think it circles back to your point. I mean, we can probably name the 40 schools that would say, yep, we're in. Yep. We make enough money. We can do it. And then the others that will say, no, it doesn't work for us.
Hey, Rod, as a Stanford guy, with Stanford now, ACC, Chip Kelly had said, why don't we just have a division for football and then leave all the other, stuff together? I mean, if you're a swim team and you're Stanford, who, they're elite in all the Olympic sports and always have been, their water polo team's got to go to North Carolina State and things the travel for all the non-football sports, this is ridiculous. These conferences have to get back to some regional setup. Couldn't we just do a different, format for football and leave the traditional conference areas altogether?
Yeah. And I think, in my own discussions with Stanford alums, and I think it's a fairly universal view, it's really polarized the Stanford community. A strong majority are saying, what are we doing? Mm-hmm. Why are we asking our athletes to live like this and travel like this? And what's going to be the physical and mental toll on them for doing it this way? And then there's the other segment that says, why are we involved in athletics like this anyway? Mm-hmm. So it's not an easy thing for Stanford. And, my own personal view, and I've been, openly critical with Stanford officials about this for years, that I think Stanford missed an opportunity to lead on this. And you can look at what Chip Kelly proposed and say, well, why didn't some other school or department propose something like this and try to get some change going? Why is it now, after the fact that everything is falling apart, that, Chip Kelly, the football coach, says, here's an idea that makes some sense. Why not consider it? And if, for folks who haven't heard what Chip said, he was basically saying, why don't we separate football and make everyone independent, sort of like Notre Dame, mm-hmm. and let the rest of the sports, be, separate and unattached to the whole division realignment thing and whatnot. What's wrong with that? But just that kind of thinking and willing to step out and to lead on what the NCAA and the conferences should do is something that, honestly, I think Cal and Stanford and, Bob, Notre Dame. But listen, Notre Dame figured it out. Notre Dame got it right a long time ago, So I can see why, they don't have to change anything. They're in a great spot right now.
College athletics, specifically college football, and the NCAA moves at a glacial pace, or they only move at the point of a gun.
Yeah, well, Rod hit it with the courts, Rod.
Yeah, that's one. But that's the gun.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. That's it.
That's the gun. They don't do it out of the kindness of their heart. They don't do it out of just out and out do the smart thing or do the right thing. They do it if it makes sense for them financially, and they do it if the government says, all right, you better do it or else.
Well, remember, courts don't move fast either.
Exactly. Right. Play the long game, baby.
Yeah. It's not like the NCAA and the conferences did not know this was coming.
Right.
This has been coming for years. I mean, you talk about, your signals. It's been out there for the longest.
The only people who are really winning with this, lawyers, baby, billable hours.
But also too, Rod, we were joking before you joined us. I said NIL, that was just for payments for nobody is looking. We've been doing that in the SEC for years. What do we?
Yeah.
Oh, it's name, image, and likeness. No, I thought it was nobody is looking.
Yeah, A&M went. Oh, okay. So now we're doing this out in the open. Well, no problem. We are well versed in this. Hey, we talked about this a little bit earlier. I wanted to get your thoughts on Florida State's exclusion from the college football playoff. And I know a lot has been made about ESPN and needed to have a hand in it. Rod Gilmore, I want to hear from the former Stanford football player, because to me, those young men at Florida State, and I got no love for Florida State because they beat LSU to start the season 2 years in a row.
Right.
But to me, right is right. I think those young men played their tails off, especially the last two games, particularly the ACC championship, where that defense knew it had to basically pitch a shutout for them to win. And for them not to be rewarded, even though they did everything you're supposed to do, I thought it was a shame for those young men that went out there and did that basically unpaid.
Yeah, I mean, I know that this has been polarizing for a lot of folks, but not for me. For me, the CFP got it wrong. Partly for what you say, team went undefeated. They did everything that they needed to do. And here's the other thing. When we first got into this playoff, years ago, the mantra was, listen, you need to play up. You're not going to go undefeated and play FCS schools and the weakest team in a power conference and get into the playoff. You have to play somebody. And all Florida State did was play LSU and Florida in non-conference. And that was enough to say that they weren't trying to backdoor their way into the playoff. They did what they had to do. Now, the fact that the committee said this is a different team, well, yes, it is a different team. It doesn't mean it's a worse or a bad team.
Right.
They won differently. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. And the thing I have a problem with is that the committee, each and every week, and we all heard this, well, we don't look ahead, we don't project. We just use what's in front of us. Yet when they got to making this decision, all they did was project about FSU. We don't see how they can win a game when they don't have their starting quarterback. Well, you got to be consistent. If you're not going to project in week 10, week 11, and week 12, don't project after the conference championship. If the teams have won and they've played great, they've won the game, they found the way to win, enough. That's fair enough. How many times did we see or hear the chair of the committee say, well, we're impressed that team found a way to win? But when it came to Florida State, they eliminated all that.
Yeah, but Rod, the bigger problem was that the Alabama-Auburn game wasn't on TV, right? Nobody saw that game. It apparently didn't happen. Or it must have happened 5 months ago. It didn't happen the week before or anything, right? Like that shouldn't have factored in.
A once-in-a-lifetime throw and catch saves Alabama's season, and it's treated like Alabama rolled Auburn in that game.
And a once-in-a-lifetime just brain-dead decision by Auburn to play that defense in that situation the way they did.
Rod Gilmore as a DB would have knocked that ball down. I would have told you that right now.
Good God.
It's crazy. But, the other disappointing thing for me is, how many, coaches, privately have said to me and others, oh, yeah, they got it wrong, Yet publicly they go, well, it's our system, we have to live with this, and, we're okay with it. No, just be consistent about it.
Rod, if they say that publicly, the SEC takes names. They'll find you. You don't want those people mad at you.
You have a point there, and it'll be interesting, but I doubt that the Florida governor is going to find a scintilla of evidence that folks were talking about, hey, should we leave the SEC out or whatnot? Because they might have talked about it, but it's not in an email, it's not in a text, it's not anywhere. You're not going to come up with that kind of evidence.
No paper trail whatsoever.
Now, let's get to the biggest reason we had you on. Is Rutgers going to cover this spread against Miami? As you get ready for this game, help some people out here. How do you see this thing? This line is flipped from -3.5 to +2.5. What's going on here?
I thought Rod wanted to know about my LSU-Wisconsin game on the first.
Oh, we'll get to that. But I'm going to let this degenerate get this information before he puts his bet down.
So here's the deal. If you look at Miami, they may be 70-75% of what they were offensively and with their starters. Let's just use their starters on offense and defense. They've lost key players. So they're about 70-75% of what they were in their last game. Mm-hmm. They're playing a quarterback, Ja'Cory Brown, who hasn't played this year, started a couple games last year. Now remember, their longtime starter this season, Tyler Van Dyke, has transferred. The backup quarterback who played in the last couple games broke his arm. He's done. So Ja'Cory Brown is the starter. He was redshirting this year. Hasn't played a snap all season. So they're also without one of their top receivers who transferred, and they're missing a couple of linemen. So they're not what they were offensively. And you have this problem in the first game of the season and exhibition game, just, timing, taking care of the ball, tackling. Well, you add on top of that you're missing some guys at key spots like quarterback and a running back and a top receiver and a couple of linemen. So, yeah, I think it's going to be a bit of a struggle offensively. Maybe they find their sea legs, by the second quarter or third quarter, but I would expect early on it would be a bit of a challenge for Miami offensively, whereas Rutgers, pretty much everybody is there and raring to go and, has played a lot, so not a whole lot of changes for them. They're missing one defensive back, but other than that, their 22 starters are 21 of 22. So I can see why the line has moved. The last 2 days it started out heavy at Miami and it started moving more towards Rutgers. So I'd probably say if the number is 40, 42 for the over under, I'd probably lean towards the under.
Okay. That's our good friend Rod Gilmore, ESPN college football analyst. He is going to do the game tomorrow at Yankee Stadium, the Pinstripe Bowl between Miami and Rutgers. And also, Rod's doing Wisconsin LSU. I'll ask you about LSU and then bring Michigan into the mix. I think LSU is going to win the game. But there was a rumor, and I don't put much into it, but I will ask you anyway, that Brian Kelly, if the Michigan job opens up, if Jim Harbaugh leaves to go to the NFL, that Brian Kelly would slide in there. I'm sure you've heard it. Any validity to it? And how do you see Michigan handling their game against Alabama? And then we'll get into the other semifinal, and then what we see is the final after that.
LSU is interesting because we chatted with them a couple of days ago, and Brian Kelly made a big deal out of the fact that, hey, we don't have distractions. Everybody is dialed in. We're intact. Everyone who's here is really excited to be here. And when you ask him about coaches moving and whatnot, well, first of all, it's kind of a dumb question for the head coach because he's not going to tell you, right? He's just like, no, I'm focused on this game. We're building something here, which is, pretty much what he said. Interestingly enough, the very next day after we chatted with them and chatted with their offensive coordinator, Mike Denbrock
goes back to Notre Dame.
Back to Notre Dame the very next day. So we're like, okay, there are some distractions here. I think Michigan would definitely move on BK if he's interested. If Harbaugh winds up with, the Raiders or the Chargers, which wouldn't surprise me. I mean, you can't figure out what Jim's going to – you guys know him. You really, really hard to figure out what Harbaugh's going to do next.
Right.
So –
I don't know. I think the NCAA's done with him either. That's the other thing. I think if he goes to the NFL, he can get away from all that.
I was going to say, does he pull the Pete Carroll? Get out before the posse eventually gets him, goes to the NFL like Carroll did.
Well, doesn't he have to weigh? Does he want the 10-year, $125 million offer from Michigan, or does he leave and go to the NFL? Does he want to deal with, all the aggravation of the NCAA to take the 10-year deal, or go make that money in the NFL? And like I said, you guys know Jim. He'll do exactly what you don't expect. But if I were in his shoes, I would be so sick and tired of the NCAA.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd be out in a heartbeat. But listen, he's got a really, really good team. And I don't know if you guys saw the reaction when it was announced that Alabama was the number 4 seed they would have to play.
They were looking forward to playing Florida State. Definitely not Alabama.
Yeah. And with good reason. I mean, this is not the Alabama team, that struggled the first couple of weeks. The Auburn game notwithstanding, they have the speed to play with Michigan. Don't get me wrong. I think Michigan is a little bit more sound team, but the issue becomes Alabama's speed. Speed. And if Jalen Milroe plays well at quarterback, he's become a really, really good deep ball passer. And they don't ask him to do a lot of the intermediate throws because they know it's not his strong suit, so not a lot of 15, 20-yard digs. It's either a deep ball, it's use your legs, it's a quick game. So if Michigan allows him to play to his strengths, they could have trouble with him. But this is a Michigan team that for the first time in 3 years in the playoff, where they have about an equal level of talent for who they're facing. So I think this Michigan team can win this game and should win this game. But if they get caught up reacting the way they did when they heard they were playing Alabama, and it's a helmet game, and they get on the field and they go, it's Alabama and it's Nick Saban, and they fall behind by 2 scores, and they're in trouble.
What do you think of the other one in terms of Washington? I really like Penix, and I think that's the most underrated team. If the Pac-12 was so good this year that to go unscathed in that conference, Washington going to be there, or is Texas better than them?
I like Washington, and the one thing Washington has that nobody else has is they have 3 receivers who are as close to number 1 receivers in college football. And you guys know this, there's no team in the country that has 3 defensive backs that can play you in man coverage. You just don't. Yeah. You're going to get beat at the slot. You're going to get beat somewhere. You don't have 3 guys who can cover like that. So that limits what you can do defensively. And if Texas thinks that they can line up and play man-free coverage and keep the safety in the middle,
that's a problem.
Penix will eat them alive.
Yeah.
So Texas is really, really good, and they're really talented, and they're really big up front. But I keep leaning towards the matchup with these 3 elite receivers and Penix's ability to throw the ball down the field. I like Washington in this one.
Rod, we like you a ton. Thanks for being a friend. Thanks for joining us today. Safe travels as you get from game to game, and the happiest of New Year's to you and yours.
Yeah, Rod, you do a great job as an analyst, too.
Yes, sir.
I mean, you're a pleasure to listen to. You learn, like you said, you could talk broadly on the whole sport and then the individual matchups. I mean, you really, really do a good job. I love, when they pair you, I know, they move you around at times because you're so good, but when you and Dave Fleming are doing games together, my God, that's like my favorite day ever.
Yeah. Listen, you guys are far too kind. I appreciate it. You guys are great friends. And listen, like I said, I'm getting my fix, watching you guys do your own thing separately, but it's a real treat to do this with you guys, when you're in the same place. So that's awesome. Happy holidays. This was a big deal, big treat for me. It's made my week. Thanks, guys.
Too kind.
Thanks, Rod.
Thank you, Rod. Be well, sir. Rod Gilmore, college football analyst for ESPN. Indeed, it is the Fitz and Brooks Show here on KNBR, the sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Kurt Warner joined JD and Haberman this morning to discuss how Brock Purdy can shake his 4-interception game. That podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Now back to Fitz and Brooks.
Let's go to John in San Francisco. John, you're on KNBR.
Oh, what? Hello?
Thank you. Let's go to Jackson in Sacramento. Jackson, you're on the Fitz and Brooks show. What's up, Jackson? Brian is in the Sunset. What's going on, Brian?
Hey, Bob. Sorry, I was drinking a beer. I have a.
Give me Dave in Redwood City. He's been hanging forever. Dave, you're on KNBR. What's up, Dave?
Hang on one sec.
Hang on one sec. Hang on yourself.
Bob Fitzgerald and Rod Brooks on KNBR 680. And you can always listen online at knbr.com.
Oh, you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And if you are just tuning in or just catching up with the stream on YouTube or Twitch, yeah, it's okay. You're fine. It is the Fitz and Brooks show. I'm Rod Brooks. I'll wave to the camera. Bob is here. Just hanging out for the day. Just one day only.
One day only. I didn't know they kept all that archival stuff.
Oh, they were just waiting to unleash it, apparently.
Mike, are you just waiting for me to get in an auto accident or something and you can all trot it out when I'm gone? Like, what's going on with all that?
With the way you drive, it's only a matter of time.
Wow. Shots fired.
Hey, if it's paved, you can drive on it. All right? I mean, those lane lines are just a guideline.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that's having Rod Gilmore on. What a great dude.
Yeah.
I mean, and what an upgrade from Kolsky in the first hour. I mean,
without a doubt. I mean, yeah, Rod had to rescue it, from the ground, underground, to bring up the level.
Yeah, that's the. Now, here's the one thing. I mean, I'll pay attention. Maybe there's some money on it. Maybe there isn't. But some of these bowl games, Rod, this is the other thing with the 12-team playoff next year. It values and will create value of so many more postseason games. Right. I mean, this Final Four now, with all the opt-outs and everything else, these other bowl games are awful.
Man,
I mean, it's just bad. And
I think close to 50 players have opted out between Georgia and Florida State in the Orange Bowl. The Orange Bowl. Remember when the Orange Bowl used to be a big deal?
That's something.
And it's like, remembering that birds used to be dinosaurs back in the day. But the Orange Bowl was one of the bowls. And now it's just, whatever.
Well, the Orange Bowl is almost a 21-point spread right now, which is ridiculous with Florida State and Georgia because of all the opt-outs. I think we're getting to the point where our dream of being bowl executives, I don't know if we want that now.
Man, that was going to be our ticket into just the sweet life. We were going to be John Junker times 1,000.
Think about that. You're a bowl executive for you picked it, the Fiesta Bowl. You're making like $350,000. You got one day, one game. The rest of the year, what are you doing? You're taking people golfing or whatever. That guy was using his expense account to pay for his assistant's wedding.
That dude had it.
I mean, there was some slush fund money. Whew. I mean, you're a bowl executive?
You got to wear a garish jacket that was expressly tailored for you.
Man,
that was the way to go.
The job.
Now
why couldn't we be bowl executives?
I don't know. Well, you know what we eventually did? We started a sham university.
That's true.
So I feel like we did okay when it came to graft and corruption.
People don't realize when we started Fitz and Brooks University, a lot of teams scheduled us, and
we were Bishop Sycamore before Bishop Sycamore.
Yeah, when they would send the game checks. And we didn't show up, and we're like, "Hey, report any score you want, no problem." I mean, that's all part of it.
Problem is, though, some of these body bag games, these schools would schedule them, and they started beating the big teams. That's when the offers dried up.
Please tell me, because I didn't text you the day after, but please tell me you enjoyed New Mexico State beating Auburn. Let's pay you $2 million. What? New Mexico was busy? Oh, we'll take New Mexico State. Like. $2 million to get your rear end beat?
I enjoyed it just as much as I enjoyed was it A&M losing to Appalachian State a couple of years ago?
Yeah.
That was a beauty. But at least Appalachian State, they can throw a scare into you. Not supposed to beat A&M. But yeah, no, I love it when the rabbit gets the gun and the rabbit goes, no, I'm actually going to shoot you with it. I'm not just going to point it at you.
I always wonder how the payments work. Like, you're New Mexico State, you show up at Auburn, then you win. Does the AD go, yeah, give me my $2 million on the way out?
You got to do it.
I mean, do
Run
you
me
ask
my money. Run
you get
me
like
my
a big
money.
golf check, like at a tournament, like the big golf check tournament, and you take it on the team plane going home? Like, how do they get paid? I need to know these things.
Run me my money. Direct deposit? No. I need it now.
Yeah, we
got to put gas in the plane. Give me my money.
Yeah, 'cause those are the ones where, it'd be crazy trying to travel to that. But can you imagine sitting in the third quarter at Jordan-Hare Stadium when they're like, we invited New Mexico State and they are just running a scrimmage against us and we paid them $2 million to beat us up? Like that fan base there, that'd be a tough day.
No, they took that very well, Bob. Oh no, Auburn didn't mind. Yeah, Auburn's not kind of betwixt and between at this point. They're a very stable football program with a very low key and stable fan base.
Well, and also too, I mean,
it's
it's not like 4th and 31 would stick in your craw for I don't know, the rest of your life against your rival.
What a bunch of dummies.
4th and 31. Come on
They
now.
could have done the world a favor by beating Alabama.
That's almost like when you're up 3 and you don't foul, and the other. Oh no! Yeah, that's happened a couple times this year.
Or and if you're going to employ that strategy, how about you just focus on the fouling and not trying to go for the steal when that wasn't part of the plan?
Oh man! Do you know what's funny about that? And this is just because I had to get deep into the weeds on the rules. When the inbounder in basketball releases the ball, you can literally think defensive pass interference.
Yeah, just go through him.
Just smash him.
Right.
There's no, the upward shooting motion or foul him on the catch.
No.
Don't ever let him catch the ball.
And you tell the officials
that we're going to do it.
Look at here. I know this is not going to look good,
but we're going to go run through this guy.
But this guy is about to get it right now. Nothing but just basketball.
And I've bored you with this, but just so people know, because they do this in Europe and they do it internationally all the time. When you foul up 3, it's a math equation. If they catch the ball, they're likely to make a 3 40% of the time. There's nearly 100 guys in the league that shoot 40% on threes. So if you allow a 3, you're going to get burned 40% of the time.
Right.
If you foul and the guy makes the first free throw, let's call it 80% of the time. Let's say he's a good free throw shooter. 80% of the time. Now he's got to intentionally miss the second free throw. In the NBA, missed free throws are rebounded by the team outside the lane line, the guy shooting, because the two inside guys get better position. Mm-hmm. They only get it 10% of the time on a missed free throw. 0.8 times 0.1. Then let's say you get the rebound only 10% of the time, but then you lay it back in. Let's say that layup goes in 80% of the time. 0.8 times 0.1 times 0.8 is 6.4%. So do you want 40% or 6.4%? Do you want Kevon Looney shooting a 3 or Steph Curry shooting a 3?
Numbers scare me, Bob.
I'm just saying, it's like, it isn't what the one that drives me nuts, and we don't go into too much of it because we're calling the game, but the coach doesn't believe in fouling. He doesn't believe in math? 40%? Or 6.4%.
But Bob,
so that's why
there's a good handful of them who actually do not believe in math,
and they're called losers. So that's it, and that's why Steve Kerr says the Warriors are a foul team. Steve knows that. But you have to execute that strategy. You need to foul as the ball's being inbounded. As soon as it leaves the inbounder's hand, you don't want to foul before he inbounds it. That creates a whole second problem. But once the ball's released, just run through the guy. 40% or 6.4%. There's the strategy equation on that is not debatable because it's math. So that's the one that when you have that lead, you're up 3, with 10 seconds, you should win that game like all the time. And the Warriors lost 2 of those games that way, which is beyond frustrating.
I love that the Warriors are a foul team. I just wish they wouldn't foul so much during the game.
Yeah, well, don't bring up Christmas because
that was. I tend not to get exercised about NBA refereeing. That was not a good product for the NBA's premier regular season day.
Because what Steve is saying, and he's so right, and you love the league, I love the league. These are the greatest players in the world. And if you're playing basketball, people really love basketball. But when you're playing let's shoot free throws, that sucks, and nobody's interested in that. So it's a real simple thing. If you bump me and I miss a shot, that is a foul. Your contact created an advantage for you because I missed. If you bump me and I lay it in, your contact created no advantage. I still made the basket.
The art of the play on is completely lost in
the
today's
no call's
basketball.
gone.
It's gone. It's
the
completely
no call
gone.
is gone. And that's only there's been all kinds of crew chiefs that have retired and stuff in the last couple of years. So it's a very young officiating crew, just in general in the league. It takes a lot of experience and a lot of confidence in yourself to have the no call.
But I think and this is a football thing too. I think a part of the officiating ethos now is if you see it, call it.
Yeah.
And even if it doesn't, they're so scared of being graded officials and judged and saying you missed this call, you missed this call, you missed this call. Their thing is if I see it, I'm going to call it, and I'm going to let you guys on the field figure that out.
Right.
They don't want to be known as you miss these calls, you get graded down, and all of a sudden now maybe you don't get postseason assignments. Maybe you do enough of this, and then you don't keep the job. They are so hyper focused on my job is to see infractions, and whether that infraction has anything to do with gameplay or whatever. I'm still going to make that call because that's the job I've been put here for. I really think that that's been something that's been drilled into referees and basketball officials in both sports.
Yeah, because what you have is, in football, on a pass play, there's holding on every play. If you called holding every play...
Just ask Nick Bosa.
Yeah, you'd have no sport if you called holding on every play. So when do they call holding? Usually when it's egregious. You've beaten the guy, you're about to get to the quarterback, and they grab you, and then you call holding. In the NBA, there is contact on every play. So did the contact create an advantage? Incidental contact versus illegal contact. Yeah. And like you said, their automatons kind of drilled in. Blow the whistle, blow the whistle, blow the whistle. I've called games this year even. There's 48 minutes in a game. You shouldn't be having 57 fouls. Over a foul a minute? Who the hell would watch that?
But you know what, though? Feeling the game and just having kind of an innate understanding of what's happening in the game, that's a lost art for officials, and it's a lost art for some players, too.
Well, but
they just don't understand the nuances of the game. It's just go out there, shoot. Instead of just understanding, oh, man, there's a flow to the game, and you have to be able to read that flow and get in that flow.
Right. And the thing, too, is the players, and the players are super smart, the players that bump into people and act like they're electrocuted, they shoot 1,000,000 free throws. Yeah. And Warrior players like a Steph Curry or Klay Thompson, they don't play the game that way. Steph's worried about making the shot or making a great move. He's not worried about, hey, if I dip my shoulder and bounce off like the guy electrocuted me, I'll shoot 2 free throws. That's just not his game. No. He's just not going to do that. It's such a janky way to play basketball that if you're a really good player, you're like, I don't want to play this way. Now there's effective guys that live at the line. Hey, look, I'm getting my points. I could care less what the game looks like aesthetically, but you're not playing the game. You're playing let's shoot free throws, and I think that's boring as hell. So
you're not playing the game.
I got what Steve was saying 1,000%, and I care about the league and how it looks and how much fun it is because it's been my life for 30 years. So when I see some of that. Not just Warriors, but just, if it's the Knicks and the Bucks or whatever, it's not good. Yeah. It's just not good.
You're not playing the game. You're gaming the system. And nobody 100%. Wants to watch that.
Yep.
David 100%. Dusek, our good friend, senior writer for GolfWeek.com.
We found that guy, too?
It's Old Home Week here.
Oh, man.
On the Fitz and Brooks Show, KNBR, the sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Greg Cosell joined Dante Whitner and myself yesterday afternoon to break down the 49ers' loss to the Ravens. Check out that podcast and more. Trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
Fitz and Brooks.
You are such a bastard.
Bob Fitzgerald and Rod Brooks on KNBR 680. And you can always listen online at KNBR.com.
Oh, man. Our good friend David Dusek, senior writer, golfweek.com. Nice enough to hang out with us here. Rod Brooks, Bob Fitzgerald, one day only here on The Sports Leader. David, it has been far too long. I know we ever so often have a chance to converse on Twitter, but thanks for joining us here on this one-off of the Fitz and Brooks show. Brother, how you doing?
Every time I think I'm out, they pull me right back.
You're never out, baby. You're never out.
It's like you just can't leave the family. How you guys doing?
Great.
Talk to you.
David, is your son Charlie 35 years old right now?
As I think Rod knows, the boy just finished his freshman semester, first semester at LSU. He is home on break. He's still on my dole. I'm trying to pass him off on somebody else unsuccessfully so far. It's crazy. Yes, the boy is 19. He'll be 20.
Wow. So you sent him to LSU. You didn't want him to go to a real school, or what happened
there? He wanted to see some real football and like what they do.
Yeah.
So how about that?
Hold that.
Syracuse only lost 45-0 to South Florida. I mean,
dude, did they get smoked or what? Okay, it's so funny. Like all of a sudden, like I'm paying attention to SEC football. I actually can tell you about SEC football now and how your Notre Dame Fighting Irish just picked off the offensive coordinator from LSU and are bringing him back next year. Like. I need a life, fellas. I need a life and I need money.
Well, we were looking forward to talking to you, David, for kind of one like serious thing, and we will stroll down memory lane many other things. The whole Live Golf deal and the Saudi investment fund, and I mean this is a seismic shift in golf to the point where the PGA initially was, hey, we're going to stand tall and. What's this renegade league and this and that? And then the Saudis said, we're going to keep filing lawsuits and you don't have enough money to fight us in court and you will join us instead. Is golf for the better, for the worse? It's all the main guys still look like they can still play in all the majors. I mean, give us the David Dusek view on just a seismic change in the sport.
So the 50,000-foot sort of view is that, everything is kind of getting blown up. And the people who right now are the elite players in the world are making Shohei Ohtani levels of money. Yeah. I mean, it's just unbelievable. The reports are that John Rahm who just signed on with Liv, number 3 player in the world, winner of the U.S. Open and down at Torrey Pines, won the Masters in the spring, is $500 million richer for having signed on with Liv. That Mickelson signed his deal for hundreds of millions, that all these guys are getting just enormous checks. And when they all started leaving in the middle of last summer, you sort of thought like, well, they might just be, out the door and just they'll just sort of be phased out. And this is going to be a sort of like renegade tour of, 48 players, with shotgun starts and 54-hole events with no cuts. And all this stuff started to change when I think the folks at the PGA Tour realized that through the litigation and through a lot of the legal stuff that they probably didn't want to have some of their dirty laundry aired out in public, and the Saudis certainly didn't want to have their dirty laundry aired out in public. And it's tough to fight legally against an entity that literally has, no budget. There's no limit to the money. They pump money out of the ground, and you can fight the good fight as much as you want, but it's sooner or later you just come to realize, like, we need to strike a deal. And what's interesting is that the two parties are sort of working theoretically to try and get this deal done by December 31st. I mean, they're literally taking it right down to the wire, and exactly what it's going to look like and exactly what it would mean for 24 and then and beyond into 25 and 26 and all that kind of stuff. We don't really know because they've been so tight-lipped about the details. Like, so, you know, you get Jay Monahan and the head of the PIF to go out on their doing the rounds. This was back in May, June, when all this stuff starts getting announced. And whenever they got asked about specifics, we're going to work it out. We're going to work it out. We're going to. And right now, we don't know if Jay Monahan's going to keep his job once something gets worked out or doesn't. We don't know if Greg Norman is going to be, you know, the guy who has been despised or looked down. If he's going to end up running something, if his jet, we don't. There's so many things we don't know, fellas, about this, other than, like, really the people who were really rich to begin with got really, really rich. And right now, unfortunately, aside from the majors, you're not going to get the best players come together nearly as often as we as sport fans would like to see.
I'm glad you mentioned the majors, because I find it interesting that they have taken you know what? This is a PGA fight with the Saudis. We're not going to get into it. If this hypothetical scenario, if the majors, particularly the Masters, said, "Now, you have to be a PGA golfer. We're not going to mess with any of the LIV guys." Let's just put it that way. LIV golfers are not invited to the Masters. And let's say a couple of other of the majors, the USGA says, no LIV golfers at the U.S. Open. And then the PGA says, well, hell, they're doing it. No LIV golfers at the PGA.
Right.
Would that then start to create pressure? Because money is great, and these guys do it for the money, but the prestige of the majors is why they got into it.
Yeah, that's career defining.
Yeah, exactly. Legacy defining. Could the majors get involved and that be an issue, or they're smart to stay out of it?
I think it's, number one, too late. And I think number two, that they were probably smart enough to realize, like, you know what? We want to lay low on this. This really doesn't, we don't have to get into this if we choose not to. And what they all basically did was say, like, look, whatever is going to work out between LIV and the PGA Tour and all this different stuff, we've had criteria. There are ways that you get into the Masters, for example, based on your world ranking, which they don't have anything to do with, based on having won PGA Tour events. Like, okay, that's that. And then other different ways. If you know, there's other mechanisms that can get you into the U.S. Open for you. So what they basically did in 2023 was say, look, we're not going to change our criteria. You guys do what you're going to do. Make whatever decisions you're going to make. This is how you get into the U.S. Open. This is how you qualify for the PGA Championship. If you meet the criteria, you're in. If you don't, through whatever decisions you're making, you're out. And that was, they didn't want to get involved. They did not want to get involved. Had Fred Ridley, who's the chairman of the Augusta National, said that if you sign with LIV and you lose your PGA Tour membership, you are no longer eligible for the Masters from the start, that could have swayed different people's decisions. But at the same time, you've got enough former champions in these big events where you then would say to Phil Mickelson, to Patrick Reed, to Sergio Garcia, to Justin Johnson, former green jacket winners, people who were at the Champions Dinner, you're no longer invited. That's not, all kidding up. Like, that's not the way that the Augusta National rolls.
Also, in a court of law, David, if they said, okay, when you won the Masters, Phil, you get a lifetime exemption, or you win the U.S. Open, you get a 10-year exemption, and then you say, no, now you're LIV, you're not invited, that you're going to court. You're saying, I won this. I got a lifetime exemption to play at Augusta. Like, you're going to lose that. They can't ex post facto go back and rechange the qualification.
It would, the only one, and I'm not, listen, I don't even pretend to be a lawyer. The one thing that I would say about the Masters specifically, it's a private club and it's an invitation tournament. Now, yes, they set up the criteria. They can hand out special exemptions. Like, if they want somebody to be invited, they will just make it up an invitation. But that one, it is a private club, and they sort of roll however they want to roll, and they can, whether they tell somebody, we're changing the criteria, we're just not going to invite you, maybe they can get away with that. The U.S. Open, the PGA Championship, are run by large organizations that are theoretically, I believe, run as not-for-profits. Whether it's a 501c3 or a 506c, whatever the hell, I'm not qualified to sort of say what they can and can't do. But at the end of the day, what you're right. None of these entities want to break up with tradition. They didn't want to get in the fight.
Yeah.
They didn't have the money. There was no motivation for them to do it. There is no win, but there's a hell of a lot of lose for them to get involved.
I look at, Rod, the question for the PGA going forward is, if you're having, the Pool and Weed Eater open in, the middle of the summer, and John Rahm's not playing, and Mickelson's not playing, and, Brooks Koepka's not playing, who's going to sponsor that? Who's going to watch that? Because I love golf, but I like the majors, and I never have. I mean, I think I've watched 8 minutes of a live tournament. It's so weird.
It's 8 more than I've watched.
Yeah, I mean, that's on the CW or something. Can't even find it. Like, I think, Dave, the regular PGA events and then the regular European events that aren't majors or aren't Ryder Cup, why am I watching this? This is bizarre. And
No.
yes, the Saudis aren't running a business. They can just keep papering it over and paying and not worried about it. But the PGA is running a business, and how you selling tickets, how you getting ratings, how you getting sponsors, that for regular events, that becomes a problem.
It becomes a big problem. I think that when we're about to go onto the West Coast swing, and the PGA Tour will start up the first week of January, and they'll be out in Hawaii doing their thing. And when they're going to be in your area at Pebble Beach at the beginning of February, people will tune in and watch because they love to see Pebble. People will tune in and watch, the Rock on, the Phoenix Open, because they want to see the 16th hole and all the craziness. Right. But what you're talking about is once you get past the prestigious events, like the real top tier events, who's watching? For example, like the CJ Cup Byron Nelson, the first week of May, when it's got a lot of nobodies in the field. When it used to get when the fields are getting, or the fields are perceived to be getting more and more diluted because John Rahm, who's the defending champion, is no longer going to be there. Because after 3 or 4 guys, like the week after the Masters, when they're playing at Hilton Head, I mean, that is a snoozer. And those guys everybody's going to be at playing these majors. And then the week after, the PGA Tour is trying to do is set up a field or a tier of essentially elevated events. And there's going to be about a dozen of them. And that's where, outside of the major championships, all the top players are going to be there because the money becomes astronomical. Their answer to Live was like, okay, well, instead of a $10 or a $12 million purse split between however many guys make the cut, we'll make it $25 million. And the winner's going to get $3 or $4 million or however it's going to end up breaking out. But the Live guys are getting that for each one of their events, and there's no cut. If you come in dead last, you shoot 100 3 times in these Live events, you're still picking up about $150,000 plus whatever your team wins.
Right.
So you get your individual money.
Wait, tell me about finishing dead last again. This sounds good.
And shooting 100.
So yeah, right. So like it's a great gig if you can get it. I mean, it's so you're going to have the major championships, which we're all going to enjoy. We can't wait till the Masters and the U.S. Open. We're going to be really psyched for that. Then you're going to get just below that some elevated events, that are going to be played. They're called signature events. Pebble Beach is a signature event. Riviera, Genesis Invitational at Riv, that's a signature event. Those have massive prize money things. So, the winner last year got a little over $3.5 million. Ironically, it was John Rahm at Riviera. He will not be there unless something seismically changes. So they're trying to buy the field and buy the prestige. But then the following week, we're going to the Mexico at Venata. What's going to be there?
Yeah.
And if you're sponsoring that, are you happy about that? No, of course not. So that's the problem, is that you're making it. Not everything can be meaningful, and when you just throw money at the problem, at some point or other, the events that don't get the money, no one cares.
And at some point, CBS and NBC, the two broadcast entities that give you golf on a regular basis,
money on all that.
They're going to have something to say about it too. We're talking golf and catching up with our good friend David Dusek, Golf Week senior writer, joining us here on the Fitz and Brooks show. Saw the tournament. I guess it was the Hero Challenge. And Tiger played with his son, and that's a kick in the pants to watch a smaller version of Tiger Woods walk around on the golf course. But I heard that Tiger plans on playing one tournament a month. You think that's the real deal? You think he's going to be able to pull that off health-wise? Because he looked, as he was walking, he looked to be walking as well as I've seen him walk since he, came out publicly after that horrible car accident a few years ago.
I think that's the aspiration, and I think it's going to be a week-to-week thing going forward. I've been following Tiger since that, going to events, seeing him play, and when he's there early in the week, playing in 9 holes of practice round, he looks sensational. The swing is there. He can still get it out there and has the distance to be able to keep up with the Rory McIlroys and the Scotty Schefflers and that guy. And if he putts halfway decent on any given week, which sometimes that's good and sometimes it's bad, and he can score. There's no question about it. I'm like Thursday afternoon, Friday, after a few practice rounds, and play 18 holes and play another 18 holes, depending on exactly where the venue is. That's when you start to see, the foot gets a little heavy. There's a little bit more of a limp that comes in. And that's, I think, to be expected. I mean, that guy's body has been through a lot. And so I think his aspiration, what he's probably learned over the last year, is that once a month I can prepare the way that I would hope to prepare. I can play, and then I can nurse myself back and recover and do it again in another 4 or 5 weeks. He will take a look at his schedule and be like, okay, you know what, maybe he plays Torrey Pines, which is not a great golf course for a person who's had back and leg and knee injuries, because that's a big, huge ballpark. That's a long walk. Some places are just going to be flatter and easier to walk than others. So that I think there's a lot of, he will either play there, or I think that he plays at Riviera. Another place, he's one of the hosts of that event. I think that he would aspire to play at the Players' Championship at TPC Sawgrass. Dead flat. Tends to be warm. That would be a good track for him. The Masters, obviously. I think once you get into April, he plays the majors, and then, whatever he can do, what'll be interesting, guys, is that the PGA Tour schedule changes dramatically this year. Everybody starts with FedEx points with 0 starting next Monday. We have gone to a calendar year schedule again. So the Tour Championship finishes right before Labor Day. September 1st is the end of the season. And then we go into this, basically, the guys are trying to get their PGA Tour card. So the season is much more condensed, which for Tiger I think is good. But I don't know if he's ever going to be somebody who's going to be pain-free enough where he can say definitively, oh, I know in 3 months I'll definitely play here. I think he's going to have to evaluate from now on, just going forward, like, how am I feeling this week? How much have I recovered from the last time I did this? Do I want to be at the British Open? Yeah, okay, fine, we're going to go for it. Do I want to be, at the Cut and Grass, Meatloaf Mountain National Open? Yeah, I can skip that one.
I'm good.
That'll be how it goes.
But David, I guess the crazy question would be, what if Tiger just went to Live and said, I want hundreds of millions of dollars, I'm going to play in one tournament, and I want to, it's only 3 days instead of 4, and I want to ride in a cart. And Liv says, yeah, sure, no problem.
Well,
he probably, Tiger could write whatever Liv deal he wanted.
Oh, yeah. No, Norman said about a year ago that Tiger said no to $800 million. So
the ability to do that alone is crazy.
So you guys are around so many high income, like high profile. Let me ask you this: if the Giants had been able to sign Shohei Ohtani, and Ohtani's getting $800 million or whatever the hell it is, $700 million from the Dodgers, at some point or another, like, it doesn't matter. Like, yes, like athletes compare each other with contracts. Like, I'm a $30 million a year player, I'm a $25 million, whatever. But like, as far as like your lifestyle, like what you would genuinely spend it on, there can't be that much of a difference between, like, say, like $400 million and $500 million. Like, we can't.
Why don't you give us that and we'll take a shot at it?
Exactly. Deep research.
It becomes an ego thing. There's no doubt about it. It's to be able 100%. To say, I make this amount of money, and there's not another human being on the planet doing it.
My value, if you get into Tiger Woods, you get into Messi, you get into some of these, the most elite.
It's another form of competition for these guys.
Totally, and I get that. But I don't think that Tiger really has to take a look around at Liv. Now that he's also on the policy board, he's even more embedded.
Okay.
I think that there's a much greater likelihood that Tiger Woods becomes the commissioner of the PGA Tour than he joins Liv. I really don't think that the Liv thing is attractive so much, and I realize that everybody's talked out their ass about a lot of these things over the last year. He has talked so much about legacy and what it means to win PGA Tour events. He's right now tied with Sam Snead, 82 career wins. He would love to get number 83.
I was just about to say he's tied too much to Snead and Arnold Palmer and Jack Nicklaus and their legacies, and that was all created in this country on the PGA Tour. He's too tied to that, in my estimation. Totally. I don't know anything about the man, but he's too tied to that to say for the money, and it would be strictly for the money. Understandably, I'm gonna go here and make this money with Liv. I'm guessing, but I think it's an educated guess. He's just too tied into the history and the fabric of the PGA Tour, and as you said, David,
I agree.
He's already got money. A lot of it.
He's made well over $1 billion with a B already. So what more? The leverage that the Saudis would have over a lot of guys would not be nearly as effective against on Tiger.
Yeah, you can't buy him. Which, again, this is not to say that the guys are taking the money. You can take a shot at it. You can take a shot at it, sure, but
again, like how many guys have we seen over the last year who we would have said like, oh my gosh, they've got so much money and they pretend like they've got another 20 years to go, like, and yet what we have learned, and there's been this little sort of wink thing in the golf world. Oh, somehow golfers are more pure, like they call penalties on like it's an honor and the gentleman. They're like everybody else. Yeah. If you throw enough front whip out at them, they're going to They're going to
My brother, good to talk to you, man. And you're raising that boy right. And I will say this, though. You're going to lose him to the Bayou.
Oh, it's already lost. He can't wait to get the hell out of here and get back down there. His gumbo is like he's getting low on the gumbo. He's got that booting balls and stuff like that he's just telling. Oh, we visited a few times. Baton Rouge is as fun as they say.
And when he meets himself a Luann from Opelousas, it's a wrap at that point.
Yeah, put it this way, Dave. When Charlie graduates from LSU, there'll be plenty of empty seats for the football players, so you won't have any problem bringing family down to the ceremony, so it'll be fun.
It's sort of like a joke, just not that
Hey, man.
It's great to talk with you, fellas.
Great to talk to you, brother. All right, man.
Good, David.
Right. We'll see you, brother. David Dusek, Golf Week senior writer. Follow him.
You didn't tell me you got Dusek's son going to LSU. Come on, man.
Again,
that ain't right.
He understands the value of a good time. Okay?
I think you're the last graduate I know from that school. Come on. Do you remember that this is always my funny one? When Joe Burrow, do you remember his senior day press conference?
I remember the day. I don't remember.
Okay, so Joe Burrow was incredible. That LSU team won the national championship. It was one of the best college teams I've ever seen in my life. But on senior day, he ran into the end zone and did like a Lambeau leap. And remember, he's not a big emotional dude. He's kind of very even keel.
Right.
So they asked him in the post-game press conference, like, hey, you ran into the end zone and jumped into the stands like a Lambeau leap. Like, why'd you do that? He said, well, I never went to campus, so I never met any of these kids, and I wanted to thank them for cheering for me all season. Let me tell you
something. We didn't have time to have Joe crowding up his brain with no book learning.
But what I loved about that is, can you imagine the PR people at LSU? Oh, God, get him off get him, put down that microphone.
Now, you know what they were saying. He's right,
Yeah, it's why go to campus when you can just be at the football facility? It's incredible.
Yeah, it's right across the street. You can see campus. Yeah, if you want to see it, you can drive right through it or drive right by.
I'll tell you
what,
we'll mail
just keep
you
throwing
your grades.
touchdowns.
We'll mail you your grades. Don't worry about that.
No, he graduated with a national championship. That's good enough for me.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Oh, we're wrapping this bad boy up. It has gone far too quickly.
This show's not over yet?
It will be shortly.
Okay, good.
It's calm. You almost said a bad word.
4 hours, man. It's like helping you move or something.
You love it.
I just love hanging out with you.
I know.
Fitz and Brooks.
My anaconda don't want none unless you got buns, hun.
That's right.
Bob Fitzgerald and Rod Brooks on KNBR 680. And you can always listen online at KNBR.com.
Everyone has a plan till they get punched in the mouth.
I thought we were doing a short segment.
I'm a historian.
Come on, man. Put your lighters up.
And that freaks me
Or turn the light on your phone on. Wave them side to side.
I'm a nutcase, but that is what I believe. I'm just happy I'm not a phony.
Oh, man.
Just wanna conquer people and their souls.
Bring it home, baby. Bring it home. Everybody's singing home now. Karaoke.
I'm on the zone to keep from killing y'all. I guess I'm fading.
I like the high note there.
When you see me smash someone's skull, you enjoy it.
I forgot about that.
Oh, that Tyson song's the best.
Oh, I forgot about the Recluse. Yeah.
If Jesus were here,
I do too.
fight him too. Call me a rapist and a recluse. I'm not a recluse.
Those are all quotes from Mike Tyson.
God.
And someone, we've never been able to figure out who, but someone put them to song. And it is, along with the invention of the wheel and air travel, the most beautiful thing that has ever been given to us by the Creator.
And the Shaq rap, too.
Oh, are we going to? We just don't have enough time.
I mean, that Patrick Ewing catching strays in that. I mean,
Kobe, tell me how my ass.
Oh God,
oh man, I do.
All-timer.
I want to do actual radio here. I know, right?
Oh, are we still on?
Wild. The Niners practice report has just come out, and it's interesting. There's actually a bit of good news here. I'll tell you who didn't practice, and you'd like to see these guys not be on this portion of the list, but Eric Armstead's foot is keeping him out. Juwan Jennings is still in concussion protocol. Now Jalen Moore is in concussion protocol after Monday night's game. Jair Brown's knee and Aaron Banks' toe have those guys not practicing today. And if I understand correctly, today's practice is going to be on the light side, more of a walkthrough. But here's the bit of good news. Trent Williams is limited in today's practice.
Oh, because, when you see groin for him or something, you get nervous.
100%. So the fact that Trent Williams...
Who's going to carry the boombox?
is limited. I often do it, but of course he didn't call me back. The fact that Trent Williams is limited, I think that is very, very good news. Wish it was better news on the other guys, particularly Eric Armstead. But I will take that Trent Williams news and absolutely run with it. So definitely wanted to drop that on the folks as we wrap up this edition, this one-off edition of the Fitz and Brooks Show. We will take you to the Duke's Mayo Bowl. Yes, there are far too many bowl games in the United States of America coming up at the top of the hour. North Carolina.
The Duke's Mayo Bowl, though, is
West
weird.
Virginia. Well, you know they dump mayonnaise on the winning coach.
That's what I'm saying.
Nah, man, we'd have to fight on that. No.
I mean, does the coach want to win that game? Like, is he trying to fumble at the very end? Like, you want a whole thing of mayonnaise dumped on you?
No. We're not doing that. We're not dumping the mayo.
That's a weird. I'm all for the corporate sponsor. I mean, I got the Irish playing in the Tony the Tiger Bowl on Friday. I mean, because they're great.
Your boy Marcus Freeman gonna get cereal dumped on him?
We got ourselves an offensive coordinator, so
I don't want to talk about that. Never mind. We'll wrap this bad boy up and say our thank yous and goodbyes coming up next here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Mike Silver joined JD and Haberman this morning to discuss if the Niners are still the team to beat in the NFC. Check out that podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Fitz and Brooks.
Hi, this is Barry White, and Paul Quinn College cordially invites you to a beautiful weekend in Waco, Texas, and a championship semi-finals. F*** this shit, man. I'm gonna cut this shit off. All right, f*** this. I'm going to take it up to
Bob Fitzgerald and Rod Brooks on KNBR 680. And you can always listen online at KNBR.com.
Cordially invite your ass to come on down. Some thanks here real quick. Thanks to KNBR. Thanks to Adam Copeland for letting us have some fun today and giving us a chance to truly say thank you and goodbye to the folks who were longtime listeners, attendees of Fitz and Brooks University. Mike and Tim, obviously love you guys like brothers. Thank you very much. And again, to the listeners, it warms my heart to hear people say how much they loved what we did back in the day, Bob. And because we didn't get to end this show the way we wanted to end it a few years ago, I want to take this opportunity to say this publicly. Thank you, because you made me a better broadcaster. I had to be better to keep up with you. And if it wasn't for those times where we were together and you raising my level to keep up with you, I wouldn't have the career I have right now. My thanks to you, my love for you is endless and boundless, my friend. And thank you for giving me and the people this day.
Well, that's very nice of you. What I always tell people is, friends will help you move, and real friends will help you move a body. And so Rod Brooks is my brother, like in every way, shape, or form. So I would say Adam Copeland, who we all like, he's got a big job now as the new program director for KNBR. Hire Rod Brooks. He's incredibly talented. And, I told you should have been on TV forever. You're really good at it. And I just enjoy all the Niner stuff, and hopefully get you involved in the Giants and the Warriors and other stuff. So, I'll just keep doing what I'm doing with Kalena and keep hanging out with the Warriors and Niners, training camp and preseason and Olympics and other stuff like that. But no, KNBR was a huge part of my life. It really prompted everything else that happened in my career. Have nothing but great memories, and left when I wanted to and how I wanted to, and still have a lot of great friendships. And that doesn't happen in this business very often, because everybody seems to be mad at each other and gets they leave at different times for different reasons. But for me, man, I dreamed about hosting Sports Phone 68 when Hank Greenwald did it way back in the day, and to get to do it from, to be on KNBR from 1991 to 2019, that's something I'll always just cherish forever. But the years with you were far and away the best. Even though the King and the Kid with Pete Franklin were super fun, the Fitz and Brooks, never better. It always just, any chance to hang with you is always something I want to jump at.
To the listeners again, we love you. We thank you so much. And this isn't goodbye. This is, we'll see you later.
No, it's goodbye for me.
I love you, man.
See you, man.
Duke's Mayo Bowl coming up next here on KNBR and KNBR San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's sports leader.
UNC struggled a bit down the stretch. Losses to Clemson and North Carolina State. West Virginia went the other direction, exceeded expectations really all year long, and surged at the end.